There's something very ominous about the deep woods. Isolated from civilization, nobody could hear you. There isn't anybody else within hundreds of miles. You think that animals are what would scare you, or Mother Nature, but there's something else. The thought of being alone in the deep woods is deeply disturbing to every individual, but it's not because the elements or the animals. There's something else going on, and viscerally as a human being, you know it too. Today I put together a compilation of the strangest and most unsettling deep woods stories, and they get progressively weirder as they go on, so make sure you stay for the last story. I'll be quick. If you're ready to suspend your disbelief and become fully immersed in today's adventure, you found your new favorite channel. We post once a week, but there's plenty on the channel to binge. So if you're ready, like the video for good luck, because you're gonna need it. And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an upload. Enjoy the show. So I'd always wanted to go hunting for deer, but I had never really had the chance to, because usually it's either super far or super expensive, and I didn't really have any other friends that were super interested in deer hunting, or at least as interested as I was in deer hunting. But if anybody would ever bring it up, I would try to hop on that opportunity. I would just want to see if they would let me tag along, because I knew how much time and equipment went into a successful deer hunt. And I also knew that it would take me years to accumulate all of the things that I needed. So just hopping onto somebody's trip and borrowing some of their gear would allow me the chance to actually see if I enjoy it. And I don't just enjoy the thought of it. Because it would really suck if I spent all of this time and money on going on a deer hunt, and when I got out there, I hated it. And about 2 years ago, the perfect situation unfolded to give me the opportunity to try it out. And this opportunity was relatively close to home for a fraction of the usual price. Me and my friend Sam were eating at this popular barbecue place in downtown Chicago on Green Street. And while we were just walking up to it, we bumped into one of Sam's friends from college. And honestly, it was super random because this friend doesn't even live here. This friend stays in Connecticut, and it was super weird because Sam usually doesn't stay in Chicago either, so he didn't even know Sam was here. It was one of those situations where two groups walk past each other, and one guy from each group does a hard double take. And then they both just stop, look at each other, and give each other a big hug. And we actually happened to be going to the same place for lunch. So we decided to have lunch together and enjoy some smoked meats. And of course, I just let Sam and his friend catch up for like 10 minutes because I could see how excited they were to see each other. They had been friends for a really long time, and they were clearly very comfortable with each other. And it was one of those situations where his friend's real personality came out immediately. And I could immediately tell that I like this guy. And if Sam vouches for him, he's most likely good people. So after giving them a little bit of time to catch up, I start to butt into the conversation. And I'm asking this guy what he does for work and things like that. And this guy actually mentions he is a hunting guy, and his full-time job is running a lodge that hosts deer hunting events. And my eyes light up immediately. I'm liking what I'm hearing. And I immediately start asking him follow-up questions and asking if it's possible for me and Sam to come up there and hunt. And Sam's friend, who happened to be named Chris, seemed so excited that I was asking him for me and Sam to join him. And he mentioned that he had been begging Sam for years to come out for a hunt for years at this point. And I looked at Sam a little bit confused because I knew that Sam knew that I had been wanting to do this. But he had never mentioned this friend that had been begging him to come join him on a hunt. But I could tell Sam's looking at me like he has something to tell me, but it's not so urgent that he has to tell me right now. And I could tell that he doesn't want me to make plans with this guy until we have a conversation while he's not here. But I still try to get as much information about this as I can from Chris. And he actually mentions that he has 2 spots open on a hunt only 2 weeks from now. And everything in me wanted to tell him right then and there that we wanted to take those 2 spots. But of course, I did not want to say yes until Sam and I had a chance to talk. And I try to buy a little bit of time because I could tell Chris would like to hear a yes right now. So I start asking him financial questions about how much it would all cost. And I'm telling him that I probably have to check my budget because 2 weeks is very short notice. And he immediately cuts me off by saying, "You're not paying $1. All you would have to pay for is your flight." And I try to combat this by saying I don't have any gear, so I still probably need some time to commit. And Chris cuts me off again and he says, "Well, all of us are about the same size. I have plenty of gear, and plus I have plenty of spare rifles. The only thing you guys would need to worry about is getting there." I want to say yes right now so bad, but I could still see that look on Sam's face that he isn't ready to fully commit. So I just playfully say, "Let's put a pin in this and I'll let you know by tomorrow." And Chris seemed pretty satisfied with this answer, so we just went back to regular conversation. We just had a really nice time, and then when we parted ways, obviously I asked Sam why he wasn't jumping on that opportunity. And Sam goes, "Listen, Chris is a really good guy, but I don't know if you want to stay at that house." And I give him a little confused look because he's almost saying it as if it's a warning. So I just playfully reply, well, go ahead then, tell me about the house. And then we let out a pretty good laugh because Sam realized how ominous he sounded. And then Sam just goes, it's just weird there. I've been there a few times. And one time I was there for 2 weeks and it's just weird. And I give him a look to go ahead and keep going because he's being unbearably vague. So he keeps going by saying, dude, it feels haunted there. And the woods surrounding it are very creepy. They're literally called the Dark Entry Woods. And the house itself is super old. It was built in the 1800s. I don't really know if you'd like it there. And I just simply reply, did you like it there? And Sam goes, well, during the day, sure, but I kind of got used to it. Then he goes, I'll go if you want to go, but I just wanted to let you know beforehand what to expect. I promise, dude, it's not a 5-star hotel. And to be honest, at the time, this almost made the whole trip seem even better. Because honestly, I like to go to places that have a little bit of character to them. And a hunting trip at a house from the 1800s in the Dark Entry Woods sounds like a good time to me. So I just tell Sam, I'm cool with it, dude, let's go. And once I say I'm cool with it, Sam lightens up and we start looking up plane tickets. And just like that, 2 weeks later, we find ourselves in Northwest Connecticut. We had to get to this town called Cornwall. Then from there, we had to get onto some highway and then we had to turn onto some road, and that road turned onto some weird desolate pathway. And this pathway went straight into the forest. And once we were on this small pathway, I started to realize why Sam was warning me. This was barely a road, and every turn we took, it got less suitable for motor vehicle. And then we finally pull up to this weird makeshift gate and it just looks completely deserted. And I'm poking my head around trying to look past the gate to see if the road is even drivable after the gate. And I can't really tell, but I could see somebody walking up, and it's actually Chris. I was starting to feel like we might have been a little bit lost, so it was a relief seeing Chris. Because the comfort that you get from being with somebody that knows the area well is something I really needed in that moment. And Chris is just all smiles as he swings open the gate for us. And we just drive through the little gate, but then we wait for him to hop in with us as he closes the gate behind us. And he just hops in the back seat and we do our regular greetings. And then once the formalities are over, I ask Chris, yo, what's the deal with this place? It's a little bit creepy here. And Chris starts laughing so hard and says, dude, you have no idea. Do you even know where you are? And I just reply pretty jokingly, somewhere in Cornwall, Connecticut, hunting deer. And then both Sam and Chris give each other a look. Sam isn't smiling at all, but Chris has a mischievous smile on his face. And Chris looks back at me and he says, oh, we're not in Cornwall. You just entered Dudley Town. And I don't know if that's supposed to mean something to me, but Dudley Town has no significance in my brain. So I just sarcastically reply, I hope Dudley Town isn't as corny as Cornwall. And then Chris just slaps his thighs and says, well, I think it's time for a history lesson. And Sam whispers under his breath, here we go, as if he knew that this was about to be an annoyingly long-winded explanation. And Chris goes on to explain to me that Dudley Town is apparently a very well-known cursed town. And he explained to me that the curse originated from a group of brothers that apparently migrated from England. And the curse's origin was from one of their relatives trying to overthrow King Henry VIII. And he went on to explain that Dudley Town has an uncanny amount of random deaths and accidents. Apparently freak accidents occur consistently, and people report seeing spirits and entities in the forests almost every night. And then once he finishes explaining this, I get a wave of regret. But I try to play it off by joking that I'm ready to leave. You know, to play into his spooky, scary story to make him feel good about it. But then Chris continues and says, no, you should be honored to be here. So many people want to visit Dudley Town, but it's actually private property, and anybody that tries to trespass here is prosecuted. The only reason that we get to be here is because my grandfather bought an adjoining property, and being the good man he is, he left it to me. So right now we have access to the most haunted town in America. And I see why Sam was warning me now, because I could tell Chris really enjoys doing this bit with people, with all of the people that he invites here. He is a really good guy, but you could tell he's one of those guys that gets a kick out of spooking people and scaring them and seeing them being uncomfortable. And the way that he's telling this story is as if we're entering a very dangerous place. But after every sentence, he's laughing and hitting my shoulder as if he's really enjoying scaring me. And just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, we pull up to where we're staying. And when I tell you this was the most unique looking house, I mean it. Because it wasn't a house, it was more like a tower. I was expecting some type of cabin, but this thing was shaped like a Pringles can. It was a massive cylinder building made of large bricks. It was kind of reminiscent of a lighthouse or like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and it was multiple stories high. The top of it was probably higher than the tree line, and I could see that there's at least 5 stories based on the windows. So we pull up to this thing and it doesn't really have a yard around it. There's just about a 20-foot gap between the structure and the tree line, 360 degrees around it, and the road that we were on just ends as we hit this small clearing. Then we just park next to this weird house tower thing. And this house is really big as well. It looks so out of place out here, but it's built really well. It wasn't a dingy and broken down structure. It looks sturdy, warm, well crafted, and well lit. And to be honest, it was very impressive. But considering what I just heard about this town and these woods from Chris, the house was already giving me bad vibes. And we just hop out, grab our luggage out of the car, and bring it inside. And once we get inside, I realized that I've never been in a place like that. It really was an 1800s style house. And I'm looking around this place amazed how different it is from any other place that I've ever seen. And Chris sees how amazed I am, so he takes that opportunity to explain a little bit to me about the house. And he points at the center of the room and he says, "You see that pillar right in the middle of the room? That's the furnace. It goes through every floor and heats the entire house from the center. So if you ever get cold, just go closer to the pillar. And if you ever want to go up or downstairs, all of the staircases spiral around that furnace in the middle." The stairs and the pillar and the furnace were cool, but what really caught my eye about this place was all of the random memorabilia, relics, souvenirs, you name it. And Chris sees that I'm admiring that stuff more than I'm admiring the pillar. So he goes on to explain that his grandfather was a World War II traveling journalist. And he spent the entire war traveling the world reporting on the worst atrocities. And the entire time he was sending back memorabilia from every place that he visited. And even after the war, he continued his work as a traveling journalist. And everything that we see here and everything that we see in this house is an accumulation of over 40 years of travel journalism. Now that's something that got my attention. This place was like a museum. Every inch of every wall was covered in incredibly interesting things. Every table was organized with items and their explanation of origin. There must have been thousands of pieces in here and I couldn't get enough of it. So I'm talking Chris's ear off about this stuff, and after about 5 minutes of asking about random items, Chris says, "This isn't even the good stuff." And naturally I reply, "Well, show me the good stuff." And then he goes, "Well, that's on the top floor." And I go, "Well, what are we still doing here then?" We start laughing and then he leads the way up the spiral staircase around the pillar. And the second floor is kind of like a lounge living room. And the third and fourth floor are clearly bedrooms and living quarters. But then the fifth floor was like something I've never seen. It was a full 360 of windows looking over the surrounding woods. And there was only one section that wasn't a window. And in the window's place was a large, beautiful cabinet. And I'm not really sure what else to call it other than a cabinet. It almost looked like one of those pieces that really rich people keep their china in. It has a wooden base but glass doors so you could see inside. And there's just 2 doors that open up into like a large shelving area. And you could tell right away that this stuff was the good stuff, just because of the way it's displayed and stored. And these were clearly his grandfather's prized possessions. These were what he believed were his most unique and valuable items from his travels. There was a good amount of items in there, but it seemed like 5 or 6 were meant to be the center of display. And Chris just goes ahead and starts giving me a tour of the cabinet. And he starts with this weird knit white mask. And he says, "My grandfather got this from Finland from the most deadly sniper at the time. The man's name was Simo Haya, aka the White Death. And he's reported to have 505 confirmed kills." To be honest, the mask was super freaky. It just had these weird slits for the eyes. And the thought that it was worn by somebody who has over 500 confirmed kills makes it scarier than a Michael Myers movie. Apparently, Simo Haya put up horror movie numbers. And as I'm trying to wrap my mind about what he just told me about this mask, he moves on to the next item. He points at this old beat up camera on the middle of the display and he just says, "Do you know what's on that camera roll?" And of course, I shake my head no, but I could only imagine that he's about to tell me something horrific. On that camera is the last remaining evidence of the Nanking Massacre. And I go, "What do you mean the last remaining evidence?" And then I follow up by saying, "And what do you mean the Nanking Massacre? I don't even know what that is." And Chris cuts me off and says, "Exactly, you don't even know what the Nanking Massacre is. Because the Japanese destroyed almost all of the evidence of it. But this camera contains almost all of the evidence of all of the atrocities that happened in those horrible 6 weeks." And I wanted to ask, why didn't they ever develop the camera footage? But I guess having a camera that apparently contains something that you can't see sounds a little bit cooler. And before I even got the chance to ask my follow-up question, Chris was cutting me off pointing at the next item. And it was this large syringe-looking torture tool. And he didn't even have to start explaining to me for me to know what that thing was used for. But naturally, Chris explained it anyway. And he just goes on and says, "This right here is from an island off the coast of Italy, where they were performing unethical human experiments. They were performing them on the mentally ill and the POWs. This thing right here was used for almost half a decade on countless lobotomies. At this point, the weight of the history of these items is kind of starting to overwhelm me, but he doesn't stop. And he points to a vial of water that's being held up by a small metal display. And he says, hey, you see that water? That right there was taken from the underground lakes of Paris that you can only access through the catacombs under Paris. My grandfather convinced a group of cataphiles to take him down into the restricted areas of the catacombs. He said the cataphiles would perform rituals and sacrifices in those waters, in those underground lakes, in the catacombs. Then Chris went on to a tangent explaining how there's miles of underground tunnels under Paris. And apparently there's a group of about 100 cataphiles that are obsessed with mapping the tunnels under Paris. If you don't know what a cataphile is, it's just somebody who has an obsession with the catacombs. But apparently, according to Chris, there's a network of people to this day who have access to all of these tunnels under Paris. And nobody really knows the exact use for them. You could only imagine that secret tunnels probably aren't used for something good. And at this point, I'm overloaded with information, so I just put my hands up to signal to Chris for him to slow down or stop. He sees that I've kind of had enough of this, but he pleads to me to let him show me one more. And I just jokingly say, all right, fine, I could handle one more. And he just points at a raggedy old doll, and he just says, that is from the island of the dolls. It's an entire island in Mexico covered in little dolls just like this. They're all over the trees and the houses, hanging from the ceilings everywhere. The man that lived there kept putting these dolls up to ward off the spirit of a little girl. He said that that little girl was relentlessly haunting him and his family. And this is one of those dolls. And that's it for me. That was enough for the day. I have had enough of these spooky woods, this creepy house tower, and all of this very heavy memorabilia. Thankfully, finally, right when I'm finished with this super heavy conversation, Chris's phone rings and he goes, oh, this is the other couple that's coming with us. Just give me a second, I have to go open the gate for them. And Chris immediately runs down the spiral staircase and runs out the door towards the gate. And finally, me and Sam have a moment alone. And I look at Sam and I go, dude, you really downplayed how freaky this place was. And Sam goes, I don't know what to tell you. I told you you wouldn't like it here. And we were just being playful and joking because obviously I did still want to be here. It was just more intense than I was initially expecting. And we go ahead and take a look out the window and we see Chris jog out towards the path towards the gate. So Sam and I just decide to go down the stairs and greet everybody on the first floor when they arrive. But I'm not really fully satisfied with Sam's answer, and I need to dig a little bit more about this place. So I just straight up ask him, is there anything that I should know before he gets back? And Sam goes and scratches his head and raises his eyebrows, as if there's so much more that I need to know. And he takes a big deep breath, and then he just starts. And he goes, well, definitely don't look down the crawl space on the second floor. It's super creepy in there. And don't forget to be respectful to the wardrobe in your bedroom because it's actually a Dybbuk. And I could tell that he can see in my face that I have no idea what a Dybbuk is, so he gives me a brief explanation. And he goes, a Dybbuk is a malevolent spirit that will possess you if you disrespect the item that it has latched to. So just don't forget to be nice to your wardrobe. I can't even tell if he's joking because he's saying it so dry and blunt. And he keeps going. Chris's grandfather bought this house from a family of pagans. And it's rumored that the family that he bought it from was heavily involved in pagan witchcraft. And I could tell that Sam is just looking around the room trying to gather old memories about how terrifying this place really is. So I break the silence and I just say, please tell me that's everything. And Sam goes, well, that's everything other than the cellar. Definitely don't go in the cellar. But there is plenty that I could tell you about the woods. And I just think to myself, okay, no cellar, doesn't really matter because you couldn't pay me to go down there anyway. But now apparently there's more about these woods, so go ahead, let's hear it. And Sam goes, I avoid looking into the tree line at night because of how often you see things. They just look like hazy figures right inside the tree line. But if you look into them, you'll see constant movement. So I just try to avoid it altogether. But once you're past the tree line and into the woods, it's usually pretty fine. And I immediately cut him off and say, what do you mean pretty fine? And Sam shrugs his shoulders like he's sorry that he has to tell me this information. And he says, usually there's really good hunting, but it's not uncommon to find a lost person in there. We found one time in there and the woman could barely talk and she didn't even know how she got there. And I'm just nodding my head, coming to terms with the fact that I'm staying in a haunted house, in a haunted forest with a bunch of strangers other than Sam. And right as I'm thinking about how anxious I am to meet these strangers, I hear a knock at the door. And when I heard the first knock, I immediately thought that it must be Chris and the others knocking for us to open the door. and I just assumed that their hands are probably full with their supplies. But the knock was really weird. It was just 3 slow rhythmic knocks, and there was just a split second too long in between the knocks. And me and Sam just look at each other with very questionable looks on our face. But both of us walk up to the door simultaneously because neither of us want to do it alone. And we pop the door open, and I immediately get a huge wave of relief because it's just this little puny, tiny little woman. And I only used 3 adjectives to say that because she couldn't have been over 4'10". And I wasn't relieved by her puny size. I was relieved by her demeanor. She was puny, little, tiny, and happy. And she just barges right in the front door and starts asking us questions. And the first thing she asks is, "Are you guys here for the hunt too? And where's Chris?" She was honestly really friendly and nice, but the last question that she asked threw me off a little bit, because I thought Chris had left the house to let her into the gate. But this lady's acting as if she hasn't seen Chris yet. So I go to peek out of the door and I see another car pull up with Chris and the other couple in it. So now I'm looking back at this girl wondering, where did she come from? Because I don't see any other car in the clearing. And I shoot Sam the look that I need to tell you something. But he's busy talking to the new girl. So I just turn my attention back towards Chris and the other couple that's arriving right now. And I'm just standing in this doorway watching this couple while Chris is helping them unpack their car. And I'm not really sure what the upcoming interaction is going to be like, because I can only assume that Chris is going to ask her the question that I'm thinking. But I'm just letting it unfold because I don't think it's my place to question this girl or even report things back to Chris that I find weird. So I just go ahead and let the situation unfold. And the couple that arrive with Chris seem really excited and nice. And they introduced themselves to me in that manner, really excited and really nice. The girlfriend's name was Kat, and the boyfriend's name was Austin. And to be honest, they didn't really seem like your usual hunting types. They seemed a little bit ditzy and kind of unbothered, but who am I to judge? Because I definitely didn't come off as a hunting type. And their energy just feels great, so I'm excited that we got matched up with them for this hunt. But just as I suspected, I see that Chris is a little bit confused when he sees that there's somebody else on the first floor with us. And then I see it go through his face that he's connecting the dots about who this is. And he looks at the new girl and says, "Oh, you must be Maria." And the woman that had arrived before them cheerfully introduces herself to Chris and confirms that she is in fact Maria. But Chris went ahead and asked the follow-up question that I was expecting him to ask. "Maria, if you don't mind me asking, how did you get here?" And Maria replies, "I just got dropped off right before the pathway, so I just walked in." Chris is looking at her a little bit concerned and confused, and follows up by saying, "Well, can you make sure when the hunt is over and it's time to leave, you ask me to escort you out? Because this is technically private property, and you really shouldn't be walking through it without me." I'm not really sure why Chris is so worried about the private property situation, because to me it's a bit weird that she got dropped off and she had walked down that eerie pathway by herself, and she was actually able to find this place alone. Not to mention the only thing that she has with her is a backpack. But again, who am I to judge? It might have just been her only way of getting here, and she just really wanted to come on this trip. Once everybody's inside and settled in, we're all just having a pretty good time getting to know each other, and we're all just chatting it up about the upcoming hunt tomorrow. And apparently Kat and Austin do off-the-grid living, and they try to go hunting once a year to fill up their freezer with meat. And if they don't get anything, they just buy half cows at a time. I thought this was really cool, so I'm just talking their ears off about questions about how do you actually do off-the-grid living. And at the same time, Sam and Chris were just continuing to catch up. And even though I was really enjoying this conversation with Kat and Austin, for some reason out of the corner of my eye, I just couldn't stop checking on Maria. She wasn't exactly doing anything wrong. In fact, she was doing exactly what I was doing when I first got here. She was just walking around the room, checking out all the memorabilia, but she wasn't asking any questions about it. It almost looked like she was looking for something to me, but I was only able to grab small glances at her. But then after a couple minutes, Kat and Austin got up and went to their room to put their phones on the charger. And I finally got a moment to actually watch Maria undisturbed. And I'm just watching her skim all over all those items. And from the side of her face, it looked like she was getting visibly upset. And don't get me wrong, I could understand reading the descriptions to some of those items and getting a little bit emotional. But this lady looked angry. I'm seeing this anger grow on this girl's face, and then almost instantaneously it disappears. And just like that, it goes back to bubbly smiles when Chris calls over to her asking if she's hungry. And she just looks up at him with a nice, sweet, innocent smile, telling him that she'd love to eat. And at the same time, Kat and Austin emerged from the staircase announcing that they would love to eat as well. And I just raised my hand and I let him know that I too would love to eat. And Chris goes, "Oh, okay, everybody's eating. Sam, do you mind giving me a hand?" because we got some hungry mouths to feed. And of course, Sam obliges, and those two just kind of lock into cooking. And Kat and Austin try to break the ice with Maria by going up to her and asking her what she's looking at. And I could tell that Kat is trying to get Maria involved in the conversation to be nice, because she's the only person here alone. I have Sam, she has Austin. Not to mention, we realize pretty quickly that English is probably Maria's second language. She clearly spoke Spanish primarily. So it was super nice of Kat to put the effort in to try to build a connection with Maria and put that much effort in trying to bring her into the dialogue of the group. But the conversation was very interesting, so I decided to join them because I was very curious about what was making Maria so visibly upset just a couple moments ago. And Kat just kind of opens the dialogue by just saying, all this stuff is pretty cool, huh? And then Maria says something that's a little bit odd. And Maria goes, this guy stole a lot, huh? And then she just kind of gestures to all the memorabilia that Chris's grandfather had collected. And Kat and Austin laugh because they're under the impression that either Maria was trying to make a joke or she was mistranslating what she was trying to say. But I get the feeling that Maria meant what she just said. But Kat jokingly replies before I even get the chance to. And she just says, he did collect a lot of stuff, didn't he? And Maria looks around the room as if she's a little disappointed, and she just says, is this everything? So I take this opportunity to butt in with the same joke that Chris said to me to make Maria feel welcome. And I say, oh, Maria, this isn't even the good stuff. And then Maria turns her attention towards me and she just says, show me, which came off as very direct, but she didn't really say it in a mean tone. So it was actually kind of funny. And Kat and Austin both hopped on the joke and they both just looked at me and said, yeah, show me. So I just go, all right, time to go to the top floor. And as we're heading upstairs, I just shout to Chris and Sam, yo, I'm gonna go show them the cabinet of curiosities that you guys got upstairs. And Chris shouts back, hey, make sure you give them all the details, because he was too busy cooking to do the spooky guy routine with them right now. So we walk back up these 4 flights of stairs back into this large showroom. And right away, I'm a little bit confused because it's completely dark up there. Because the first floor doesn't have many windows, so I didn't even realize how dark it got. I'm looking out the windows and it looks like it's nighttime, so I have to peek at my phone to make sure that I didn't have a random blackout for 4 hours. And my phone is telling me exactly what I thought it was going to tell me. It's only 2 p.m. and it's completely dark out. So I immediately start brushing the walls with my hands looking for the light switch. And I openly ask the group, yo guys, since when does it get dark at 2 p.m.? And Austin replies, brother, we're in the dark entry woods. It's dark from 1 p.m. to 5 a.m. in November. I knew it got dark early in Connecticut, especially in the winter, but 1 p.m. is crazy. And I could also see that it had just started to snow. So that's just gonna make this hunt a little bit more difficult. So when I finally come across the lights and I get to switch them on, I look over to Kat and Austin and I notice that Maria isn't standing. So I look around the room towards the cabinet and I notice Maria is already standing in front of it and she already has it open. And I'm just looking at her and I'm starting to get more and more suspicious of her, because I hadn't even told her that that's where the other stuff was. But there she was, tracking it down in a pitch black room, already standing in front of it by the time I turned the lights on. And I see her reaching into the cabinet. I could tell that she picked something up, but I can't make out what it is. And I'm almost positive that we also aren't supposed to pick things up. Chris didn't flat out say that, but I would just assume that the prized possessions of his grandfather that are stored in a private cabinet on the 5th floor probably shouldn't be touched, at least without asking. So I start walking towards the left side of her, and I'm just trying to get a glimpse of what she has in her hands. And Kat and Austin go around the right side of her, but in a much more excited, bubbly manner. They're just trying to get their eyes on the special memorabilia. And as I'm coming around on the left side of her, I see that Maria picked up the Lucitone, and she's holding it with both hands with the sharp syringe pointing towards her right. And I could see her face only slightly from the side, but she's not looking down at the Lucitone. She's looking up at the mirror that lines the back of the cabinet. And as Kat approaches her from her right, asking her happily what she's looking at, Maria does a swinging motion to the right as if she was going to present the Lucitone to Kat and Austin. But she did it at the exact moment that Kat ran up right next to her, and she got Kat right in the arm with it. She pricked her right above her bicep, and it was one of those moments where everybody was lost for words. Because this Lucitone was sharp, and it really got Kat. She was bleeding almost immediately all the way down her arm, and it looked like it was at least a half-inch gash. And for a moment, we're just standing there all looking at each other in complete shock. Almost like a couple kids that did something wrong in class waiting for the teacher to catch them. And me and Austin immediately start applying pressure to the wound and covering because this thing's leaking. And we get it under control almost immediately, but Austin's freaking out a little bit. And he's telling Kat that he wants to yell down to Chris. But Kat is trying to calm Austin down, even though she's the one with the stab wound. And as I'm watching them have an argument about not wanting to make a scene, primarily to not make Maria feel more uncomfortable, and Austin arguing back to her that they have no idea how many diseases could possibly be on that Lucitome, I go ahead and take a peek back at Maria. And this girl is holding the Lucitome with her chin tucked as if she's praying to it. But I could barely hear what she's mumbling over Kat and Austin arguing. But it sounds like she's reciting something very quickly in Spanish under her breath. And I just keep staring at her, watching her do this before she quickly places it back down into the place that she found it. And then right after she puts it down, she immediately goes up to Kat, profusely apologizing. And Kat is trying to be nice, letting her know that she doesn't think it's her fault and that she has nothing to worry about. But still, Austin is not being as loving. And he just keeps saying, we need a first aid kit. And Kat looks at Austin very seriously and just says, fine, but just don't make a big deal out of it. And Austin claps back at her right away and says, don't make a big deal out of it? You have no idea what kind of diseases could be on that thing. And after that realization sinks in, she agrees that we should probably go talk to Chris. But she demands that we do it calmly and we don't blame anyone. So we all just slowly go down the spiral staircase like a couple kids in trouble. And we just go ahead and let Kat talk. And she just really lightly says, Chris, do you have a first aid kit? I got a boo-boo. She's clearly trying to play it down, but once Sam and Chris look up and they see her blood-soaked arm, they immediately demand to know what happened. And Austin can't help himself but to throw Maria under the bus. And Austin just goes, Maria accidentally stabbed her with that torture device that you have upstairs in that cabinet. And Kat immediately cuts him off, defending Maria. She says she didn't mean to do it really was an accident. But Austin talks over Kat again and says, Chris, do you think she's going to catch a disease from that thing? Do we need to take her to the hospital right now? And Chris is looking at Maria like all he wants to say is, why are you touching my things? But he has to answer Austin. And Chris reassures Austin by saying, no, we got that thing professionally sanitized. Just go ahead and throw some peroxide on it and you'll be fine. So we all just go ahead and spend the next 20 minutes bandaging up Kat. And we're all just trying to make sure she's fine. But the entire time, the only thing that I want to do, the only thing I could think about is telling Sam about what I saw Maria doing after she stabbed Kat. And I'm shooting him looks from across the table like, hey bud, I got something to tell you. But instead of being able to have a private conversation, we're forced to sit through the most awkward dinner of our lives. Because for one, none of us really know each other. Two, the host is pissed because somebody was touching his private items. And we all feel like we're in trouble because of it. And three, one of the strangers stabbed one of the other strangers with an Italian torture device. And Kat, wound victim, was the only one that was trying to revive the mood. And I could tell that Kat did feel really bad for Maria. She just didn't want Maria to feel like she was ruining everybody's time. But I don't feel the same way. I almost want to tell Kat that I have a suspicion that she did that on purpose. Because from my perspective, it was almost like she timed turning around to make it seem like it was an accident. And she didn't immediately start attending to Kat. She took the time to mumble something under her breath for at least 30 seconds before she even acknowledged that Kat was hurt. And I'm just looking at Maria, waiting for her to say something during this dinner. But she's just sitting there quietly looking down, moving stuff around on her plate, clearly just waiting for the dinner to end. And I was doing the same thing. I wanted this dinner to end so bad that I actually decided to excuse myself. I just scarfed down my food as quickly as I could, and I half-jokingly announced to the table that we all need to get up at 4 a.m. and I need to get my 8 hours. But it didn't really make sense because we probably didn't need to go to sleep for at least 3 hours. But clearly everybody was okay with the idea of going back to our own quarters. We were all okay with getting out of this uncomfortable situation. So everybody just clears their plates quietly and helps Chris tidy up before heading upstairs. And when me and Sam finally get to our room, I close the door behind me, and right as I'm about to spill the beans about my suspicions of Maria, Sam just goes, I don't trust that girl one bit. And I just reply, right? Dude, she stabbed Kat. And Sam's looking at me a little confused and he goes, hold on, wait, you're telling me that she did this on purpose? Why would you guys come down and tell us it was an accident? And I fill Sam in with my suspicions by saying, Kat and Austin thought it was an accident, but I think I saw her time it to make it look like it was an accident. And I just see Sam give me a little eye roll and gesture something along the lines of, that seems a bit outlandish, are you sure? And I back up with my statement and I say, bro, she was looking in the mirror and she spun with the pointy end straight towards her. And then this girl spent a half minute whispering in Spanish, speaking to the Lucitome before she even started helping. And Sam goes, what do you mean she was whispering to it? And I say, bro, I don't know. She was just holding it with two hands, talking to it in Spanish. And Sam goes, don't you think it was a bit weird that she walked here? And I just say, did you bring that up to Chris? And Sam just goes, Chris said that she just contacted him through his website, and she went ahead and paid the invoice immediately. And he wasn't just going to turn her away for not showing up with a vehicle. And he didn't really seem to be suspicious of her. He was definitely annoyed that she was touching his grandfather's things. But I'm sure he's met much weirder characters here. And we just keep talking it over for a little bit, but eventually we get bored of the subject. And we're just relaxing in our room trying to wind down. We're just trying to get drowsy and get some sleep because we have a big day ahead of us. And I'm just laying on my bed starting to doze off, but then I hear footsteps coming from above us. And I just initially assume that it's probably Chris up on the 5th floor making sure that none of his grandfather's stuff is broken. But then I hear those footsteps come down the stairs and stop right in front of our door. And I'm waiting almost 10 seconds, anticipating a knock, and finally it happens. And it was those same 3 weird rhythmic knocks. And me and Sam look at each other with disgust because we cannot believe that this girl's back at our door right now. And obviously, we're not opening this door alone because she just stabbed Kat. So we both just get up just in case she's wielding the Lucitome. And we pull the door open and both take a big step back. And I immediately feel so bad that we were acting disgusted with her presence just a couple seconds ago because Maria has the saddest look on her face. And she's holding 2 big cups of liquid that's steaming and smells like cinnamon. And she just says really lightly, Chris helped me make this as an apology to all you guys. It's called a tole. It's sweet with cane sugar and it's really warm. Please have it. Me and Sam both just grab the cup from her and the atole smells delicious. And we both immediately take a sip of it and it tastes as delicious as it smells. And as we're both visibly showing how much we're enjoying the drink, Maria's just turning around to go back down the stairs. And she just goes, I hope you guys really enjoy it. I make that every year on the Day of the Dead. And Sam just instinctually answers, oh, what day is the Day of the Dead? I've only heard about it. And Maria just says, it's tonight. Didn't you guys know? And she's just saying that as she's walking down the stairs giggling. And we just close the door and look at each other. And Sam looks at me so dry and says, no, Maria, I didn't know. That's why I asked. And I just reply sarcastically and I say, she's lucky this Atoli smacks because I'd vote her off the island today. And me and Sam just start laughing and we finish up that smooth, sweet, creamy Atole before laying down. And I managed to ignore the creepiness of the room before I dozed off. But I wasn't really having a comfortable deep night's sleep. I felt like I was rolling around and half dreaming for hours. I finally abruptly woke up in a deep sweat, but I couldn't really tell what woke me up. So I'm just looking around this room and I'm getting a really bad feeling. And I look over at Sam and he's not awake yet, but he sure is rolling around. And then I start to hear something that's really faint and it almost sounds like marching and chants. And I hear it getting a little bit louder and I look back over at Sam and now he's awake and sitting up. And he looks over at me and he's surprised to see me awake because I could tell that he doesn't know what woke him up either. But then we both start to hear it again and we're just sitting trying to listen to it as quietly as we can so we can make out what that sound is. And after about 20 seconds of intently listening, we could tell that it's definitely coming from outside. So me and Sam both quietly get up and we inch towards the closest window. And we go to the one that we think is in the direction of the sound that we're hearing. And we look out the window and it's coming from the same direction of the path that we came from. And I could see multiple lights in the distance getting closer and closer to us. But we still can't make out what it is, so we're just standing there waiting for what feels like an eternity. Until finally a group of 8 people emerge from the pathway, and they're just marching at a steady pace right towards the house. And these guys are holding torches, wearing hooded cloaks. And I start freaking out because 8 people is not a small group of people. 8 people holding torches, wearing identical cloaks in the middle of the night? In the woods is bad news 100% of the time. And they're walking straight towards the house, but they don't look like they're walking super aggressively. So we don't immediately run downstairs to get the rifles. We just stay up there peeking out the window and we just continue to watch them. And instead of coming directly towards the front door of the house, they take a slight turn, and for just a second, I think that they're just gonna walk around the house and just keep it moving into the woods. But they stop at these 2 protruding doors that must be Chris's cellar. The cellar isn't like the basement of the house. The doors are about 10 feet away from the structure, but I'm not really sure if the cellar connects to the main house underground. So when we watch these guys open the doors to the cellar and go downstairs, just walking down there in a single file line, and when they close the doors behind them, the first thing that comes to my mind is to ask Sam, can they get into the house from there? And Sam's looking at me dead serious and he goes, I don't know if the cellar connects to the house, but we need to go get Chris right now. So we immediately start hustling through the house down to where Chris stays. And Sam is taking that time to tell me what he thinks is the best game plan for that situation. And the plan is very simple. Barricade the first floor windows and doors, and bring all of the rifles to the 5th floor so we have the higher ground. And we get to Chris's room, but we try to wake him up quietly because we're not trying to wake up the whole house without confirming with Chris that those guys aren't supposed to be there. Because if he knows that they go down there, then we don't want to just pile on to the events of the night. And if they're not supposed to be there, we want to calmly wake everybody up so they don't make any loud noises to alert those people that we're in here. So we're just gently knocking on Chris's door, whispering his name. And we're just whispering that we need to talk to him about something. And we finally could faintly hear him roll out of his bed. And he just groggily opens his door a little crack and immediately says, "Guys, the house makes weird noises. I promise you it's nothing." As if he's so used to people knocking on his door in the middle of the night in his creepy ass house. And Sam gets very serious very quickly, and he makes sure that Chris is looking in his face when he says, "Chris, I need you awake right now. We just watched 8 men enter your cellar. Can they access the house from there?" And Chris immediately shakes off his grogginess and he just goes, "What do you mean there's 8 men in my cellar?" And right as I'm about to reply, we hear screaming from upstairs. And it sounds like somebody is being violently tortured. It sounds like somebody's screaming for their life. So me, Sam, and Chris immediately grab 3 rifles and go right upstairs. And in my head, I don't understand how these guys managed to get into the house. Because as we passed the 2nd floor where Maria was staying, the screams were clearly coming from above us, from the 3rd floor, which would be impossible to enter without entering the house first. And since it's coming from the 3rd floor, it must be Kat. So at least Austin is in there buying us time to get to this room. And we finally get to the 3rd floor door, but it's locked. And Chris doesn't hesitate to start breaking the door down because it sounds like Kat is honestly screaming from her life from the other side of this door. And I start to hear Austin's voice a little bit, but I just barely hear him say, "Kat, what's going on? What's wrong?" When Chris finally breaks down the door, I get a look in, and like I said before, these rooms are just large 360 rooms, and they just have that pillar and the staircase in the middle. So when we first get into this door, they're actually on the opposite side of this pillar. So we have to loop around this room to get to them. But right when the door gets broken down, I could see a mirror a little bit in front of me and to the right, and it's showing me the reflection of where Kat and Austin are. And in that mirror, I see 3 people. I see Kat laying on her back screaming, and Austin just sitting up on the bed next to her. But in the same room, there's a man standing over Kat. But there's a man standing over Kat with a lab coat on, and it looks like he's inserting the lucitome from upstairs into Kat's eye. And she's just convulsing and shrieking for help. And we immediately loop around the corner, and I'm ready to take this dude out. But as we get around the pillar, I can't believe what I'm looking at. Austin and Kat are in the exact same position, and Kat is still freaking out and screaming, but there's nobody else in the room. And I whip my head around to look back into the mirror, but there's nobody else in the mirror but us. And when I turn back around to look at Kat and Austin, Kat seems to be out of whatever excruciating pain she was in. And now she was just hysterically crying. And she's just trying to get it out, trying to explain what happened to her. And she's just saying things like, "He was right there. The man was right there. Babe, he was putting that thing in my eye." And that freaks me out because she's explaining what I saw in that mirror for a brief second. And we're all just huddled around her trying to console her. But me and Sam both know that there's also 8 men outside in the cellar like 5 minutes ago. And this isn't the only threat that we're dealing with. But Kat is completely unconsolable. She's hyperventilating and sobbing, and she's trying to convince us of what was just happening to her. But then out of nowhere, she stops talking and she turns her attention to something behind us. And the whole room lights up with a flash out of nowhere. All of us kind of jump and immediately turn around to see what that was. And all 3 of us immediately raise our rifles to the source of the light. But we're a little bit confused about what we're looking at. It's a small person holding up a camera to their face, taking a picture of us with the flash on. And when they take the camera down from their face, I realize that they have a mask on. And it's an all-white mask with 2 little slits at the eyes. And I think at that exact moment, we all realized who and what we were looking at. That's little old Maria wearing Simo Haya's mask. And she's snapping a picture of us with the camera from Nanking. And in the opposite hand, she's holding the doll from Mexico by one of its arms. And Chris is the first to speak up, and he just goes, "Maria, what are you doing?" And Maria replies in a venomous tone, "Venganza," before running out of the room and down the stairs. And we're just standing there in complete shock, like what just happened? She ran away like we were supposed to chase her, but we just stood there because obviously we need to make sure that Kat was okay. And as we're trying to console her, Austin just starts flipping out. And he just starts yelling at us, just get away from her. Please just don't come anywhere near us. Your whole spooky, weird haunted house bit is getting old. We're not interested in whatever weird haunted house act that you want to play out. And he's talking directly at Chris. He must be under the assumption that all of this is some kind of hoax. And he obviously assumes that this is orchestrated by Chris, because Chris does lean into the spooky allure of his house and these woods. But Austin is just completely done with it, and he just starts packing all of his stuff back into his suitcase. And he forces Kat to get dressed before barging out of the room and down the stairs. And we have no choice but to just kind of follow them down the stairs because that's where Maria went too. And me and Sam both know that there's at least 8 men still outside in the cellar. But Austin's not hearing any of it, and he just completely ignores all of our warnings and barges right out of the front door. Him and Kat just head straight towards their car, and Sam just closes the door behind them and locks it. And we hear Austin's car turn on, and we just hear them speed down that pathway. They just got up and left, and I do not blame them. Me, Sam, and Chris take a moment to talk about our next move before Sam says, listen guys, we just need to barricade the house and we'll be just fine. And me and Chris just both nod, kind of liking that idea. But then I see something come into Chris's thoughts, and he just goes, hold on a minute, and then he just runs up the stairs. And we just instinctively follow him all the way up to the 5th floor. And he just goes right up to the cabinet and frantically opens it. I thought that he must have noticed what Maria was wearing and holding, but I guess he didn't really put it together until right now, because he started freaking out once he noticed that most of his grandfather's prized possessions were gone. The mask, the camera, the lucitome, and the doll. All gone. I'm scanning the shelves, and the first thing that comes into my head is, well, at least she left the water from the catacombs in Paris. But I lean in to take a closer look at it because it's kind of dark in here and hard to see. And I realize the vial was completely empty. And my stomach drops at the thought of where she might have put that water. And I realized that maybe her peace offering was not so sweet. And I realized that I had heard her walk past our room, go to the 5th floor, and then come back downstairs before serving us our atole. I wanted to throw up at this point at the thought of drinking ritual sacrifice water from the underground lakes of Paris. But I could tell Chris is very angry, and he just starts pacing. And he's just mumbling to himself. She thinks that she could steal from me? It's almost like he was trying to hype himself up to go hunt her down. I've been looking at Chris this whole time, and I didn't really notice that Sam had wandered off a bit to go look out the window. And when I saw him, I assumed that he was checking in on the location of the hooded men. But when he noticed that I was looking at him, he just said, she's just out there waiting for us. And when Chris heard that, he just marched straight up to the window to get his eyes on her. He doesn't even seem slightly intimidated, but when I see her, it's like something out of a nightmare. This little lady is just standing right at the edge of the tree line, and she's still wearing that freaky white mask. And she's looking right up at us, as if she's waiting for us. And she's only about 20 feet away from the entrance of the cellar, like she doesn't have a care in the world that there's people in there too. It was like she was having a stare down with Chris, and she just held up her 2 hands towards him. And she's just holding the camera and the doll as if she's mocking him. And just like that, she turns around and runs straight into the woods. Chris doesn't even hesitate to turn around and start running down the stairs. But the entire way down the stairs and out of the house, Sam is pleading to him to be smart about this, because we still need to worry about those men that we saw go into the cellar. Our obvious best tactical option is to stay in this fortified structure with all of our weapons. But Chris has worked himself up to a point of no return, and he's just shouting at Sam that he could stay here if he wants, and that he'll go alone if he has to. We get to the 1st floor, and as Chris is frantically undoing all of the locks, Sam gets a moment to look back at me, and he just says, Doug, I can't let him go alone. And that's all I needed to hear, because there's no way I'm staying in this house by myself, especially after seeing everything that I've seen tonight. I only had a split second to think about it, but the thought of being in the woods with 2 other guys, and we all have rifles, and we're only chasing 1 girl, sounded way better than being in this freaky house by myself with 8 men right outside in the cellar. So once Chris gets the door open, I just follow them right out of it. So we just start running towards the direction where Maria just entered the woods. And we're sprinting for a second, but we all start to slow down as we're getting close to those cellar doors, because we could hear a clear chanting coming from down there. And there's clearly some sort of light peeking through the seams of the doors. And we all just kind of shoot looks at each other like, what are we going to do about this? I'm the first one to speak up and I just say, Chris, I know you're upset, but we can't just leave your house unguarded here. And Chris is just showing a lot of frustration on his face because he's really not sure what to do. But then I look back at Sam and he's already sneaking up to these cellar doors. And I start panicking because I think he's gonna whip them open and start confronting these guys. As if there wasn't enough going on already. Like now we need a confrontation with whoever is chanting in this cellar. But then I realize what Sam is actually doing. I see that there's a spare 2x4 leaning up against these protruding cellar doors. And Sam just gently grabs it and slides it through the 2 handles of the cellar doors, completely locking these guys in. And he didn't even really make any sound doing it. So they don't even know that they're locked in yet. And we all just kind of shoot looks at each other that are saying, well, that kind of works for me. 1 down, 1 to go. And we just go ahead and take off running into the woods. And I could see that Chris is still furious at this point. And he's just yelling at the top of his lungs out here. He's just going, Maria, Maria, get back here. I'm going to find you. And he just seems to be consumed with rage. And that's kind of an issue because we're kind of following him, assuming that he knows these woods better than us. And we're kind of trusting that he's not going to get us lost out here. But after about 10 minutes of running, we all slow down to regroup. And he just turns around red-faced and angry saying, which direction should we go? And I immediately go, what do you mean, dude? We're following you. And Chris goes, I was trying to follow her. I'm not sure which way we went. And this is where Sam loses it. And he puts Chris in his place by saying, listen, you need to get your stuff together. You cannot keep making emotional decisions like this. It's not just you out here. It's all of us. And at that same moment that I see logic entering Chris's face and eyes, I notice a little bit of movement behind him. But it wasn't directly behind him. It was deep into the trees, but it was something kind of white. And it looked as if it was almost swooping and gliding in the distance. It was definitely moving fast, but it wasn't running. It almost looked how you would imagine the Silver Surfer moves. But as quickly as I saw it, it just disappeared. But I didn't see it for long enough to feel like I could point it out to the guys. I just saw it for a moment. And Sam had already mentioned to me that people constantly see figures in this forest. So I didn't want to pile on to what was already happening. But by that time, Sam had already gotten Chris consoled. And they were both already starting to look around for footprints. And apparently when you're trying to track somebody and trying to find tracks, you have one person stand where you were standing before, facing in the same direction that you were standing before as well. And the other 2 scout the area full 360 degrees around the person that's supposed to be the pillar. And when they find tracks, they inspect the gaps in between the trees to see if there's any unnatural disturbances like plants stomped or flowers messed up or some moss kind of scraped off a rock. They just look for a disturbance in between these trees to get a gauge of what direction the people went. So they just have me stay put as the pillar while they're looking around for Maria's tracks. And I just keep seeing this thing, something white and off in the distance just gliding through these trees. But it doesn't really look like it's getting closer. It almost looks like it's searching for the right place to settle. And then just as quickly as I saw it, I lose it again. Because it's a little bit snowy out here. Then I just start trying to convince myself that I'm just seeing flurries of snow in the distance. And I just, I'm trying to convince myself that I'm not seeing real movement just to calm myself down a little. And finally, Sam announces that he found her tracks and they're just a little bit off to the left of where we were. I'm not super happy to hear this because 1, that means we're going to continue searching for her. And 2, that's in the same direction that I saw the movement. But I have to just follow along and we just continue hiking in the same direction as Maria's tracks. And we're not really talking much because this is a really uncomfortable situation and it's horribly cold out here. All I want to do is ask the guys if we could head back so I could pack my stuff and go home. But Chris seems absolutely determined to track down his grandfather's items. And Sam is just being a good friend and is just not about to let him do it alone. So we're just out here following these little tiny puny footsteps. We're just out here chasing little Maria around these woods. But there's no sign of her anywhere other than these tracks. And I'm just completely paranoid at this point after everything that has gone down so far. Like we don't even know if Austin and Kat got through that gate. We don't know if the guys at the cellar even found out that we locked them in yet. And we have no idea where Maria is or how she even got here in the first place, let alone why she's acting the way she's acting. And as I'm mulling over all of these questions in my head, Chris stops walking and just says, "Did you see that?" And I assume that he caught a glimpse of what I've been seeing in the distance. But when I look towards where he was looking, I don't see anything for a moment until I see a light glistening in the distance right over a little hill. And I know we all saw that one, but for some reason Sam and Chris immediately hide behind 2 trees. It's as if they're taking cover, and right then I realize what that glint is. It's the shine from a sniper scope. And these guys are both ex-military, and they're doing what you're supposed to do. But I'm just standing there in the middle of the map like a doofus, like it's my first time dropping into Warzone. And I'm clearly the liability on this trio. And right as I'm about to take cover with them, I hear what sounds like 2 bricks being slapped together. And I just feel an impact in the middle of my chest. It felt like a heavyweight boxer just planted his feet, sat down into a punch, and punched me in the chest full force. And this thing just decleated me and sent me right to my back. And I'm just laying there in shock for a second before I start feeling this fiery pain in my chest. And I'm trying to move, but I can't. So I'm just laying there motionless, looking down towards my feet. But I'm looking past my feet in the direction where the impact came from. Immediately, Sam starts army crawling towards me, while Chris is pointing his rifle in the direction of where that sound came from. Sam drags me behind the tree that he was hiding behind, and then they both come to my aid. And they're just feeling my chest and under my jacket looking for any wounds. I can't see anything on my chest, but I know there must be something with the pain that I'm feeling. And as they're tending to me, my eyes drift back upwards towards the trees, and I see that thing gliding again. But this time it's definitely coming towards us. But it's approaching us so weirdly. It's like it's hopping from left to right, just gliding across the natural slopes of the forest. And I don't know why, but I just can't take my eyes off this thing, even though my chest is hurting so bad. I know Sam and Chris are freaking out, trying to find my wound, and they're just yelling at me, slapping me in the face, trying to get me to answer, like trying to see if I'm okay. But I just can't stop looking at this thing approaching them. And as it gets closer, I finally realize what this thing is. It's a man skiing with those long skis that they use for cross-country Olympic skiing. And he's just barreling right towards us. And he's just coming closer and closer, and he's closing in on us. And I finally get a good look at him, and he's covered head to toe with white camouflage, with a white knit mask over his face, and he's got a sniper holstered on his back. And this man's not even looking at me. He just seems to be in a rush to get wherever he's going, and my eyes just follow him as he glides right past us until he's out of sight behind me. And it was like the second he was out of sight, my chest stopped burning and I got my movement back. And when I was able to sit up, the first thing I asked the guys is, who was that? And Sam just goes, dude, what are you talking about? Why'd you fall like that? Why'd you just collapse out of nowhere? And I reply super confused, like, what are you talking about? You guys are the ones that took cover. And Chris looks at me funny and goes, take cover? Take cover from what? And I put my hands up and I just say, hold on a sec. You guys are telling me that you didn't see that glare from the scope? You guys don't remember taking cover, and you guys don't remember seeing that guy ski past us? And both of them just shake their heads no, but they didn't do it obnoxiously. They did it in a way that I could tell that they believed what I was saying, but they were confirming to me that they did not see the same thing. And the only thing that I could come up with to say is, guys, I'm freaking out. I think I'm seeing things. And they both look at each other, and then they both look back at me, and then Sam says, don't worry, man, I've been seeing things too, but nothing that intense. And Chris just nods his head as if he's agreeing with Sam that he's also been seeing some things. But I guess they felt the same way as I did about bringing it up before. They must have not wanted to alarm anyone. And right as I'm about to start to beg them to go back to the house, the whole area lights up with a bright light, and we hear a clear shutter sound off to our right. We're blinded for a second, but we all know what it is. And when we look in that direction, we see Maria's back running away. Chris takes off running towards Maria, and Sam grabs me by my collar, and he just drags me to my feet to chase after him. I guess they were both just confident that I was okay, because they just expected me to get up and run, so I did. And I could see Sam and Chris's back as I'm trying to keep up with them. But I don't see Maria anymore. And I try to run slightly to the left to see if I could get a better look downfield to see if I could see her. But I don't see any sign of her. And eventually Chris comes to terms that he doesn't know where she is either. And he just skids to a stop. But he's just storming around this area, shouting for her to come out. And he's saying things like, I'm not messing around anymore, you better come out. You're on private property and I have the right to do what's necessary. Chris is clearly losing. I see that he's seething with rage and he's pretty much spitting while he's yelling. And he just keeps working himself up until he unloads his rifle into the air. And me and Sam both look at him like, dude, what are you doing? Because that's not why me and Sam are out here. But right after he fired his rifle, there was a deafening silence, followed by what sounded like a woman wailing for help. And for just a second, I actually thought to look up towards the trees around us to see if Maria was up there, to see if she caught the stray. But before I got the chance to look up, I started to hear more screaming from the other direction. But now I'm super confused, because if it was just one woman, it maybe could have been Maria, but now I clearly hear two. And almost immediately after the second one, I hear 3, 4, then 5. Just people screaming for help in every direction. And I look at the other guys to make sure that they're hearing this one too. And I'm not positive they are until the screaming builds up until it sounds like there's hundreds of people screaming for help around us. And both the guys start covering their ears, so I know they must be hearing me. There was a brief moment of relief knowing that I wasn't hallucinating, but it was shattered by the realization that these screams must be real. But as we're looking around, we don't see anybody, but it sounds like these screams are coming from all around us. It sounds like we're in the middle of a massacre and there's some type of horrible atrocities happening in these woods. And it's so loud that we can't even communicate with each other without yelling. So we just give each other a basic signal to head back. Finally, Chris has had enough of this search and we are able to head back to the house. But there's no way I could feel relieved at all because this screaming that's around us just won't stop. It's like all of the trees and all of the leaves are screaming at us in unison. And no matter where we go or how far we hike, it is just as horrific and loud and we can't escape it. And all three of us holster our rifles on our back just so we could cover our ears with both hands. And we're basically running back because none of us could bear being in this sound chamber for any longer than we need to. And it felt like an eternity trying to make our way back. It literally felt like my eyes were vibrating by the time we saw the house in the distance. It was like we were first row at a Screamo concert and the bass was rocking our eardrums. But this bass was real screams with real emotion. And the pain of the sound in your ears wasn't nearly as bad as the dreadful feeling you got hearing the pain and the sound of these voices. I literally feel like my eardrums are about to rupture as we're approaching the tree line near the house. And the moment I stepped into the clearing, I was absolutely shocked. It was as if I was a sprinter crossing the finish line. And the second my head entered the clearing, the sound completely stopped. And I just had a faint ringing in my ears from the newfound silence. And I look at the other guys to confirm that they're feeling the same way. And to make sure that I didn't just go deaf. And they have the same realization on their face, and for some reason my intrusive thoughts won. And I took a long step back into the tree line. And the second I did, it felt like I had entered a different room. And the screaming was back to being loud and deafening. But the second I stepped back out of it into the clearing, it was like the woods were soundproof. And the only thing I could say was, that's bizarre. And I'm just looking deep into the forest trying to figure out what we just experienced. But Sam replies to what I had said like 10 seconds later, while simultaneously tapping me on the shoulder to turn around. And he just says, it's not as bizarre as that, as he points to something behind me. And I whip my head around to see what he's pointing at, but at first, all I see is the house, and I don't really see anything wrong with it. But then I see what he was referring to, and he's talking about the cellar. The cellar doors were wide open, and there was clearly lights on down at the bottom, because there was a figure being illuminated at the top of the stairs. And at first I thought it was Maria, because it definitely wasn't one of the men that we saw enter there earlier, because this person was way smaller. But I try to block out the light with my hand to get a better look at who this figure is. And I realize that it's a little girl holding a doll, and she looks sopping wet. And right as I'm about to confirm with the guys that they're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, whoever was in the cellar reached out from the cellar and lifted this girl off her feet, and they all just dragged her down into the cellar. And we immediately start hearing those faint chants that we heard earlier, and instinctively we start beelining towards the cellar with our rifles out, because we just saw a little girl get dragged underground by 8 grown men. So I'm pretty sure it's rifle time. And as we're getting closer, I could start to make out the chants. I don't mean exactly what they're saying, but I could tell what language they're speaking. And they're clearly speaking French. As we got within 10 feet, the cellar door slammed shut, and we're just stuck outside of it with our ripping at the handles trying to rip it open. And we just hear some type of ritual chanting going on down below. And we're all just taking turns frantically ripping at these cellar doors. And we're just trying to break the hinges to try to free this girl that was just dragged down there. Sam is just holding on to this thing, pulling it as hard as he can until he just can't do it anymore. And obviously eventually he has to take a break. And we're just standing there hearing the chants and the muffled screams of this little girl coming from right beneath us. And Sam is just trying and trying, but he just can't get it open. So eventually he waves over to me so I could give it a try. And I just grab onto the left door with both my hands, and Chris grabs onto the right door. And I just give this thing the hardest pull I've ever given anything. And super randomly, it just pops free from whatever was holding it closed. And I wasn't expecting it to release like that, so I go flying back from the momentum of it, and I land right on my back. And I just kind of scurry back up to my feet, and I look over and I see Sam pointing his rifle down into the cellar. And I'm just frantically trying to get my rifle off my back into my hands so I could follow Sam up. But by the time I'm on my feet and I have it adjusted into my hands, Sam just points his rifle at the ground and looks back at me, blank-faced, and I need to see what he's seeing, so I hustle up to him still with my rifle drawn. But when I get a good look down the cellar, I'm dumbfounded. There's literally nobody down there, and it's completely quiet. And Chris still hasn't said anything yet, but we turn our attention towards him because he definitely knows his cellar better than us. And Sam goes, "Bro, is there another exit?" And Chris just shakes his head really eerily and says, "There's not even a lock on this one. To be honest, I don't even really know what was holding it shut." And Chris's cellar isn't modern by any means. It's literally a hole with stairs and just like wooden shelving and pillars in it so the dirt roof doesn't cave in. But literally the floors and the walls are dirt. And not to mention, he doesn't really even store anything down here. This place is more of a tornado room than it is a cellar. And we could see the entire cellar from where we're standing, but there is a little pile of who knows what in the back right corner. And Sam must have seen it first, so he just points it out to Chris. And then he just goes, "Yo, what's that stuff down there? Did you leave that down there?" And at this point, we could tell that there's nobody down there and there's nobody around either. So we all just go down the stairs to inspect this pile of evidence. And when we get up to it, I can't really tell what I'm looking at first. It just seems like a miniature wooden lemonade stand. There's a couple things on its small shelf, and once we get up to it, and we finally get a flashlight on it, I could see that there's some sort of writing on the structure. They just look like weird random symbols scribbled all over the whole thing. And then on the shelf, there was some sort of garment that was just clearly burnt. And then there was some type of thin plastic that was melted as well. And then there was a pile of metal that looked like it was a big pair of scissors just broken into pieces and piled up. And then it all hits me at once. The garment that's burnt is Simo Haya's mask, and it's basically 90% ashes at this point. I could only tell it's the mask because there's a little white knit at the corner. And the melted plastic is the camera roll from inside the Nanking camera, and I could only tell because it's that brown liquid from those old camera films. But it's basically a puddle of goo at this point. And the bits and pieces in the pile of metal is the Lucitome just broken into bits. And I just involuntarily blurred out, "What did she do here?" And Chris is just shaking his head at the realization of what he's looking at. But I guess he knew more than I did because he replied, "She was definitely performing some type of witchcraft. But I've never seen it quite like this. This is definitely different." And right as I'm mulling over the idea of there being multiple types of witchcraft going on in this general area, Sam reaches behind the small structure, which I guess was a shrine, and he just picks up what looks like to be an envelope. And on the front of the envelope, it just says in very feminine, dainty writing, "Lo siento." And Sam just looks at me and just goes, "Should we give it a read?" And I just reply, shrugging my shoulders, like, it's not like it could get any worse. So Sam peels the envelope open, and as he's pulling it out, he just unfolds the paper and goes, "Let's see what Maria has to say." And then he goes ahead and starts reading, and her English was pretty broken in the letter, but I'm going to tell it to you in a very clear manner. The letter basically read, "I'm sorry that you had to endure the repercussions of your grandfather's actions. Your grandfather considered himself a collector, but he had no regard for the damage that he would cause for collecting such sensitive items. I am a victim of your grandfather's ignorance. Your grandfather stole a doll from my grandfather. My grandfather made the fatal mistake of telling your grandfather that that doll was the first doll that he had ever hung up on the island that I grew up on. And with that information, your grandfather decided to steal the doll that protected my family from a malevolent spirit. And my grandfather spent his entire life trying to replace that doll, to please the spirit that was tormenting my family. He always just said, we just need to hang up one more. He always said that he thought that she would leave us alone if he just hung up one more. But it was never enough because the spirit wanted the original, and you had been hoarding the item that could have saved my family generations of pain. I had only come here to retrieve what was stolen from us. But when I saw just how much your grandfather stole, I knew that I had to free as many families as I could from whatever torment that they could potentially be going through because of these misplaced, stolen relics. Please do not attempt to come to my home to retrieve the property that was never yours. I apologize for going about it the way that I did. I was overcome with spite, and I could see now that what I was doing was wrong. And I hope that you could forgive me the same way that I've forgiven you, Maria. And we just walk out of that cellar, and the only thing that I'm thinking is that I just want to get off of this property. And I don't even have to say it because Chris says it first. He just says, "Get your guys' stuff together and I'll let you out the gate when you're ready. I promise, guys, we'll reschedule the hunt. Just let me know when you guys are free and can come back." I just give him a friendly nod, even though I know for sure that I am never coming back here. And to this day, I still have never been able to go on a hunt like I wanted to. So if anybody wants to take me, it is still a goal of mine. But don't you dare take me to Dudley Town. So just the other day, I had hired a carpenter to come to my house just to install some shelves in this specific part of our home. And this guy was super friendly, he was super chatty, so we got to talking a little bit. Naturally, he asked me what I did for work, and I told him that I'm a storyteller of the spooky genre. And this man, while he's screwing in a shelf, looks back at me and he goes, "You want a good one?" And naturally I go, "Give it to me," because this guy looks like the kind of guy that might have gotten into some trouble in his past and he might have a juicy story for you guys. And you know I'm always looking out for more stories to get to you guys. So this guy gets real serious in my living room and he says to me, "Have you ever heard of Vernonia, Oregon?" I shake my head no, because I've never heard of Vernonia. And this guy goes, "It's a small town in the middle of nowhere, northwest of Portland. The town has about 2,400 residents and most of the residents live close to the town center just for convenience. But for me, it was more convenient to live a little further out in the woods, about 10 miles out into the woods. And the reason it was more convenient for me was because me and my old lady had a brilliant idea. Our 5-year plan was to pay next to nothing living deep in those Vernonia woods. I was going to work my tail off working as a logger in the summers and a trucker in the winters. And my wife was going to find some clients nearby us to take care of some of their horses. She'd even offer some of the locals to breed their horses because she has history in that, and we'd save up a couple $100,000 over the course of the 5 years because the living expenses are so low. And once that 5 years was up, we would have a nest egg to invest into a nice house wherever we wanted. I had a buddy that had a connection with one of those backwoods logging companies that just clear fields in the middle of nowhere, and I had heavy machinery experience already, so the starting salary was pretty nice, and the housing situation was next to nothing. The contractor that I would be working for had decade-long relationships with local landlords, so they would set up their workers in a 1,200 square foot, 1-bedroom home in the middle of nowhere for about $750 a month. And it wasn't anything special, but it was a home with a front yard, a backyard, a bedroom for me and my wife, and a garage. And the garage was very important to me because I needed to store the Chevy K5 Blazer that my dad handed down to me. I could have sold that K5 Blazer for a down payment on the house and saved 5 years of my life, but my daddy would have haunted me for life if I sold his baby. He always told me that I was his favorite son, but that Chevy was his first child. So we had everything that we needed in this new setup, and over the course of 6 months, we sold damn near everything that we owned to make the move as convenient as we possibly could. And then once the time came, we loaded up all of our essentials that we had left into our Blazer with our border collie named Brandy, and we headed up to Vernonia. We were supposed to be there for 5 years and leave with a nest egg that would last us the rest of our lives. But we didn't last even 2 years with all the freaky things that they have going on up there. So at this point, I tell this carpenter to stop working on this shelf and just come sit and hang out with me and tell me his entire story, because he had me absolutely hooked and I needed every detail to tell you guys. This is exactly what he said to me. So almost immediately things started going wrong. It seemed like a sweet deal. The idea of doing a 5-year plan and saving up money and living this romantic life in the middle of nowhere as a logger seems like a good idea until you're on your way there. We met the contractor that was putting us up in this house that I was going to be working for the next 5 years. We met him in town and we followed him to this house in the middle of nowhere. We did our introductions in town and he gave us a brief idea of what it was going to be like, who was going to be living around us, and apparently our only neighbor in the general area was this lady named Gladys. And he said he had plenty of interactions with Gladys. He said Gladys was a pretty nice lady, she gets along well with anybody that comes by, she's rather pleasant. He had great things to say about Gladys. I asked him if there was any other neighbors anywhere near us and he said no, you guys are pretty much as far out as you can be, and the nearest neighbor is about 3-4 miles closer to town. But Gladys lives within like 500 feet of you. So my wife and I are obviously going to be super polite to Gladys. We're excited to meet her. She's the only one else out here. Obviously, I had things in my head wondering, how is she surviving out here by herself? Gladys, don't mean this in a bad way, seems like a rather older woman's name. So we thought we could probably be some help to Gladys. We could have a good relationship with her. We could help her out when she needs it. She probably knows the area well. She could help us out. But when we pull up to the house and we see Gladys on her porch walking around her property, she doesn't look pleasant whatsoever. So the first thing we learned about this place seems to be incorrect immediately. The contractor gets out of the car and shows us our house, the front of our house, and then he waves over at Gladys. This woman doesn't wave back. She glares at us and she looks paranoid and her hair's unkempt. She's like 65 years old and I'm thinking, how is this woman surviving? Is she just like picking berries off the random bushes around her house to get a couple calories? But then I look behind her and her house is extremely well kept. And you could see that she has a couple animals around her property. It seems as if somebody is maintaining her property. but she isn't very maintained. She has a wild look in her eye, and maybe that's just how people are out here. And maybe she's looking at us and she could tell we're not really deep woods rural folk, and she's not liking what she's seeing with her new neighbors. But we try to give her another chance. We give her the benefit of the doubt. We're going to be living near her for the next 5 years. Hopefully we could mend this horrible first impression. So we take our last looks at Gladys before we head into the house and get the home tour. And I just thought in that moment, this woman is terribly rude and borderline scary with her odd, paranoid, manic behavior. But we have to look past it. It's not like she's physically imposing. I don't think she's going to do anything to us really, but it feels a bit unpleasant that your only neighbor is behaving like that and isn't welcoming whatsoever. But either way, we have to go into the house. The house was as advertised. It was small. It was pretty well kept. We had our bedroom. We had a small kitchen. We had a backyard with a little porch where my wife could garden. Our front yard had a nice driveway. We had a decent garage for me to store our car. It was perfect for us for what we were doing. It didn't take us long to settle in because the house was set up for exactly what we were doing. People coming with almost nothing that want some furniture already here for them. So we put our toiletries and our clothing into the wardrobes and into the bathroom, and by the first or second day, we were pretty much settled in. And it's not like we had time to not settle in. I had to start work 3 days after we got there, so almost immediately, I'm working these incredibly long shifts. And I'd done manual labor in the past. I'd done landscaping, I'd done factory work, I'd done concrete. I was the local handyman for all of my neighbors my whole life. I am not unfamiliar with hard labor. But let me tell you, logging is different than anything else you could ever do. Maybe underwater welding is comparable, but logging is a different level of hard labor. I would get picked up by the other guys that were working on the site at 5 a.m. Monday through Friday. I would be on the site from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. We weren't a large crew. This wasn't a massive company. So I wasn't only doing heavy machinery. Everybody had to wear multiple hats and have multiple responsibilities. Every day was difficult in a completely different way. So I would get home absolutely exhausted. I wasn't used to it. The first couple months, I was almost delusional with exhaustion every single time I came home. And my wife knew that. She knew I was going to have to get used to this type of work. So she didn't give me a hard time for passing out the second I got home after we ate. These were the sacrifices that we were planning on making. One thing we weren't expecting was her to have to be home almost all the time. We thought there was going to be some other neighbors in the area that she would be able to do some work for, but there really wasn't anybody except for Gladys, who clearly didn't want her help. So she had to take the role of stay-at-home wife right when we got there, and I was gone all day and I'd come home, eat and go to sleep. So the first couple months, there was a lack of communication. We were just trying to get used to what we were doing. We obviously love each other and we're a really good team. We know how to get through problems like that. There was no friction in our relationship. We were doing what we wanted to do and we were fulfilling the plan that we made together. But a lot of things fall through the crack when you're not talking in detail to your spouse on a daily basis. There was little things that I was noticing at this house that I didn't think were worth mentioning to her because I didn't want to freak her out because she had to be here all day. And I also thought that I might have been delusional because I was so exhausted from work and I was half asleep, noticing things that weren't really happening. And these things that were happening started very small, so small that I was ignoring them. But my dog wasn't. Our dog Brandy was a good girl. She was a trained girl. She was 6 years old. She was in the prime of her life and she was our companion. She was a good guard dog. She was a good lap dog. She was an all-around pleasant dog. But the moment we moved into this place, her demeanor, her personality, her daily activities completely changed. I started noticing she wasn't doing her normal activities. She liked to run around and play in the yard and be off leash. She liked to bury bones, chew on bones. She was always excited for treats in her meals. She liked to lay on our laps and cuddle with us at night, and she stopped doing all of it. It's like she was on high alert at all times, and it started with little things like whimpering. I'd wake up in the morning to start my very long shift, and instead of seeming excited for her breakfast or upset that I was leaving, she would just be whimpering, not begging for food, not begging for a treat, not begging to go out, just sitting in the middle of the floor in the middle of a room, whimpering at me. And then when I would come home from my very long shift, she would also be whimpering at me. She wasn't excited to see me when I got back. She was whimpering at me the same way, as if I forgot something. She was trying to remind me of something. So naturally, my wife and I, my wife who's super good with animals, is checking every inch of our dog to see if she has an injury or an ailment. She checks every paw for thorns, both ears for ear infections, running her fingers through her fur for hours to see if there's a bite somewhere or any type of cut. But there's no issues issues with the dog. There's no injuries, there's no ailments, there's nothing a vet would point to that's like, this is wrong with your dog. She's eating fine, she's going potty. There's literally no health issues with this dog, but she's whimpering 24/7. And my wife told me she was doing it even when I wasn't home. It wasn't just mornings and nights. It was all throughout the day. But her whimpering started to turn into this canine paranoia. And she started to do something very odd. She would circle the perimeter of the house from the inside, sniffing the baseboards. And not delicately, like, oh, just kind of circling the perimeter. She'd be jamming her nose in between the corner of the wall and the floor, sniffing these baseboards as if she was searching for something. And she would just go in circles around the house, sniffing every corner, to the point where her nose started to get rough and dusty, and she was losing her moist button nose, and it was turning into this rough sandpaper snout. And initially, my wife and I think, we have mice. It's not uncommon. Maybe there's an animal somewhere around here, and she's just trying to find it for us. And that intensified even more when she would eventually get to a point on the wall or into a corner, and she would start barking at a wall as if she smelt something through the baseboard in the wall and was trying to tell us there's something here. But she would bark at different walls throughout the day as if something is moving back here. And we think rodents. It has to be rodents. But as we're listening in and we're looking around the house and the cabinets for rodent feces, we don't find any signs of it. We eventually got mouse traps and different types of things to try to catch whatever she was trying to sniff out. But there was no signs of it. This house was completely clear of vermin. It got to the point where we were getting very frustrated with our dog because we would tell her to calm down. Even if it is a mouse, it's okay. Just come lay with us. Let's just have a calm night. So eventually we would have to let her out, not at night because there's predators in the area, but later in the day when we're trying to cook dinner and unwind a little bit, we just let her into the backyard because she's not going to run away or anything. And she would stand at the edge of the porch, staring into the woods, barking into the woods, repeatedly, nonstop, not looking back at us, not playing. There's no squirrels or anything. She's clearly just barking at nothing. So we start to think our dog's going senile and she's getting on our nerves, and we're starting to get very annoyed with this dog that we love so much. But then we realize, as we're talking about it over dinner, as she's barking, she might be homesick. She doesn't know about moving. We lived in the same place her entire life. Maybe she doesn't want to be here and she doesn't feel safe here. And we love this dog with all of our hearts, so we just give her grace and we try to wait until she's comfortable in her new home. Moving significantly affects dogs' emotions. So who are we to brand her as senile? We just took her from a regular residential area into the middle of nowhere. And we're giving her a hard time about her behavior, like she needs to get used to this. And we stayed patient with her until one night her behavior went from erratic and a bit annoying to terrifying. She wasn't rabid, she wasn't barking and growling or attacking me. She did something that I've never seen a dog do, and I never saw her do it again after that day. For the first time in weeks, she wasn't whimpering while I was trying to watch TV after unwinding after work. I got to the point where I was used to the workload enough that I would be able to stay up for about an hour and a half after work and watch a little bit of TV and unwind with my wife. And finally, on this night, Brandy wasn't whimpering. It finally felt calm in our home. We had full bellies and we were watching a show. And from the corner of my eye, I see Brandy go towards the front door. And there's a little quarter wall in between me and the front door. I can't see the front door from where I'm sitting. So when she goes directly to the front door, I also can't see her. I'm assuming she's going to lay down in front of the front door, which she commonly does. A lot of dogs do that. They'll sit in front of the door, so if anybody comes to the door, they're the first one there to protect. But I could see her tail sticking out from the quarter wall from the corner of my eye. So she's just standing, staring at the front door. And I'm trying to ignore it. I'm trying to enjoy the silence of zero whimpering. But then I see her crouch down a little bit. Not fully lay down, but almost, have you seen those videos of where dogs try to be sneaky? She does like a quarter squat, and I still see her tail up. But I finally look over to her when I see her tail that's usually sprung up with attention tuck in between her legs. And she starts walking backwards with her tail completely tucked, slightly crouched, all the way to the back of the house, as if she's slowly trying to get away from something that's approaching her, and she's scared of it. This house wasn't massive, so she wasn't walking backwards for 100 yards. But dogs don't walk backwards like that. I've never seen her walk backwards like that. I've never even seen her do this sneaky crouch. But she walked backwards all the way to the back door, and then continued to walk backwards. Once she hit the back wall of the house, she turned and started walking backwards the perimeter of the house. It was as if something was directly in front of her and she was terrified of it and she was slowly backpedaling away from it. But she wouldn't turn around and run. She wouldn't whimper. She wouldn't bark. It was as if she was almost under the control of something else. And I'm watching my dog backpedal with its tail tucked between its legs, not looking at me, looking directly in front of itself for almost 5 minutes. And she's going super slow. She's not frantically backpedaling. It's as if she's trying to be as quiet as possible, and she doesn't even see that I'm seeing her do it. She's completely in her own world, but she's not having fun, she's not playing, there isn't a mouse that she's pawing at, she's backpedaling away from something. And when I finally call over to her, she sprints towards me and dives under my legs, still with her tail tucked between her legs, and hides under me, as if something is in the house pursuing her. But it's completely empty in here and it's completely silent. But I should have listened to my dog. And I say that because whatever was harassing Brandy, whatever was harassing my dog, moved on to me. I was delusionally tired for the first few months that we were living there, and I wouldn't have noticed if somebody stole my shoes. I would have went to work barefoot and wouldn't have even noticed unless somebody pointed it out with how tired I was on a day-to-day basis. But once I started getting used to it, I started to notice things. Your dog acting out is one thing, but when things start going missing, that's a completely different situation. And it started off with very little things that only I would notice. And I wasn't sure how to tell my wife about it because it seemed borderline impossible. I mentioned our 1970s Chevy K5 Blazer that my dad handed down to me. We never drove that thing other than driving it to this place. I kept it in my garage under a cover, maintaining it because that's how my dad wanted to do it. This car was a prized possession, not an everyday drive. And I did the maintenance on this thing. I took care of this thing at the same level that my dad did. This car was absolutely pristine. There was no rust, no issues. Everything about it was maintained and upkept. I would notice if somebody slightly turned the gas cap with how much attention I put towards this vehicle. So when things start going missing from the vehicle, obviously I'm going to notice it. But how could something go missing when it's in a locked garage in the middle of nowhere with a cover on it, and the cover doesn't seem to move? The cover's never off of it, the garage door's never opened, but when I go to check on it, things are missing. The first couple things were the shift knob, the rear view mirror, and 2 of the hubcaps. These aren't valuable parts. These aren't things that thieves would steal. These are inconvenient things to go missing. And they're things that only I would notice. Like the rear view mirror, anybody would notice, but this car doesn't get driven. I'm the only one that goes and sits in it. And when the rear view mirror is gone, you start to think, did somebody come in here and steal that? When the hubcaps go missing, you're like, did those fall out on the drive up here because it was really bumpy? Did I not notice it? But when the engine parts start going missing, you start to think somebody's coming in here and doing this. When I finally have some time and some energy and I check on the engine and the inner workings of this old vintage vehicle, I noticed that the spark plug wires are missing. And then a couple days later, an ignition coil wire is missing. And then a couple days after that, the distributor rotor is missing. And to people that don't know anything about cars, these are very small items. These are things that only somebody who knows cars and works on cars would notice are gone. Obviously, a couple of those pieces would prevent the car from turning on and working. The first couple things were just small little items that were accessories. But once those pieces start going missing, you're thinking, is somebody trying to sabotage my car? Who could possibly be doing this? Is somebody coming in here multiple times a week and taking pieces, and when I go and fix them and replace them, they just take another? Or am I just overtired and going crazy in the middle of nowhere? Am I coming home delusional after work, eating a meal, working on the car, thinking that I'm fixing things, but I'm actually removing things and misplacing them? It got to the point where I stopped working on the car because I had to convince myself that I was doing these things. Because how am I supposed to tell my wife while I'm working 12 hours a day and she's in the middle of nowhere alone, somebody's coming in here and taking parts off of our car and invading our privacy, when it's probably just me, delusional, removing these parts myself or just working sloppily? And these feelings of delusion would be enhanced when other things started happening. My wife would mention to me, hey, the lawn is getting a little bit overgrown. We should probably trim it in case Gladys has a one-person HOA and gets upset if we don't maintain our property. So she would mention it to me. Obviously, she would be like, if you have energy when you get back from work. And usually I wouldn't. I would put it off to the weekend. But a random Wednesday, I woke up. She mentioned the lawn to me the day before, and I wake up the next morning and I look at the front lawn and half of it's mowed. And I'm thinking, Am I doing random grunt work around the house and I'm so tired that I'm not remembering it? Because the car parts are going missing and now half of the lawn is mowed? Did I go out there half asleep, mow half of the lawn, then go back to sleep because I thought I had to do it but I didn't have the energy to finish? So I see that our front lawn is half mowed, not in random patches as if I half-assed the job. Directly down the middle, half of the lawn is short and pristine and the other half is long and overgrown, and it's a perfectly straight line. So I go and I check the backyard to see if I did 3/4 of the job and I just didn't get that last 1/4 of the front lawn while I was sleepwalking apparently, and half of the back lawn is mowed. And it's opposite. The left side of the front lawn is mowed and the right side of the back lawn is mowed. So it's almost like a checkers board pattern. But I still don't know if I'm the one that's doing it. So I go and I check the lawnmower and there's no gas in it. And I put gas in it. So I must have went out there, mowed this lawn, and I don't remember it and I ran out of gas. At least that's what I was trying to convince myself because I still had to be there for another 4 years. And I don't know if this isolation in these woods is changing the way my brain works, and the work that I'm doing is making me so overtired that I'm just forgetting things now. Maybe I'm becoming senile and it's not just Brandy. So this is when my wife and I started to have some dialogue about the things that were happening. I wasn't fully transparent with her about everything that I was noticing, but the front lawn is something that I had to come to her about because she saw that it's half mowed. And at that moment, we didn't go full disclosure with each other. We were still withholding some information that we were noticing because we didn't want to freak each other out. But she noticed the lawn was half mowed and she asked me if I did it. And I told her I don't remember doing it. Did you hear or see me doing it? And she said she slept through the night and she didn't hear me get up. She was under the impression that I didn't get out of our room. I didn't get out of bed. She didn't hear me mowing the lawn. The lawn is just half mowed. So we start to get a little bit paranoid together. And at night, we would start investigating a little bit. Are there other people near this house? Are people encroaching on our property? We started to get suspicious about our surroundings. And that's when we first saw it. We saw the light in the woods. There's no other way I could explain it other than the light in the woods. I never saw the source of light. I never saw somebody holding a torch. I never saw a group of people. I never saw what it actually was. The only thing that we saw was that in the deep woods, about a mile away from our house, by our estimation, there was something that would circle our house in the surrounding area as if it was a drone with a light bulb attached to it, a massive luminescent light bulb, and it moved freely deep in the woods. We would go onto our back porch and we would look into this dense foliage, and somewhere in the distance there was a massive source of light that must have been lighting up a large section of these woods. But by our house, it was still completely pitch black. It was like seeing a light in the distance, but there was no reason for anybody to be there. And unless it was some type of drone, there was no way anybody would be able to get that massive light out there. We were in the middle of nowhere. There were no paths back there. There was no houses. The loggers didn't work back there. There was no reason. But still, there was light back there every single night, and we never knew what it was. And that's when my wife and I started to feel very different about this place, and we started having second thoughts. We started having conversations about leaving. We started having conversations about what could have been happening around here. Are there people around here that are trying to drive us out of here? Did we upset Gladys? Is she messing with our house? We started keeping a keener eye on her. We wanted a little bit more information. So we started keeping tabs on Gladys. And what we noticed was that she did live there alone, but she had frequent visitors. My wife and I made it a point to walk our dog every morning and evening past Gladys's house to try to just wave and say hello, maybe spark some conversation to get some answers about what's going on. But what we found out was that every few weeks she had visitors. They were different visitors every time, usually youthful people that were helping around her house, that were doing maintenance, taking care of her animals, talking to her. She seemed to be very friendly with them, but it was never the same people. And there was never a vehicle in her driveway. We never noticed anybody drive by. We never noticed anybody hike by our house to get to our house. They would have had to hike 10 miles to get to Gladys's house. So where were these people coming from? And we started to get very, very curious, and we started snooping around, because who are these people that are at our neighbor's house? And why aren't they talking to us? Why does everybody ignore us? Why is Gladys rude to us, but is clearly bartering with them and giving them gifts, and they're coming to help her, and there's no sign of them living anywhere near here? And we wanted some answers, so we watched them closely and we waited for them to leave. And what we found out was that they don't get in a car. They don't leave towards the town center. They leave from behind her house and go deeper into the woods. But there's no homes back there. We are the last homes. If they are out there, they must be homesteading people. But how many are out there? If it's different people every time and they aren't going back towards civilization, how many people are living in these deep Vernonia woods? And why does Gladys have a relationship with them and we don't? I had to get to the bottom of it. I had to know who these people were. So I started snooping around Gladys's house. I'm not proud of it. On my off day, instead of relaxing and spending time with my wife, I go out there and I start looking behind her house for any path, any trail to see how these guys are getting here. And as I'm looking around for hours and hours for a dedicated path or trail or any sign of a fire or a homestead in the distance, the only thing I find is a single file line trail, as if all of these people that are visiting her are following this one singular trail and they're walking single file line behind each other, as if they're walking in each other's footsteps to make the trail as unnoticeable as they could possibly make it. And they never walk from a different direction. They follow this one narrow trail. It was about 2 feet wide, but it's clearly a high traffic trail. It's worn into the ground, but you wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for it. And I'm desperate and I need to figure out what's going on. I need to have a conversation with these people. So I follow this trail for miles and miles. And I'm thinking I'm eventually going to hit some massive homestead with multiple houses where all of these people are coming from. And they're going to be some type of off-grid community that doesn't want any contact with society. But I'm not seeing anything. The woods are completely clear. And I'm coming up on this mountainside. So I get all the way to the end of the trail and I'm so confused thinking like, are these people climbing this mountain? Where are they from? But the trail leads directly up to this opening on the side of this mountain, and I realized that these people are coming from this cave. It's a small gap in the side of this mountain, but the trail leads directly up to it. And I'm not going to pretend like I went in that cave, like I was man enough to explore through there and actually find the source of these people. I turned back around and I ran home as fast as I could, because we weren't dealing with homesteaders. We were dealing with mountain people. And I realized at that moment that everything that's been going on has to be attached to them. We moved onto their land. These aren't just homesteaders. These are people that have probably occupied this land for hundreds of years. And they do not like outsiders. And they probably hate the fact that I'm a logger. And they're trying to drive us out of the area. And this was the last straw for me. I had to fess up to my wife completely. When I got home, she got an earful of everything that I've been noticing. So I rush into our house and I am just divulging all of this information because I don't feel crazy anymore. I feel like I know what's been going on. There are people here that are harassing us and they do not want us here. And I need to let my wife know. And the moment I tell her everything, I tell her about the car parts, I tell her about the lawn, what I think is happening, and I tell her about the people and where they're coming from, she starts fessing up to me about all the things that she's been noticing. And apparently, she's been missing things on a daily basis, and it happens while she's home. It's not like she goes to work and comes back and a car part is missing. She'll turn around in our house, go back to what she left on the counter, and it's not there anymore. It started with small things like her socks. One sock from each pair started going missing until she only had a bunch of unmatching socks. And then she started noticing one earring going missing, then a necklace, then a bracelet, then the gem being ripped out of a ring, and then it kept escalating. She was preparing chicken for us to eat for dinner, and she put the cooked chicken on the cutting board on the counter with the carving knife next to it, and she turned around to do a couple dishes very quickly, and by the time she turned back around to cut the chicken, the carving knife was gone, and she was never able to find it. And she thought somebody was in our house holding the carving knife, and I was still at work for 4 more hours. And she said from the second day that we were living there, the chain lock on our front door, every time she looks at it, whenever she leaves the room and comes back, the chain lock is hanging. But it's not like somebody came into our house, because the main lock that you twist at the bottom is always locked. The chain lock just seems to always fall out of its slide lock. But that was only the stuff that she was noticing inside of the home. Very similar to how I was noticing the things inside of the home with my car parts. But then it escalated to the lawn being half mowed. But in her case, she noticed that the flowers were changing. She likes to garden and put pots of flowers into the backyard and on the porch to make the house feel like a home, and she takes pride in her assortments, and she's very intentional with what flowers she puts in what places. And she knows every single flower that she purchases, she knows every flower that she plants and how to take care of it. So she noticed when there was a black dahlia in every single pot in the backyard. One singular black dahlia planted in every single pot that she did not plant there. But she didn't know how to tell me that because she didn't know all the things I was going through. And she would think that I would just brush it off and say a seed probably fell into the pots, the soil probably had black dahlia seeds in it, when she knew that it was virtually impossible for that to happen. And she didn't want to come off crazy or scare me, so I wouldn't want to leave her at home. But now that we're on the same page and we both know what's been going on with each other, we had to answer some questions about our future here. Do we leave? Do we stay? Do we try to catch these mountain people inside of our house harassing us? Would threats even work on these people? If we catch them, is that going to make this whole situation even worse? So as we're trying to come up with a solution, the only thing that we think we can do in this situation is to try to build a relationship with them similar to the one that they have with Gladys. But the reality of the situation was that I still have to go to work every day, and even if we're walking by Gladys's house morning and night and on the weekends, it's not guaranteed that we're going to cross paths with these people. They didn't come so often. They would sometimes come every week, maybe every other week, and we got lucky if we saw them there. So weeks went on before I finally had the opportunity to approach these people and try to plead with them to build a working relationship with me. And those few weeks while I was waiting for the opportunity to talk to them, everything escalated. Everything got so much worse, and it became almost impossible to live at this house. Every night, along with the random lights flying through the forest, we would hear random whooping. Just random whooping, almost like there was a random baboon in the forest getting aggressive, trying to let us know that it was there. And the whooping would escalate into trees snapping in half. And I knew it was trees snapping in half because it was such a similar sound to when we would be cutting logs on the work site. But they would start to tip over prematurely where we weren't fully cut through, so half the trunk would snap. And we would hear it every night as if a tree was being ripped down and snapped like a twig. And that same tree was being picked up and cracked against the trunks of other trees, making loud bass-like booms. There was something wildly loud and violent happening in the woods right behind our house, and it kept getting closer and closer. And the snapping trees started to escalate into stones being whipped at the back of our house, like massive stones being hurled like an outfielder, throwing them to home base, cracking against our back walls. And it's not like we could go back there and see what was happening. These massive stones were flying in randomly, so if we went out there, we were risking getting our skulls cracked by a stray rock being launched from the forest. We had to put up with this every single night, and eventually, not that you get used to it, but you just try to ignore it. You're on high alert and you're paranoid, but you still just try to find comfort in the safety of your home. A random thud would hit the wall, we'd hear a random whoop, we'd hear something snap in the yard, but it never encroached on the house. Until one night we heard glass shatter, and it was the first time a rock had hit a window. But we weren't exactly sure if it was a rock hitting the window or if it was somebody finally breaking into the house while we were home. So we had to investigate it. We checked all of the windows from inside of the house initially, and we were confused because none of them were broken. So we thought, was there something outside that shattered? What could this possibly be? And we made the decision to go onto the back porch to investigate the outside of the house to see what broke. But the only way that we were comfortable doing that was grabbing metal baking sheets to hold by our heads just in case we got sprayed with rocks while we were out on the back porch. So we get out there and we're bracing for impact as we're trying to inspect the house, and we notice the window that broke, and it's at the tippy top of the house, and we realize that it must be the attic window, but we had never been up in the attic. We hadn't put it together that we had an attic up until that point, but we knew that we were going to go check it out after this, because maybe somebody was hiding up there. Maybe that's how they were getting to our house and stealing our things. Maybe somebody was frogging us. Maybe somebody else was staying here and we haven't been able to find them. But obviously we're not going to investigate at night. I just kept my firearm with me, and we both barely slept through the night and waited until the sun came up to go investigate this attic. So we find the little door that gives us access to the attic through the closet in our bedroom. We had never noticed it before, but it was clearly the only entrance to it. We open the little door that gives you access to it, and I climb up our little step stool ladder and pull myself into the attic. I'm scared that I'm going to be met by a group of mountain people that have been hiding in our attic for months. But as I'm looking around, there's nobody up here, and there's almost nothing up here. There was just a couple boxes filled with old newspapers. At least the first few boxes were just filled with newspapers and random unimportant things. But then there was this small box off to the right, and by initially looking at it, I could tell that this box wasn't correlated with the first boxes that I inspected, because those looked significantly older, but this box looked a bit newer, and it had more miscellaneous items in it, and there wasn't a lid on it. They were just in it like it was a little basket of miscellaneous items. And upon inspecting it, I start to notice what these items are, because I start peeling socks off the top of this pile. And after the socks are gone, it starts to reveal jewelry. And after the jewelry's gone, it starts to reveal cutlery and knives. And after the cutlery and knives are gone, it reveals missing car parts at the bottom of this box. Everything that had went missing over the past few months, plus many things we didn't even realize went missing, were in this one box in our attic, as if somebody intentionally stole them and placed them there. This caused pure panic in our household. This was our breaking point. We only had to wait a few more days until we finally crossed paths with those mountain people that I was positive were doing this to us. And I didn't even wait. I didn't approach them politely. I didn't wait my turn to talk. I encroached on Gladys's property and I barged into their conversation, begging and pleading. I offered to get them anything from the town whenever they wanted it, anything to stop this constant harassment. I started profusely apologizing to these people about imposing on their land without their permission, and I was pleading to do anything that I could to reconcile the relationship that I had with them. I figured they must have beef with me because I was a logger and I was technically destroying nature in their territory, and I didn't ask for their permission. I didn't introduce myself. I thought I did something wrong. I went against the culture of this area and they had it out for me. But these mountain people that are at Gladys's house that I'm pleading and begging to are looking at me so confused, and they tell me that they don't have any idea what I'm talking about, but they know somebody who might, so they're going to go back to where they're from and get somebody who has more authority than them. And I waited there patiently in a horrible, awkward silence with Gladys, who clearly hated me. And in that awkward silence, I was looking at her thinking, it might be her. It might not be these friendly people that said, we'll go get the guy in charge to see if anything's going on with you. It might be this lady that's looking at me like she hates me. But finally, a man that looked like he was in charge emerged from the woods from that same trail that those people were coming from. And I gave him a similar spiel, begging for mercy, begging for the safety of my family, just asking him to take his foot off the pedal with this harassment. Like, we can't handle it. We will leave if you guys don't want us here. And this man looked at me with pure pity in his face and immediately assured me that him and his people had no part in what was going on. He even expanded, apologizing for what was happening to me and telling me that he was sorry that he hadn't came and introduced himself earlier, and he was totally open and was planning on building a working relationship with me, similar to the one that he has with Gladys. He tried to ease the mood by joking with me, kind of like nudging at me like, we could make your life a living hell, but it definitely isn't us, and if it's happening at night, there's no way it's us because we do not come in these woods at night. He told me that there's a reason that they choose to live in the mountains, and they do not come into these woods after dark. He said that these woods are not their territory. We aren't encroaching on them. We're encroaching on something else, and that these lands will never be his or his people's. He even went further and explained that there's more than just animals and predators in these woods, and that him and his people are the last thing that I should be worried about. There was something relieving about him telling me that it wasn't him, but there was also something absolutely terrifying not knowing the source of this harassment again. But he seems to know this area and know something about what's going on here. So I start to tell him very specific details about what has been happening. The things missing, the whooping, the trees snapping, the things being thrown at the house, the lights in the woods, the lawn being cut, the flowers coming up in the backyard. And he's just giving me an understanding nod, taking in all the information, and his facial expression seemed as if he had some solutions. So after divulging everything that has been happening, I beg him to help me. And he seemed to have some solutions because he told me he was going to bring me some things within the next couple days that might be able to help us. So about 2 days pass, and this guy shows up on our front porch, as friendly as ever, with a care package of random items that he proceeded to explain to us what they do, how they work, and where we need to put them around our property. The first few items were assortments of random animal bones and teeth, almost turned into necklaces, and he told us to hang them up all around our house. He also brought us a high-pitched whistle that seemed to be carved out of wood, and he told us to blow into it whenever we're hearing the whooping behind our house, and it might help and it might scare off what's doing it. The next thing that he showed us were a set of animal skin amulets, and he told us to hang them up on every single door and window. And the last thing that he gave us was a drawing. He asked for a piece of paper and a pen, and he drew a symbol on it. And he told me to carve this symbol into all of the trees surrounding our property, as many as we could, and make sure that the symbol is facing out towards the wilderness, not towards our house. So we did every single thing he told us to do. I spent days and days carving this random symbol into as many trees as I possibly could. We hung up every amulet that he gave us, we hung up all of the assortments of bones, and we finally had our first night's sleep with zero disturbance. Everything stopped. All of the things that were harassing us, all of the things that was happening around us immediately came to a halt, and we had peace and we had quiet, and we were finally safe in our new home. Thanks to this man. Over the course of the next few months, we would constantly bring gifts to these mountain men. Every time they came down, we made sure we had fresh bread for them, maybe meat, care packages from the grocery stores from the town center. Anything that we would come up with, we would have ready for them because we were so grateful for what they did for us. And finally, our 5-year plan was going according to plan. We were going to be able to do this. We were going to be able to save up the money for a down payment on a house and build this nest egg. We're going to be able to get through these 5 years. Gladys even started being a little bit more friendly to us now that we built a relationship with her friends. Everything was looking good until the crying started. Every single night, a light, faint cry would start to build up into horrible screams as if somebody was behind our house being violently attacked and pleading for help. But we knew nobody was out there because they would start off as like an infant cry, and then it would sound like an adolescent whimpering for help, and then it would evolve into a woman's horrible scream as if it was tempting us to come out of our house, and it was trying different things to lure us into the woods. And this happened every night, all night for a week, and we hadn't seen the mountain people for a week. Like I said, they didn't come down too often. So by the time they came back down, these screams had been going on every single night, and I needed to go ask the people that gave us solutions about what we should do about this. And when I finally got to see the mountain man that helped us with all of these problems, and I got to give him all of the gifts that we had gathered this week, I told him about the screams, but this time he didn't have an understanding nod. It didn't look like he had a solution behind his eyes. All of the blood left his face, and he looked scared for me, and he very seriously said, "The only chance that you have is to leave before it decides to come in. Nothing can save you from what's encroaching on you and your family but distance. You need to leave this place." He put both of his hands on my shoulder and he said, "I'm sorry, my friend. I like having you here, but for your safety, I need you to leave within the next 48 hours. And that is all I needed to hear. I trusted this man. Everything that he said worked, and he's telling me that there is no solution to this problem. We were out of that house the very next day. My wife and I did not argue about it. We looked at each other and we knew he is not lying, and we need to come up with a new 5-year plan. And I never went back to Vernonia.
When I was living in Colorado, my girlfriend at the time named Natalie, she got offered a job as a travel nurse in a place called Larkin, Alaska. It was a seasonal contract at the hospital. We had been doing a long-distance relationship thing, and we both thought it'd be a better chance for us to spend some time together. And it was a new adventure. There's tons of outdoor stuff there, and we were looking forward to it. And in my mind, a small-town hospital wasn't going to be very busy, so we could spend most of the time reconnecting. We were both excited for it, and so she signed the contract, and we got on a plane and hopped to Alaska. Now, Larkin is a unique place. It's a small town with only a few thousand people along the coast of Alaska. You wouldn't even be able to find it on a map if you didn't know exactly where to look. In the entire town, there's only one paved street. It's maybe 200 feet long, and there's like some restaurants and shops along it, but it's the only paved street. Everything else is dirt roads. You can't even drive to Larkin from Anchorage. There's just no major road systems out there. So the only way to actually get to Larkin is by taking a plane or taking a ship. The airport has one flight a day, and if weather's bad, you're going to be trapped there. The town has two major roadways, one that runs along the coast and then another that runs perpendicular to that goes into the mountains. If you follow the road that goes towards the mountains for about 20 minutes, they start getting pretty thick. So you have Larkin in the middle, and then surrounding that, there's about a dozen Native Alaskan villages just peppered throughout. Some you can drive to, but there's a few that you have to like take a boat to because the roads just don't connect. And then others you literally have to take a plane because you just can't access it any other way. There is cell phone service in Larkin, but it's super spotty, especially once you get to the edges of town. So you don't really have a connection unless you have a satellite uplink with something like Starlink. We got there in the summertime, and if you know anything about Alaska, you know that in the summer, the sun doesn't really set. Just like in the wintertime, Natalie's contract with the hospital included housing, so we were able to stay in a furnished house, and the house was actually surprisingly nice. At first, the hospital was super against me staying in the house because it's employee housing, but Natalie convinced them to let me stay pretty easily. Apparently, they were so short-staffed that you just had to push a little bit, and they were willing to accept. The house was a duplex, and it was less than 5 minutes from the hospital, so Natalie could just literally walk out the door and be at work. There was TV, couch, washer, dryer, everything you really needed. When we got there, we met our neighbor who lived in the unit attached to ours, and she was also a nurse. Her name was Janet, and she had been with the hospital for a couple of years, and her and Natalie, they got along really quick. They became fast friends. So we got settled, and then almost right away, Natalie was so busy with work that I hardly saw her at all, which was tough on us because, as I said, we were planning on spending a lot of time together, but she was working 12, 14-hour shifts and hardly getting any days off, so that didn't really leave a lot of space for our relationship. But some nights we would do dinner with Janet, and Janet invited her boyfriend Michael, and so I was able to meet him. Michael was a young, athletic guy who's a native Alaskan. He'd spent his entire life in Larkin. And then just for the record, I'm going to refer to Native Alaskans as natives from here on out. At first, talking to Michael, he was pretty distant, but the more we got to know each other, he opened up and we became friends. I found out he actually had a bit of clout in town and he was considered one of the tribal leaders. He was known for going on crazy one-man backpacks and maintaining tribal traditions. I told him I hadn't been out much and I really was looking forward to exploring. That's when I found out that you really need a vehicle in Larkin. Everything is just too far. You can't really walk to do stuff. You need a vehicle. Michael helped me find this old stick shift Jeep Wrangler, and that was a huge find because if you recall, you can't drive to Larkin. So all the vehicles there either have to be flown in by plane or barged in by ship, and that is certainly not cheap. That Jeep was literally held together by nothing but rust and dirt, but it was a vehicle and it was reliable. And I thanked Michael profusely, and I was excited to go start exploring Larkin. That's when he told me that you don't really go exploring alone in Larkin. You have to have a ton of experience, which he had, but I did not. And if you don't have that experience, you can go out there and people die in those mountains. It's pretty dangerous. So being polite, I asked him, what is the danger there? And he said, primarily it's bears and muskox. And I've heard horror stories about grizzly bears and polar bears before, but I'd never heard about muskox. So he told me that muskox, they're similar to buffalo. They're mostly peaceful, they're mostly docile, but they do not get along well with dogs. Wolves are their natural predators, and so when they see dogs, something just gets triggered in them, and they think it's their natural predator, and they can be thrown into a frenzy. Michael told me about half a dozen dogs die every year getting charged by muskox. It isn't unheard of that the owners will come in and try to save their dogs only to be attacked themselves. He told me that if I ever come across them, I'll know they're getting spooked because they put themselves in a circle. They put their young in the middle, and then they point their horns outward. And for the most part, they're pretty calm, but as long as you don't go around them when they're in that defensive position, they won't really bother you. Now, I wanted to explore, but I also didn't want to die, so I asked Michael if he would take me out sometime and help me explore Larkin. He agreed, and we went out to the mountains, and he showed me all kinds of crazy stuff. That guy could pretty much harvest anything off of the land. He could make teas from the plant life around the area. He could take flowers and make jelly out of them, catch any fish, and it was like always the most delicious fish. He would bring it over when we have dinner with Janet. Outstanding. Best fish I've ever had. He called it subsistence living, and for that first month, I actually spent more time with Michael than I did with Natalie. But then Michael started having family and tribal responsibilities, and he had to take care of those. We stopped hanging out as much. So I had the Jeep, and Michael had shown me around the area. I had a couple fishing spots and some local trails. So I started doing things on my own. I started running, trail running, something that I had not done in a long time, and was able to use that as a mental health. So I used to run cross country. I used to run track. It was really nice to start running again. I was getting back in running shape, but people don't run in Larkin. So I would run around the town and I would just get weird looks from people. Like I was just this bizarre foreigner. And I don't know what it was, but it kind of pumped me up because I would run and get these funny looks and just keep going. And that was fine for a while, but I started to miss people. Pretty much all alone for most of these things. And then I really started to miss Natalie. 14-hour shifts, and as soon as she would get home, she would eat and then go to bed. It's hard to blame her, but it is really difficult when you're not spending any time with your significant other. She felt bad about it, but she's a dedicated nurse. She's committed to her career, and people needed her. I understood that, but it didn't make it any easier. Then one Friday evening, she said that her coworkers invited her to a local bar to do some karaoke. Good way for us to spend some time together, and said, definitely. So Friday came, and she sent me a text and said, hey, I'll meet you at the bar. I had to work a little bit late. So I headed over there and went to the bartender and ordered a Coca-Cola. Ordering something non-alcoholic kind of got a weird look from the guy next to me, but I just shrugged it off. Halfway through my Coke, I get another text from Natalie. And she says she's not going to be able to make it tonight. You know, shrugging it off, a little disappointed, but no big deal. I'll see her when I get home. So I just go to finish the Coke and pay my tab. While I was sitting there, just trying to finish my Coke, one of the local ladies stumbled over pretty drunk and just started hitting on me. She offered me some special attention, but I politely declined. And I think the way that I said it made the old man next to me laugh. So she looked at the old man next to me and was like, what about you, Fred? You finally want this? The old man also politely declined. And so she stumbled to the next man in the bar, who was clearly there with his girlfriend. And me and this guy, Fred, we both started laughing at that. And then Fred introduced himself properly, and he was this well-groomed guy. He had a long white beard and long hair, but it was like neatly cut, which was impressive because there's no barber in Larkin. So we get to talking, and I found out all these crazy things about Fred. Number one is he's the town mayor, which already that's bonkers. Number two is he's a major real estate property owner. And in talking with him, I find out that not only does he own most of the buildings in Larkin, he actually owns the building that me and Natalie are staying in, which technically makes him my landlord, which he laughed. We both thought was pretty funny. He even owned the town hall and the police station. He owned all kinds of like government properties. He was very involved in the town politics. He was also president of this exclusive hunting club, and he said he was a gold miner. I thought gold mining was like a pretty cool little hobby and sounded like a pretty genuine Alaskan experience. So I was excited to learn more about that. And I asked him, how could somebody like me go and do that? You know, I'm not from the area. I know it's very dangerous to be alone. So I was trying to pick his brain on how I could go gold mining. And we got to talking. He gave me some tips. He gave me some advice. And at the end of the conversation, he actually invited me to go gold mining with him. I was excited, so I took him up on it. Now, it's important to realize that gold miners, similar to fishermen, pretty particular and protective of their spots. Like, if you think there's going to be a large pocket of gold somewhere, you don't necessarily want to share that with the world so that everybody can take what you're trying to harvest yourself. So they typically don't want to share. Now, Fred, he wasn't like that. He was welcoming, he was warm, and he wanted to share his time and his space. He was genuinely just happy to have somebody enjoy the experience with him. He said he'd been doing it for the last 15 years and he had the system down pat. At this point, he was just doing it as a hobby and was happy to take on anybody who was willing to help. So the next day, Fred picked me up and we drove out of town to one of his properties. So Fred picked me up the next day and he took me to one of his properties. He had this whole operation that was set up by the river. He had this thing called a dredge. And dredge, it's kind of like a boat, but it's a machine that sits in the water. And it churns up the sediment and filters water out and holds gold. Pretty legitimate setup. So he had me help him work the machine, the dredge, and make sure that things were just going smoothly. We found a little bit, and he gave me a small but fair portion of the findings. So I got these tiny little gold nuggets, which was like a super cool Alaska souvenir. So we're packing up at the end of the day, and Fred tells me, he's like, hey, you're a pretty hard worker. We should do this again. And I was like, sure, this is fun, and I'm getting gold out of this. Why not? So that's what I started doing. I started going out with Fred, and we would talk. He told me, he kept bringing up this hunting club. He's, again, the president of this exclusive hunting club. Apparently what they do is they take rich tourists on guided hunting trips. He told me that these rich snobs fly in and just spend boatloads of money to have an genuine Alaska experience on some kind of wild hunt. He told me that his clients, none of them were real hunters. So him and the rest of his hunting club would do all the real work, but as long as the tourist, the client, got to pull the trigger at the end of the day and get the kill, everybody was happy and the hunting club would get paid. And he said they would get a pretty nice payday, and he said that I should join them sometime. He told me he would give me a discount and then winked at me, and I said I would think about it. So the last time I went on a hunt was in Dudley town with Doug, and that didn't exactly bring up good memories. So in my head, I'm thinking absolutely not, but I just wanted to be polite and said I'd think about it. So I kept running and fishing, doing my own thing, but I would meet with Fred a couple times a week, and it would give me something else to do, give me a social interaction, and it was peaceful. I really enjoyed it. But Fred was like a warm and welcoming person. It didn't take long for me to realize that other people were taking advantage of that. After all, I realized he'd been mining for 15 years and he was good at it. He was happy to share. So after a couple weeks, Fred told me that he invited another group to join us, and these were some guys from his hunting club. They brought their own dredge, which again is like a small boat, and they dropped it in the water. There were 4 of them in their group. They were led by this guy Joshua, and the other 3 were Harrison, Roger, and Ricky. Now, Joshua and his crew, well, they're completely different from Fred. Whereas Fred was warm and welcoming, Joshua and his crew, they were distant and cold. They were all about the gold. They were aggressive, rude, they were lazy. Honestly, I did not enjoy being around them. Not to mention that they would just constantly assault me, mostly behind my back. A few of them were seemingly drinking nonstop, and they wanted the gold, but none of them wanted to work for it. They just rubbed me the wrong way. But for the most part, they would stay on their dredge, and me and Fred would stay on Fred's dredge. And they really didn't like me being there at first. They thought I was encroaching on their territory, maybe taking some of the gold. But Fred talked to him, and after he had a conversation with them, they seemed to lighten up and back off. So I did this for a few days, and then finally Natalie got a day off after working a few weeks straight. She was getting burnt out. So we got some lunch in town, and we had a conversation about the daylight. Constant sun was starting to mess with her. She would leave early in the morning, and the sun would be up, this super long shift, and walk out of the hospital, and the sun would be in the same exact place. And honestly, the sun was starting to mess with me too. I would work a super long day with Fred and come home, and it would feel like 2 p.m. The sun would look like early afternoon. And I'd be like, all right, time to go do stuff, but really it's 10 p.m. at night. So that was not helping either of us sleep. But I wanted to change the subject, and it was nice to have some time with her. So I started telling her about Fred and the things that we'd been doing. I told her about the other crew and how I didn't really like them. And then she started telling me about her work. She told me that she was working with some of the Native Alaskans and was being helpful in that capacity and found that really rewarding. But then she started telling me that there's a lot of trauma in that community. People struggle there a lot with drugs, with alcohol, with abuse. It's a very painful climate for them. She would tell me that all of her patients smoke, and as a nurse, she would try to get them to quit, and they would literally laugh in her face. It is what it is. And then she made this comment that people also go missing all the time. All the other stuff I kind of expected in a small town, the drugs, the alcohol, that kind of stuff. But the missing people, I thought that was a little interesting. So I asked her to tell me a little bit more. But she didn't really have much else to say on that. She just said people vanished there. And sadly, it was mostly Native women. She shrugged it off, and we changed the subject again and just started talking about nicer, happier things. And that was the last time I saw her for a while. She went back to work, and it picked up, and she was just busy, which was so tough because I miss seeing her. Anyways, later that week, Michael hit me up, and Michael was Janet's boyfriend, the Native Alaskan, the tribal leader, and he asked me if I wanted to go fishing. And I couldn't take another backhanded comment from Joshua. Michael's offer couldn't have come at a better time. Now, Michael, he had just like the craziest fishing spots. He would take me to the river, and he had this little kayak boat with like a motor on it. And we would go upstream. So we would go to these places, these gorgeous places that you can't access unless you take literally a boat upriver. We would catch these massive salmon. And again, it's the best fish I've ever had. I'm forever ruined for eating fish. So we were fishing, and I was creating small talk. I asked him how his family was doing, and he brought his sister up. He said that they were fighting again, and she wasn't really talking to him. But he changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about his sister and asked what I'd been up to. I told him I had been gold mining with Fred and Joshua and the others. And when I said Joshua's name, I could see his face change. He went silent for a minute, and I could tell he was searching for the right words. And all he said was, I advise you not to spend any more time with those guys, especially Joshua. So I asked him, why not? And Michael said, well, let's just say he doesn't treat women very well. He didn't say more than that, but I understood what he was implying. And we just didn't really talk much after that and kept fishing. So the next day, I get a phone call from Fred, and he asks if I want to go hunting with his hunting club. Like I said, hunting doesn't exactly bring back fond memories. But then I was like, remembering what Michael said, and I asked if Joshua and the others were going to be there. And Fred was like, oh yeah, they'll be there. And Fred's a nice enough guy, but after what Michael told me and just all the things I've been dealing with them, I couldn't stand to spend any more time with them, so I declined. He kept pushing, and so I made up a lie that I had plans with Natalie and promised him that next time we would definitely go out. So I stopped really talking to Fred after that, and Michael got super busy again, so I just focused on running. I was getting pretty decent mileage. I found some good incline trails that were relatively safe, and I was happy to get back into shape. And I would get to see Natalie when she would get off shifts, but consistently she was always exhausted. And so our wonderful plan of spending time together in the great outdoors just at this point had fallen entirely apart. And it was pretty stressful on both of us. So this went on for a couple of weeks, and I was so alone at that point and pretty bored. And out of the blue, I got a call from Fred. And so I answer it, and he's happy I picked up, and he's asking if I could do him a huge favor. He asked me if I could pick up Ricky, one of the guys from Joshua's crew, and take him into town. They were at the hunting lodge. At first I was hesitant, but Fred begged me, and apparently they had one of their hunting guided tourists in, a client was in town for a guided hunting trip, and he told me it was the biggest hunt of the year and I'd be doing him such a huge favor. He even offered to pay me if I took Ricky into town. Honestly, I was so bored and so lonely, and I had nothing going on. I just agreed. For half a second, I thought about Michael's advice to stay away from them, but Fred said it was only Ricky, and the entire group, Ricky was by far the nicest of them. So I didn't mind, and earning some extra cash would be nice, because living out there is exceptionally more expensive than I thought it was going to be. Gas was like $9 a gallon, and I specifically remember going to the grocery store and seeing a pack of water and it costing $40. So some extra money would be super helpful. So I hopped in the Jeep and headed that way. I lost cell phone service before I even left Larkin, so I had to use the map and the directions Fred gave me. The drive was incredible. It was a sunny day, and the mountains were there, and the mist was rolling down the mountains, and the sun would reflect off the mist, and it was just a stunning view. I followed this long dirt road, and it ended at this big wooden lodge. The lodge was beautiful. It looked like something out of a postcard. Pulled up and parked and looked out the window, and I saw Fred and a few others on the lodge's porch, and they all had their hunting gear on. It was a good year, but you could tell that it was worn and well used. That was all except for one person. This guy, he had brand new gear on, probably still had some of the tags on it. And in one hand, he had a cigar, and the other hand, he had a glass of whiskey. And right away, I realized that had to be Fred's client. And then I looked at the rest of the group. I recognized Joshua, and then there was two others that I didn't know, but I didn't see Ricky or Harrison or Roger. Fred hollered over and brought me in, and then he introduced me to the rest of the group. First guy he introduced me to, his name was Tom, and Tom was a local deputy. He's this well-built guy, close shave, fine cut hair, and tan skin. The other guy was Max. He was this big burly guy. He had a full beard and this shiny red nose. They seemed nice enough. I shook their hands, but Tom, he did squeeze my hand a little bit harder than what I would have called polite. And then Fred introduced me to the client, and the client made a comment that I really needed to invest in a better vehicle, that he himself wouldn't have dared drive something that was so degraded. He referred to himself as the captain of the ship and then started swaying. And immediately I realized that this man is much too drunk to be handling weapons, but this is Fred's deal. It's none of my business, so I just keep my mouth shut. So I cringed through the handshake with the guy and asked where Ricky is. Fred tells Joshua, hey, go get Ricky. So Joshua headed around the back, and we're sitting there, and I'm looking around, I'm thinking, thinking, this is kind of a small hunting group. So I say, hey, Fred, this is kind of a small crew. Is this the whole club? And he says, yep. And so in my head, I'm thinking, okay, there's Fred, there's now Tom and Max, and then Joshua, Ricky, Harrison, and Roger, who I know. So that's 7, and then 8 if you count the client. So I ask him, is that enough? And Fred mentions, he's like, well, we're pretty exclusive. And he makes the comment that they can actually do quite a bit with 8. And then he told me that it used to be that he would do this alone, and 7 members is actually the most that the club has ever had. And just when he said that, I hear a dog bark coming from behind me, and I look in one of the pickup trucks, there's this kennel with 3 hounds in it. And I look back and I say, hey, nice dogs. And Max speaks up and he thanks me. And then Fred tells me that Max is their dog master. So Max grabs me by the shoulder and he pulls me down to the truck. And he's so proud to show me his 3 very beautiful hunting hounds. And they've got like these hunting collars around their necks, so like GPS stuff. Now, there's 2 types of hunting hounds. There's sprinting hounds, and then there's endurance hounds. So the first type, the sprinting hounds, they have sharp eyesight. They're really fast. They like sprints. If you want to run something down in quick bursts, those are the types of dogs you use. Now, the other kind of dog is, some people refer to them as slow dogs, and that's not really fair to say because they're endurance dogs. They're kind of like marathon runners. And they're really scent driven. So they can pick up scents on trails, and nothing will stop these things. They can go incredibly long distances. They have huge gas tanks, and they will always find what they're tracking. And I can tell by looking at them that Max had the endurance type, the scent-driven type of dogs. And it was widely apparent that he had put a ton of time training them. And they seemed super excited for the hunt. They were literally shaking with excitement for the hunt. And Max smiled at them and gave them some treats. So while Max is dealing with his dogs, I look down on the tailgate and there's this map. And I'm assuming it's their hunting layout. And I look at the map and it's in this horseshoe mountain range. So you can tell by the topographical layout of the map that there's this horseshoe set of mountains. And then there's red X's kind of set along in a U at the base of the mountains with an arrow pointing at the base. And just based on my experience, what I could see was they were setting up what's called a killbox. And I could tell what their plan was to flush the prey using the mountains as a backstop into the mountains and then complete the hunt. And of course, this meant allowing the client to take the shot. That is, if he doesn't shoot himself in the foot before he gets to the prey to begin with, because he's already pretty drunk. I keep looking at the map and I realize that each X has a name next to it. And it's the names of each of the hunting club members. And Ricky's name is scratched out. And the way that it was laid out, it looked like Ricky and Joshua were responsible for covering the backside so that if anything got smart and tried to button hook around and go the other direction, they would be able to catch it. So I keep looking at the map and I'm trying to see exactly where this mountain range is. And Max notices that I'm looking at this map and he just flips it over. And he puts it down. And then he winks at me and tells me trade secrets, like he doesn't want me to know what's going on. I play dumb. I'm like, I wouldn't even know where to begin looking at a map. So then I look around and I notice that the client is on the porch and he's on his cell phone. And he's talking about how today is a practice run with an elk and later they'll be doing the real thing. So I'm eavesdropping and I tell Max, I'm like, hey, so, he's saying the real thing. I'm already thinking elk is pretty big. The real thing is coming up. What's the real hunt? Max clears his throat and then hesitantly tells me that they're hunting bear. And I'm like, bear is a pretty dangerous game, especially for Captain up there. And Max kind of chuckles and then he looks me in the eyes and he says, it's the most dangerous game. And he said this with kind of like a shine in his eyes. And I felt like there was a joke that I was missing. The way he looked at me just made me uncomfortable. So instinctively, I just pulled out my phone and I look at it and I realize I've got no signal. So then I look back at the client and he's having a full-on conversation. So I'm like, how do you guys have cell phone service out here? I've got nothing. So Max tells me that they have this satellite provider that gives them Wi-Fi and GPS, and he shows me this pretty impressive setup. And then he says, if all else fails, we have the radios, and then he points to his truck. And so he's got this radio setup also in his truck with this giant antenna on top of the vehicle. And he said if that didn't work, then he always had the dogs. And he patted on the kennel, and I was like, wow, I'm impressed, Max. So about this time, Joshua comes back with Ricky, and Joshua hollers at me. I nodded to Max, and then went up to see Ricky and Joshua, and I get to see them, and Ricky looks pretty pale. He doesn't look good. He looks sick. So I asked Fred, is Ricky ill? Is he sick? I don't want to get sick myself. And Fred just kind of chuckles and laughs. He's like, no, he's just getting his sea legs. It happens to the newbies. And then he like looks to the group and he's like, we don't hold that against him, do we, guys? And they all kind of chuckle and laugh, but it's a weird vibe. They basically gave him approval that it's okay to be upset, but I'm not really sure why he seems so sick about it. And I wasn't really sure what was meant by this, but I trusted Fred, so I just shrugged it off. So Fred tells me they need to get moving, and he's like, all right, take Ricky and Joshua back to Ricky's place. And this kind of caught me off guard because I was like, I thought I was only taking Ricky. And then Joshua starts to kind of get in my face, and he starts saying like, do you have a problem with me? But he doesn't say it as politely as I just said it. He uses some more colorful language that I won't repeat. And then Fred jumps in and he calms Joshua down. And then he apologizes to me for not being clear. And then I'm like, why doesn't Joshua just take Ricky into town? Why am I out here? Fred tells me that they only have 2 vehicles and they need them for the hunt. There are already 2 hunting guides down, and losing a vehicle on top of that would be too much, especially since they're already behind schedule. And then I asked about Harrison and Roger because, they're part of the hunting club, and he's like, oh, well, they're tied up at the moment. I was already out there. I had to get back into town anyways, so I just agreed, and Fred thanked me, and he said he would pay me later in that week, and then we could get together and have some fun. So the hunting club, they get in their vehicles, and they drive their trucks deeper into the mountains, and then me, Ricky, and Joshua get into my Wrangler, and we head back to town. And of course, Joshua makes Ricky sit in the back, and claims the shotgun seat for himself. And we drove back pretty much the entire time in silence, which felt like forever, especially because the Jeep didn't have a working radio. Not that it would have made a difference because there's just no radio signals that far out. And as we were driving, Ricky, a couple of times he would go to like say something, and Josh would look back and silence him with just that look, like he was trying to keep him shut up. Honestly, I was kind of happy with the silence because it had been the longest I had been around Joshua without hearing him insult me. And so I'm keeping my eyes on Ricky in the rear view, and as we get closer to Larkin, I see him just get more green in the face. It looks like he's getting car sick, and so it looks like he's about to puke. I'm like, okay, let's pull over. And Joshua wasn't going to let Ricky out. And I was like, all right, Joshua, if you don't let him out, you're cleaning whatever he does in the vehicle up. Finally, Joshua let him out after this big ordeal. And Ricky just goes to the side of the road and starts puking his guts out. And so he's puking, and I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. There's clearly something going on, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with Joshua around either, but he doesn't feel comfortable talking about whatever's going on around Joshua. So Joshua is hovering over Ricky as he pukes, and they're both out of the car. I look back in the back seat and I notice that Ricky's jacket is in the back seat. So I look around and I find a receipt and a pen, and I just write a quick note to Ricky, and I just say, if you need to talk to somebody, here's my name, here's my number. And then I tuck the note in his pocket before either of them really see me doing so. And neither of them noticed, and just I know that being around Joshua that long wouldn't be healthy for any human at all. Ricky finishes puking. We get him cleaned up. We get him back in the car, and we make the rest of the trip, for the most part, in silence, with just a few insults from Joshua, which is less than what normally comes. So I take it as a win. So we make it to their cabin, and it's not far outside of town. We pull up, I look at it, I realize that there's cardboard in the windows, and I'm assuming that's to keep the sunlight from getting inside because, again, the sun is always up. So they get out of the vehicle, and Joshua goes to the lodge and knocks on the door, and waiting there for a moment, I'm like, what's going on? And starting to be like, okay, we need keys or something because it's taking so long. And then finally the door opens, and I see that it's Harrison. And I'm realizing, okay, Roger and Harrison are in the cabin, and their band of 4 is now complete. So I wave at Harrison and, wave at Joshua and them, and of course they don't wave back. So I'm like, whatever. Maybe Ricky will find the note and he'll call me back. If not, I've done my due diligence. But it did feel wrong just not to at least try to help the poor guy. And I headed back to Larkin. At the same time, the hospital had actually switched Natalie to a night shift. So even though there's technically only 4 hours of night, they still flipped her schedule, so she would be working instead of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. She's now working the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. So I decided around this time that I'm also going to switch my schedule so that I could be awake and asleep at the same time she's awake and asleep. So I had already made the plan to kind of stay up all night to switch my schedule with her. So 7 p.m. comes around, and Natalie heads off to work, and I decide I'm going to go for a run, so I start getting ready. And then I get a text from Ricky, and he's like, hey, can you meet up at the bar? And he wasn't able to meet right away. He was like, can we meet later at like 10? So I go for my run, but we made the agreement to meet up at the bar after that. So we set a time. I go to meet him at the bar, and we meet in this corner booth, and I'm like, hey, man, what's going on? do you want to talk about anything? And he just ignores that, and he's like, hey, thanks for coming in, and has me sit down. So at first he's just super tense, and I suggest that we play around a pool, just kind of loosen him up. And I can tell there's something on his mind. It's something that he wants to get off his chest. So time goes on, and he starts to open up to me, feel more comfortable. And again, I'm like, hey man, what's going on? And he says that there's this girl that he's involved with, and things are starting to get out of hand. I asked what he meant, and then he just walls off again, and he won't talk to me. So I just stayed patient with him. I kept, trying to make it a safe space. Eventually, he started opening up again, and he said that he just needs to get away. And so I'm trying to put together the story, and I make an assumption. I'm like, okay, he's involved with this girl. He wants to break up with her, and he's just not sure how to do it. He looked like he was about to correct me and say something, but then he just says, sure. Breaking up is a great way to put it. And then he just kept talking about how he can't do it. So I asked what the girl's name is, and he starts to tear up when I ask him this question. At first, he doesn't even want to tell me her name, but eventually he says her name is Melody. And there's obviously more to the story. He's overwhelmed. I think he's going to tell me more about what's going on, but then he just walls off again, and he just stops talking. So we keep hanging out, and as time goes on, he won't shut up about trying to get the flight out tomorrow. Again, there's only one flight out of the town, and he's like, I need to get on the next flight. So I'm like, that seems like a little hasty. Like, let's take a moment here. But he was fixated on it. He's like, tomorrow I'm going. Like, I'm leaving on the next flight out. And then he pays his bill and he leaves, like, in a rush. And I'm like, okay, well, that was very sudden, and that was kind of weird. But this is a weird group, so I just was like, all right, whatever. This is them, and I just let it go and went home. And I remember I started walking home, and the sun was setting, and I'm like, I wonder what time it is. And I look at my watch, and it's like midnight, and I just laugh to myself because it's so ridiculous that the sun is setting at midnight. So the next day comes, and I remember laying awake in bed because I'm trying to switch to sleeping in the daytime, but I just can't, and my body is awake. We had done our best to tape cardboard and boxes and stuff on the windows to keep the sunlight out, but there's all these creaks that it can get through, and it was flashing in my eyes, and no matter what I did, I couldn't sleep. Natalie was snoring, which I was really happy she was able to get some sleep, but the snoring didn't help. And she did really need the sleep before her night show, so that was really honestly relieving. But then later afternoon came, and I realized no more sleep is coming. So I get up, I start making coffee. As I'm making the coffee, I hear this knock on the door, and it's a pretty heavy knock. So I look out. We have one window that's not taped up so we can see the front, and I look out the window and I see a police vehicle parked out front. So I go and open the door, and there's this intimidating looking police officer there, and it takes me a minute to realize that it's Tom from Fred's Hunting Club. He looked much more imposing in his uniform, and he was looking at me pretty intensely. So I greet him, and then I close the door behind me so Natalie can keep sleeping, and I'm like, what's going on? And he says, some folks saw you with Ricky at the bar last night. Is this true? I said, yeah, and then asked him, what's the problem? Is there something wrong with that? And he's pretty abruptly, without any pretense or preparation, he just tells me Ricky is dead. Tom said that he had unalived himself by the ocean. My heart dropped, and I think Tom could see my genuine sadness, and so he softened his gaze a bit. I knew there was something going on with Ricky, and I just felt so guilty that I wasn't able to get him to talk to me more. And I couldn't get it out of my head that I should have done something more. And then Tom asked me, did Ricky say anything to you that seemed strange last night? I told him that I had met up with Ricky at the bar, and that he had been torn up over some girl. I kept prying, but he wouldn't give me any details. He just said that he needed to break up with her. He told me that he was going to leave town. I said that was a hasty move, and I tried to talk him out of it, but he said he was set on it. He was pretty adamant. And then I told Tom that Ricky didn't mention anything about hurting himself, and I never thought he would do anything like that. When we spoke last night, Ricky sounded like he had a lot of plans for the future. And when I said that, Tom started looking at me really seriously. And I, for a second, thought he was going to arrest me. And then Tom said, tell me more about this girlfriend. And I just said, I told you already what I said. I tried to get him to open up, and he wouldn't tell me anything. He never really even spoke about her. He just kept saying he couldn't do it anymore. And then Tom glared at me like I had done something wrong. And I started feeling really uncomfortable and just doubled down. I was like, truly, he didn't tell me anything about her. He didn't even tell me her name. And I remember thinking in the back of my mind, why did I just lie about that? I knew her name was Melody, but it was mostly true. And it's such a small town. In my head, I'm thinking Tom can track this girlfriend down if he really wants to. And then I remember that Ricky was with Joshua also. So I said, hey, you know, Ricky was with Joshua most of the day yesterday also. So if you want to go talk to somebody, you should go talk to Joshua. And Tom looked at me for a moment longer, but he seemed satisfied by that. Then he put his hand on my shoulder and thanked me. He said he could tell Ricky was a friend of mine and that it was a true tragedy what happened. And then he tapped a fist to my chest and said, maybe someday you can fill Ricky's spot in the hunting club. And with that, he gave me a nod and then went back to his vehicle. And then I watched him drive away, and Janet, who's the nurse, the neighbor, Natalie's friend, she came out and she's like, what was that all about? I told her about Ricky, and she didn't really seem to react to that. She mumbled something under her breath about the company you keep. But then she said nothing, and it got a little awkward. So I said, hey, you know, how are you? How's Michael? And she looked at me kind of surprised. She's like, you haven't heard, have you? And I didn't know what she was talking about. And that's when she told me that Michael's sister had gone missing. And as bad as I felt about Ricky, hearing that Michael's sister had gone missing, that made me sick to my stomach. I can't imagine what I would be going through, like if that was my sister. So I asked Janet what happened, and she just tells me that Michael's sister has been missing for a few days and nobody knows where she went. Janet said that Michael's sister went berry picking and just never came back. And then in the back of my head, I remembered that Natalie had said that Larkin was notorious for people going missing. So I asked Janet about this, you know, what's going on? I hear that Larkin's got a lot of missing people. And she told me that she's heard stories, but she's never known anybody personally who went missing, at least not until Michael's sister. So I asked her, you know, what are these stories that you've heard? And so she tells me, kind of after, you know, thinking about it for a minute, for the last 30 years, dozens and dozens of people have gone missing from Larkin. From what she's heard, it was worse in the early years, but consistently every year, at least one or two people go missing from Larkin. And for a while, it was in the news, and then these conspiracy theories started. People were talking about UFO abductions, and then other people were saying that it was a serial killer. And then eventually the police and the FBI got involved, and they did a formal investigation, but they never found anything. And as time went on, it just kind of fell out of the headlines, and the locals just started accepting that people go missing here. And that's when I remembered something Natalie said, and I asked Janet about it. I was like, I heard that most of the people that go missing are natives. And Janet said that there was more attention when white folks would go missing, but if natives went missing, nobody really seemed to care. And what was worse is that most of the time they're native women. And so I keep asking Janet questions, and she says most of the time when people go missing, nobody sees anything, but sometimes people do. And there's this deep distrust amongst the natives regarding the police. And I asked why was that? And she told me that there's this long-standing rumor of people getting picked up by a police vehicle. They would get into the vehicle, and that would be the last time that they were ever seen. And usually this is people who were either drunk or vulnerable. Michael had told her that the FBI had looked into it when they were here, but after the investigation, the official report was that people were just getting drunk and wandering into the woods and were dying from exposure. Michael had told her that the FBI had done a formal investigation, but at the end, they said that there was nothing really to follow up. The official report said that people were wandering into the woods and dying from exposure. And the reports would keep coming in, but nobody would take them seriously. They would just get washed away every year, which is why Janet was so worried about Michael's sister, because she herself was a native woman and had just gone missing. And then I heard Natalie stumbling around inside and realized we must have woken her up. I told Janet I would check on Michael as soon as I could, and then I said goodbye and opened the door. She stopped me and said that Michael was actually coming over later that night. It would be late, but I could come over if I wanted to. I told her that I was flipping my schedule anyways, and I would be up with Natalie, at least until she went to work, and then I could come over whenever. And then I went inside. So I walked back inside, and I see Natalie, and she looks burnt out. Work has been exceptionally hard on her. She asked what was going on, and I told her, I was just catching up with Janet. I didn't want to tell her what was really going on. I didn't want to pile more stress onto what was already going on with her. I plan on telling her about what happened with Ricky and Michael's sister later, instead of it being the first thing that she hears when she wakes up. So I just do my best to get her back to bed. So Natalie left for the hospital that evening, and I'm waiting around, and Michael doesn't make it to Janet's until around midnight. The sun was setting, and when I went over to see Michael, he was clearly upset. He was a mess. It looked like he hadn't slept in days. I hadn't seen him in a while, and I could tell he was glad to see me, to have some support, but it was clearly a very sensitive time for him. And he looked terrible. He thanked me for being there, and then he said he didn't know what he would do without Melody. And then when he said that, my brain like short-circuited, because it was the first time he had said her name out loud. Before that, it was just Michael's sister, Melody. That was the same name that Ricky said. It's a unique name, and it's a pretty small town. I got this sick feeling in my stomach, like immediately. Michael saw a shift in me, and he asked what was going on. And I didn't lie to him. I was like, hey man, I think I might have heard something about your sister, but I didn't realize it until you just said her name. So he demands that I tell him what happened, and rightfully so. And, you know, I tell him about picking Joshua and Ricky up from the hunting lodge and then meeting Ricky at the bar. I told him that Ricky had been acting weird, and I tell him exactly everything that he said about Melody. And then I told him how the deputy came by asking questions, and that I admitted to him that I lied about not knowing Melody's name at the time. So I apologized to Michael. I'm like, look, I'm sorry. I had no idea that this was even your sister. I didn't think that it could be, like, I definitely should have told the police, and I am so sorry that I didn't. So Michael stays silent for a while, and then he asked me, you know, where's this cabin? And he had me show him on his phone where the cabin was, like on the Google Maps. And Janet said, like, oh, hey, I recognize that place. I have a patient there who's wheelchair bound, and I would do house calls in that area. There's this cabin, and I didn't even think anybody lived there. She thought it was abandoned. So I'm like, should we call the police and like get some help? And Michael is like quick and firmly just like, absolutely not, no. And I think he could tell like I was taken back by that response, because he like took a deep breath and was like, the police aren't as helpful as you might hope. He said that some of the cops are good, but he doesn't trust all of them. And it's best if he just takes care of this on his own. I thought that was like a terrible idea, and it's best to get help, and we should like call the police immediately. But then suddenly Michael stands up and he goes to leave, and me and Janet look at each other. We realize he's going to the cabin right now to go confront Joshua. So we try to stop him, but he's not listening to us. He walks out the door, he gets in his car, and then I'm watching him, and I can see him in the front seat of his car pull out a hunting rifle from the back of his seat and put it in the passenger side. And then he starts driving off. And Janet saw the hunting rifle too. And I look at her and I'm like, we need to call the police, like now. And so she looks at me and says, you know, I'll call the police, you go after him. So I go to leave, and I'm like, I stop, I'm like, are you sure you know where the cabin is? And she's like, I'm sure, like I know where that patient was, like I know this. So I was like, all right, cool. You take care of the cops, I'm gonna go follow Michael and try to stop him from doing anything stupid. So I jump in my Jeep and start to follow him. He had the lead on me, and he was driving pretty recklessly. I did my best I could to keep up with him without breaking any traffic laws, but unfortunately I had to do a little bit to keep up. And I'm driving with his stick shift and trying to call him, and it's not easy to do, but I'm trying to call him, and he's just not answering, and he's cruising out of town. I'm like, all right, like I gotta call the cops, like we gotta get some authorities involved here. So I go to call 911, and I hit call, and nothing. I'm completely out of service. The phone is worthless. I was out of service range. So the way I saw it is I had two choices. I could either A, turn back, get into service, and then call the police, or B, keep following him and try to stop him. So I decided that it was best to keep driving. I was just gonna have to trust Janet that she was gonna call the cops and catch up to Michael before he did anything stupid. So I kept driving. So by this time it was completely dark, and I had lost sight of him. So fortunately I remembered where the cabin was, and I just started heading that direction. As I got closer, Michael's car came into view, and I could tell that he had pulled to the side of the road and was out of the car walking towards the cabin. He had turned off the headlights, and he was walking towards the cabin, and he turned and saw me coming and started walking towards me. And so I pull over and I get out, and he starts yelling at me. He's like, turn off your headlights or they're gonna see us coming. And so I ignore him, and I'm like, bro, like you're gonna get somebody killed, or you're gonna get thrown in jail. You have to calm down. But he was overwhelmed, and emotions were getting high, and he was starting to lose control. and he's getting in my face, and I'm thinking, okay, we're about to throw down. This is like the last thing that I want. And he's pointing his finger in my face, and just as I think he's about to hit me, we both just hear this blood-curdling scream in the distance. It scared the shit out of both of us. Michael looked at me with a very serious look and said, I'm going in. You can wait in the Jeep if you want, but I'm not gonna let my sister be alone in there. Both of us recognized that that was a woman's voice. So I killed my headlights and try to like close the door quietly. And when I turn back around, I see that Michael's got his hunting rifle. So we sneak up to the cabin, and as we get closer, I can hear the hum of a generator. And there's still those cardboard covers over the windows, and I can see tiny little beams of light coming out of the cracks where the cardboard doesn't completely cover the window. And Michael wanted to just charge in and kick the door down, but I was able to convince him to be cautious. So we creep up to the cabin and find some gaps in the cardboard by the windows where we can see inside. Now, you can see inside. The cardboard makes it hard to see in, but it also makes it hard to see out. So it gives us a little bit of protection as well. And I look back and I'm able to see like, okay, they probably would have seen the headlights if this cardboard wasn't up, so that was a good thing. I take a look and peep through the cardboard, through the gap in the cardboard, and my heart just drops. There's this woman, and she's tied up on the chair, crying, and there's these three men laughing at her. And I look at Michael, and he confirms that that's Melody. One of them had been holding a steel rod. It was like a red hot steel rod, and I could see that the woman had these marks on her chest and on her arms, and they'd been burning her. And I recognized them immediately. The guy holding the steel rod was Joshua, and the other two were Harrison and Roger. And Michael says that he's gonna shoot them from the window. And I said, hey, like, hold on, look, there's hunting rifles on the table. And I agreed that we need to ambush them, but if he shoots through the cardboard, he can't see any, so he's only gonna get like one shot off, and there's more of them than there are of us. And I didn't have a weapon, so we need to think of a plan. And Michael just takes this deep breath, and he's like, okay, I have an idea. So he tells me, sneak around and shut off the generator, and that he would take care of the rest. And before I could argue or ask him any more questions, he goes and hides around the corner. And I look back through the window, and they're getting ready to hurt her again. So what else could I do? I had to trust Michael. So I sneak over to the generator, and I can barely see Michael in the moonlight, but I can see him give me a signal that he's ready. And I'm fumbling around in the darkness, but I find the power switch to the generator, and I switch it off. And the power cuts off, the cabin goes dark, Melody screams, and the men yell at her and tell her to shut up. So I circle away from the generator, and I make it to the back of their vehicles, and I just try to stay low. And then the goons, Harrison and Roger, they come out, and they've got their phone lights, and they're swearing at each other, and they're arguing with each other about who forgot to fill the generator with fuel. And I can just I can feel my heart beating through my chest, because I know it's not gonna be long before they realize there's nothing wrong with the generator, and they're gonna start to get suspicious. So from what I could tell in the darkness, neither of them appeared to have a weapon. And I'm thinking in my head, like, okay, Michael, like, whatever you're gonna do, now is the time to do it. And in that moment, Michael jumps around the corner and just screams, freeze, FBI. And I just remember thinking, like, seriously, like, this is your wonderful plan? Like, first you're gonna get shot, and then I'm gonna get shot. But the two scumbags, they turn around, they put their hands in the air, they drop their phones, their flashlights. Michael's screaming, like, get on the ground, get on the ground. And while he's doing that, I can see in the shadow of the doorway, I can see Joshua. And the moonlight was just enough that I could see that he had a hunting rifle in his hand, and he was about to turn the corner and start shooting at Michael. So I just did the first thing that my idiot brain thought of, and I charged straight at him. I was less than 10 feet away, but it felt like a mile. As an afterthought, as I'm charging towards Joshua, I think, like, oh, Michael's gonna get spooked and shoot me by accident. Michael was just as surprised as Joshua, and Joshua sees me out of the corner of his eye, and he turns the rifle towards me, and I make contact, and the rifle goes off. I don't know if you've ever had a gun go off next to your head without any hearing protection on, but I couldn't hear anything except this painful ring. I made contact with Joshua, and I When I hit him, I hit him hard. But looking back, I was so lucky I didn't get shot. The adrenaline got the better of me, and we smashed into the table. We make an impact with the floor, and the gun goes sliding across the ground. So I scramble to his back. I get back control. You know, I take my grip and I get a choke on him, and I cinch it in tight. And between the ringing that's going on my ears, the adrenaline, everything that's going on, all I'm focused on is like keeping back control and this choke. And the ringing, it just like slowly stops, and I start to come back to my senses, and I realize that Joshua is completely unconscious. I let him go, and he just like plops onto the floor. I was sure I killed him, but after a moment, he started gasping for air. I don't know if I was disappointed or excited, but he didn't die, so that was a good part. I picked up the rifle and I, pointed at him, and I can hear Michael, hollering at the other two, like, stay the F on the ground. Joshua starts to come to. He's confused, but, he quickly figures out that there's somebody pointing a gun at his chest, and he doesn't resist. And I remember looking up, and I could see Melody in the moonlight, and she was just crying and still like tied up to this chair. So we have to secure the situation first. So we search the three of them and make sure they don't have any more weapons. And then we untie Melody, and she just like falls to the ground crying. Michael picks her up off the ground and holds her. And he's doing his best to keep his gun on the other two while I'm controlling Joshua. But like, we need to secure these guys because there's three of them, there's two of us, and Melody, who's in no shape to fight. So we had to detain them. We used the ropes that they tied Melody up with, took each of them and put them facing a wall and had them get on their knees. So head to the wall, on your knees, rope with your hands tied behind your back. The rules were don't talk and stay facing the wall, and we would leave you alone. And there was a couple of moments that required a reminder of what those rules were, but they were fast learners. And we restarted the generator, we found a first aid kit, and did the best we could to clean up and bandage Melody. Michael and I, we'd make eye contact and okay, what now? Like, if Janet didn't call the police, we're gonna have to figure out what to do next. But then I peep my head outside and I can see red and blue lights coming in the distance. And the police arrive and they almost shoot us in all the confusion because, we are guys with guns and nobody knows what's going on. But they let us explain, and it just becomes this really long night. An ambulance comes, takes Melody to the hospital. They put all of us in handcuffs so they can figure out what just happened and take us all to the police station. And so the rest of the night is just like these long questions with even longer answers, and legal statements and logistics and all this red tape. And all this is happening in this really old police station. This thing was probably built in the 1950s. It smells like mildew and wet dog. It's this like old wood. And then eventually Deputy Tom comes in and he just starts like grilling me. He's like, why didn't you tell me more about what's going on? Why didn't you tell me what was happening with Ricky? Why didn't you tell me what was happening with Melody? Like, why didn't you tell me more? How did you even get in this situation? And I just did my best to be honest, and if that wasn't enough, there was only 2 jail cells in this tiny little police station, and we were right next to Joshua and the others, luckily separated, but like they said some stuff to us that I won't repeat. They would only shut up after the police intimidated them into silence. And eventually the police confirm our story. They talk to Melody, who, our stories check out together, and they release me and Michael, and I'm just like, at this point, I'm just exhausted. And, when this whole thing was going on, I had called Natalie from the police station. I went home and she was there. She sounded okay on the phone when I talked to her in the police station, but when I walked in the door, she just broke. She ended up being one of the nurses that treated Melody and heard this story, and she was just so she was sick with worry, and she was so stressed out. The hospital ended up giving her the next day off just so she could get her mind right and we could spend some time together. So then the next morning, the town sheriff actually comes by himself, which was a polite gesture, and comes and he tells me, first of all, that Joshua, Harrison, and Roger, they're going to be escorted to Anchorage on a flight out with police officers, and that I could anticipate having to testify in court, just to not worry about that right in this moment. And then he took a deep breath and he actually thanked me for what me and Michael did by going out. He said if we weren't there, he's not sure what would have happened. And he said it was stupid, emphasized it was very stupid, but he did say that what we did probably saved Melody's life. And an investigation into other missing people would be reopened. And at this point, I'm exhausted. I was like so tired that I couldn't even sleep. And I remember like tossing and turning and hearing sirens and just felt like I was back in the city. In my sleepy brain, I thought it was weird because it's like a small town like Larkin, but maybe I was dreaming. And then Natalie gets a phone call, wakes both of us up, and she says that there was a fire. People were hurt and they need her to come into the hospital. So she scrambles to get ready and heads out the door. And so she goes and does that and then comes back a few hours later, and I realize, she tells me that the fire wasn't just anywhere. The fire was at the police station. And she keeps talking and she tells me that she's traumatized from having to treat one of her patients, one of the police officers. He had severe burns, smoke inhalation, and they ended up needing to fly him to a burn unit in Seattle. And she said, you know, several other people were injured in the fire, mostly from things like smoke inhalation, but she was crying. She said that she was so thankful that they released me when they did, because Joshua and the two others, they died in the fire. Apparently the fire was most intense near the jail cells, and they just couldn't escape the flames. And to this day, I don't know how to feel about that. If you ask Michael, he says they got what they deserved. But shortly after that, Natalie falls asleep exhausted. My sleep schedule at that point was just so out of whack that I stayed awake. And, you know, I look outside, the sun of course is up, and I decide I'm just gonna go for a run. So many things have happened in the last 24 hours. I just need to just get out on the road. So I grab what I always grab when I run. I grab my phone, my keys, my bear mace, and I barely make it halfway down the block, and then a vehicle pulls up next to me, and I look over and I realize it's Fred. And he greets me warmly, just like he always does, but he tells me, you know, he heard what happened. And in my head I'm thinking like, wow, small town gossip happens fast. Like, this literally happened in the last 24 hours. He knows everything. And he was really worried. He wanted to check on me. I could see that he was conflicted about what happened with Joshua, Harrison, and Roger, because, you know, even though they ended up being terrible people, they were still his friends. And so, you know, I gave my condolences out of respect. So Fred thanks me, and he's like, hey, I owe you some money for the thing with Ricky the other day. Hop in, we'll go to the bank and get you paid. And I politely decline. I'm like, hey man, you don't owe me for this. Like, we're good. But he's insistent. He's like, a deal is a deal. Come on, get in the car. It'll make me feel better. And so I hop in, and we're talking, and Fred's just got so much to process with what happened. And he's telling me, you know, I thought I knew Joshua, I thought I knew the others, but I guess you never really know anybody. So we're driving to the bank, and he reaches in the back seat and he pulls out this can of Coca-Cola. He smiles and he hands it to me because, you know, I'm thinking back to when we first met at the bar. He heard me order the Coca-Cola. So he smiles and he hands it to me, and he's like, I know how much you like this terrible soda. And then he reaches in the back and he pulls out another one and cracks it, and then, you know, presents it to like, cheers with me. I crack mine, and we touch cans and take a big old gulp, and he's right. I do love the soda. We pull into the bank, and before he gets out, he starts telling me the story about how he had known Joshua since he was a little kid. And he's going on about this story about Joshua and how he like raised him as a kid. And I started feeling funny. And I remember looking at the can of Coca-Cola thinking like, is this alcoholic? Is this a beer? But it looked like a normal can of Coca-Cola. And then I just like got sick, and I opened the door and just started puking all over the parking lot. I'm like puking my guts out, and Fred's still telling me the story. The last thing that I remember him saying was that I'm the one who taught Joshua how to hunt. And then things just went black. After that, my memory is choppy at best. I remember waking up, splitting headache, stomach felt horrible. I was laying on this cold, hard ground. Any light, any noise was just brutal. And then there was just blackness again. I don't know if it was hours or minutes, but I wake up again and I'm in this steel box. I look around and it looks like a dog kennel. And I'm like, I groan, and then I hear Fred's voice just say like, ah, you're awake. And I ask like, where am I? You know, what's going on? And Fred says, oh, don't worry about that. And then I hear the doors to the kennel open. Tom and Max pull me out of the kennel and throw me onto the ground. I don't even know where I am at this point. And then they beat the absolute dog shit out of me. Tom takes his rifle and uses the barrel to like thump me in the face, and he hits me right in the mouth. and I just hear this crunch. The metal from the barrel cracked my 2 front teeth in half. It wasn't like he knocked my 2 front teeth out. They literally cracked in half, and I lost like the bottom half of these teeth. I like spit out blood and chunks of teeth, and like these teeth that I have now, they're actually fake. Like this is acrylic right here. The dentist did a damn good job, but they beat the shit out of me. By some miracle, they didn't break any of my ribs, but they kicked me in the stomach until I threw up again, and Max was, you know, stomping me between my legs. And then Fred finally stops them, and he's like, that's enough. He needs to be able to run. And then they grab me and put some kind of collar around my neck, and then they shoved me back into the kennel and locked the door. I fade out, and I remember waking up again, and Fred is grabbing me by the hair, you know, looking me in the face and says, this is your fault. You're the reason Joshua is dead. Was in enough pain that I knew it wasn't a dream, but dazed enough to know that they had drugged me. But whatever they gave me just kept me going in and out. The only other thing that I remember was that rich guy, the client, Fred, just like peering at me through the kennel. I remember hearing the client and Fred argue, and the client was saying that he wanted a girl. And then Fred screamed at him in a way that was just like so different from his normal like warm tone that I was confident I was dreaming. Fred ended up intimidating the client into thinking that I was the better deal. And he said that I deserved this, and if the client accepted me, he would consider it some kind of personal favor. And then it went hazy again. And after that, I remember bouncing around in the back of a pickup truck outside on this dirt road. I could see outside, I could see mountains and trees, but I couldn't tell where we were. My face was swollen, everything hurt. I was in the same clothes, but like all my belongings were gone. And they had taken my jacket and they had taken my shoes. And there was some kind of collar around my neck. And I remember like feeling it, and there's no way to get this thing off without a key. And it was this very thick strap, and then there was this aluminum box on the side of it, and there was this aluminum housing attachment on the side of it, like a box. I tried getting it off, but there was no use. I knew what this was. I had seen them on Max's hounds. It was a GPS tracker. So I'm bouncing around the back of this truck. The only thing that was worse than the pain that I was in was how thirsty I was. I hadn't had anything to drink in hours. I didn't know how long I had gone without water, but I just bounced around and slammed around in the back of that pickup for just like such a long time. I was just in pain and in thirst. I have no idea how long I was like that, but eventually the truck came to a stop, and I heard somebody get out. From the cracks in the kennel, I could see Tom's face, and he saw that I was awake. He talked to me like I was a child. He's like, rise and shine. And then he opens the kennel and like drags me out. And I just like slam to the ground, and he picks me up, and he points and he says, run that way. And he points at this mountain in the distance, and I can see that we're in this base of this mountain range in the woods. And so there's this ridge line on my left and this ridge line on my right, kind of like a horseshoe, and this larger mountain that Tom is pointing at. And he like grabs me by the face and says, hey, pay attention. And he points at the mountain again and says, run that way. And then he slams his fist again in my stomach, and I fall to the ground. I would have puked, but there's nothing in my stomach at this point. And he gets back in the truck and he drives off. And I realize I'm at the dead end of this dirt trail. This trail is just barely wide enough to have a vehicle go down it. And I can see Tom's taillights. He's driving off in the opposite direction of the mountain he pointed at, and he just left me there. I'm sitting there in pain, but I can hear the trickle of a stream nearby. And I was so thirsty that the first thing I do is stumble over to this stream and just start drinking the water. And so I gulp down this water before I can even think of anything else. I finish, and I get up and I look around, and there's nobody. I'm alone in the woods. So I'm like stumbling around. I still feel woozy. I still have this headache, but the water is starting to actually help a lot. The headache goes down almost immediately, and I just keep looking around. And I'm trying to take in what I can see, but I just like can't keep my tongue off of the broken teeth that I have. I can feel the tooth roots, and it's just, I try not to think about it. And then I hear it. I hear hunting dogs barking in the distance. That's when it clicked. That's when I realized what was happening. They were hunting me. I could just feel the panic creep in. I could feel my tears starting to come to my eyes, and I'm getting overwhelmed, but I know that panic kills. I have to think about this rationally. So I start taking deep breaths until my heart slows down and I can actually think. This was a hunt, just like a guided moose hunt. I thought back and I remembered the map that I saw on the tailgate of Max's pickup truck. And I looked around and I realized it was the same mountains that were on that map. So I knew their plan. They were gonna funnel me with the dogs into the kill box. I grabbed my neck and I felt the collar, and I realized that even if I could get this collar off, eventually those hunting dogs would find me. And I started to freak out again, but I had to take stock of, what could I look forward to, like what was working on my side. The client was incompetent and likely drunk, so that might slow them down. And the hunting club of 8 had been cut down to 4. So that meant that their originally tight perimeter now had gaps in it. And on top of that, Fred was clearly using emotion instead of logic after losing so many members. And then I looked down at my feet. They were kind enough to leave my socks, but no shoes was gonna suck. I gazed around at the horseshoe valley I was in, and I heard the dogs again in the distance, still far, but definitely getting closer. So I started running towards the mountain that Tom had pointed at. Immediately, I stepped on a rock and pain just shot through my foot. I heard the dogs bark again, and I forced myself to keep running towards the mountain. I knew that that mountain he pointed at had to be the edge of the kill box, and they were gonna use the terrain on either side to wall me in, push me to the edge. The mountains were just a backdrop, like a cage. The running was painful. Feet were getting torn up by the terrain, but I came up with a plan, and I ran a few hundred meters more. The pain sucked, but I started pushing the pain in my feet to the back of my mind and focused on what I could control. I had to do something about the tracker on my neck, but I wanted them to see that I was running into their trap. There was no getting this thing off my neck without a key, but I could disable the batteries and then it wouldn't matter. And as I was running, I started looking around for rocks. I found 2, maybe about the size of my palm, and picked them up. And once I had 2, I stopped. And I took the collar and rotated it on my neck so that the box was on the side. One rock and held it at the base, and took another and started smashing the housing. I smacked my neck a couple times and I crushed my finger, but thank God that thing was made of aluminum, because the aluminum started to bend and expose some of the wires. And I tore the edge open and grabbed those wires and just yanked. And when I did that, a small battery pack came out, and that dealt with the tracker, but there was no escaping the dogs. So I looked for a landmark, and I saw a large boulder, threw the battery pack down at the boulder. Then I ran deeper towards the kill box, but I started running big cloverleaf pattern. And as I started running back in the direction they were coming from, the dogs were definitely louder. But I ran in a big loop to where I could see the path that I had run in on. And I came back to where the big boulder was, and I crouched down. I waited, and then I saw 3 dogs come in to sniff the area. I stopped around the battery. And then not long after that, to no surprise of mine, I saw Max, Fred, and the client, all armed with hunting rifles. They were close enough that I could see them, far enough away that I couldn't hear what they were saying, so I just crouched as low as I could and stayed out of sight. I saw Fred pick up the battery pack, throw it to the ground, and he looked concerned and said something to Max. And I looked over, and the client was smiling and swaying. He was clearly drunk on whiskey and power, but he was out of shape and overweight. They would have to wait for him. That could work to my advantage. I had been running for weeks. I was banged up and barefoot, but I could run faster than them. And then Max mushed the dogs, and I knew wouldn't be long before they looped back around on my trail, and realized I went back the other way. I picked up a quick but steady pace back the way that I came, but that was the best that I could do. Running towards the mountain had been uphill, but then running away from it had been downhill. And so I was able to go downhill, and that helped me pick up the pace even more. Also, as painful as it had been to run barefoot, I figured out that if I ran on the balls of my feet rather than striking my heel first, it made running more manageable. And as I kept running, I started to see the dirt road again. And I knew that if I got on that dirt road, that would be death. They would definitely find me. But it was also the only way that I could find my way out of there. So I ran along the side of the road in the woods, not on it, but far enough that I could still see it. And I kept running until I came on this chain link fence that had razor wire over the top and at the base. There was no getting over this fence. And so I looked back towards the road and I could see the faint outline of Tom's pickup truck parked right where the road crosses through the fence. And I immediately dropped to the ground and I could feel the panic coming back in because I wasn't sure if he saw me or not. But I pushed it down and started crawling along the fence in the other direction, hoping that he didn't see me and hoping that I could find a gap in the fence to get to the other side. But this was a legitimate fence and had been well maintained. And I followed the fence, almost gave up hope, and then I saw this patch of dead trees next to the fence. And I had an idea, and so I ran up to a big dead spruce and I started pushing on it towards the fence. I pushed a few times, the tree, it just didn't budge. And I almost gave up, but I pushed one more time and then it started to just budge a little bit. And then it started to lean, and more with each push it would go over. And then the tree gave out, collapsed a portion of the fence underneath. And I navigated over the tree as quickly as I could. I almost fell into the razor wire, but grabbed a branch and somehow didn't lose my balance, and I just scrambled across to the other side. And once I made it over, I just kept moving. And there had been a loud commotion from when the tree fell. I was terrified that either Tom heard it or he would see the fence move from the ripple effect. Not that it really mattered with the dogs tracking me. So I picked up the pace and my feet and lungs burned. But I ran in a diagonal route back towards the road until I could see it again, and I stayed as far away as possible following it. And then I heard a vehicle coming and I dove to the ground and crawled behind a bush. I didn't dare look at the vehicle or the road. I just kept out of view. I heard a vehicle drive by, and when I was sure that it passed, I got back up and I kept running. Every few minutes or so, I would hear that vehicle come by again, and it would just come up and down the road. Every time that it did, I would just dive down, assured that it passed, and then I'd get back up and start running again. I never saw it, but I knew it was Tom's pickup, and he must have been getting flustered because each time it passed, it would go by a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. And I stayed in the tree line and I just followed the road out. I didn't know how long I had been running it, but I didn't hear the dogs anymore. And as I was running, I could see that there was another larger road that the road I was running alongside intersected with. And so I turned and handrailed the second larger road in the other direction, like to the right. And I tried to stay on the hillside away from the road, but the terrain was like angled down. And so as I was running, it was pulling me towards the road. So as I was running parallel to the road, the downhill kept dragging me closer and closer to the road, and I'd have to run back uphill, which kept slowing me down. But I just kept running, and then I came to a point where the tree line ended. After the tree line, there was a downhill that led to this open marsh, and there was a herd of muskox grazing in it, and they were just feeding right next to the riverbed. And then on the other side of the river, it went back uphill, and then the thick tree line picked up again. It was only a few hundred feet to the other side, but this was big open area, and I would have to cross right next to the road. And I needed to rest. Joints and muscles were screaming. My feet were torn to shreds. I was drenched in sweat and my face was still swollen. And I was thirsty again. And I found myself being tempted to drink the murky marsh water that was in the basin. And I looked down at the muskox and took a moment to see if there was a way I could crawl across without being seen from the road. And I saw this outcropping of rocks. I started to make a plan. And as I was making this plan, then I heard something behind me. And turned and I looked, and there's a hound staring right at me 20 feet away. We locked eyes and my heart sank. The hound looked to the sky and just let out the deepest, loudest howl I've ever heard in my life. And I just started running into the open area. I could feel the adrenaline, I could taste the adrenaline. And it just pushed the exhaustion and pain to the back of my mind. The dog had no problem keeping up with me, and I looked back and saw that the two other dogs had joined in the chase. And they weren't aggressive. It was as if they were playing. This was like a game for them. And so the fastest way to the other side was to run through this herd of muskox. There weren't any plans or maneuvers I could pull. All I could do was run. I ran downhill and then just started churning through this muck and marsh. And this was like the one time that not having shoes actually made me faster. If I had shoes on, they would have gotten stuck in the mud. And as I made my way down into the river, I saw that the river wasn't very deep. I just looked for the easiest crossing that I could find. And the muskox saw me and three dogs running at them, and so they started getting defensive. And sure enough, just like Michael said, they made circles with the young in the middle and the horns facing out. and there was several groups of them, and I just tried to run between them as fast as I could to get across the water, but there wasn't much space. And I remember thinking that it felt like I had to choose between getting shot or getting gored by a muskox, and I didn't want to end up as some sicko's hunting trophy, so I just kept going forward. And once I got close to the muskox, one started charging at me. I was sure I was dead. As large as those things are, they are shockingly fast when they decide to move. And I was sure that the muskox was coming straight for me. But at the last second, it went for the hound that was at my heels. I heard a sick crunch and a yelp. And I remember that Michael said dogs put muskox into a frenzy. And I hadn't meant to, but I had led the dogs straight into the herd of muskox. And I felt this pang of guilt, and I almost stopped to see if I could help, but instead I crossed the river, sprinted up the other side to the next tree line, and I made it to the trees, and I looked back just out of breath, and it was a sad sight. All 3 dogs were being mauled. I felt horrible for them. I mean, they were innocent after all. And then there was a loud crack that impacted in the tree next to me, and I heard the percussion of a gunshot following, and I just dropped to the ground and crawled as deep and as fast as I could in tree line as bullets just flew past me. They were hissing and buzzing overhead. I never saw them. I just crawled deeper into the trees until they were thick enough where I could get on my feet and run. They were close, right on my trail, and they knew where I was. But the client had missed his shot, the dogs were gone. And so I realized that they couldn't track me anymore and I could hide. And so I figured the human mind has a tendency to run downhill. I mean, after all, it's just easier. And I was on the side of a steep incline, and there was only a few hundred feet between me and the hunters. I was deep enough in the trees that they couldn't see me, so I just turned and I started running straight uphill. I was just hoping that that was the direction that they would least likely look. And I did my best to run uphill as fast as I could, trying not to break any branches or leave any tracks. But then I ran uphill and I collapsed behind this fallen log from exhaustion, and I knew that running was loud and noisy. So I had to shift my pattern to being slow and quiet, and I controlled my breathing and just did my best to reduce any noise. And I looked around, and then I covered myself with some dead pine branches, and I just laid there, didn't move. And I laid there, and there were spiders. I was getting obliterated by mosquitoes, but I just didn't move. And I started to feel the cold set in, but I just waited and I waited and I waited. And then I started to doze off. Right before I fell asleep, I could hear footsteps, and I stayed still. I was hardly breathing. I could hear their faint footsteps, and then I started to hear whispers, and I knew they were so close, but I stayed still. I didn't move. But I kept waiting, and I heard the footsteps fade. And as they faded, suddenly there was a gunshot. And I fought the urge, the instinctual urge to get up and start running. I jumped, but I stayed still because I knew they were using probing fire to try to get me to react. And then I heard another gunshot, not quite as loud as the first, so it was getting farther. And I kept waiting. And as time went on, I would hear a gunshot come every so often. But every time it came, it was a little bit farther each time. And eventually, the gunshots stopped altogether. I waited, and I waited, and what seemed like after waiting an eternity, I started to crawl back towards the valley that I came from. And slowly, slower than I had ever moved, I crawled the entire time back the direction I came. There wasn't a square inch of skin that wasn't destroyed by mosquitoes. I was miserable, but I was alive. And I made it to the edge of the tree line, and I got to a point where I could look from behind a bush and cover and see back down into the valley where I'd come. The muskox were gone at this point, but I could make out a person, and from where I was, I could see that it was Max. And he was just sitting there, and he was sitting with the dogs' bodies. And I wondered how long he had been there. And as much as I hated him for doing this to me, I felt sad. They were good dogs. And I sat there for a long time, and I just watched him. And neither of us moved for a long time. But eventually he picked up the dogs and brought them back to his pickup truck along the road. And when he did this, I noticed that underneath the road, there was a drainage tunnel for the water. And I realized that I could cross underneath that road through the tunnel. So there's no way I was putting a single foot on that road, but I'd be willing to cross underneath it. Max drove off after loading the last dog, and it was silent. I started getting cold when I had stopped running, but that was hours ago. At this point, I was freezing and literally shaking from the cold. It might have been a warm, sunny day by Alaska standards, but it was still like 60, 70 degrees at most. And I was so thirsty again. And there was water in the open space, dirty water, but I wasn't going anywhere until the sunset. And I was just shaking from the cold, and I would move as slowly as I could to just scratch the countless mosquito bites I had all over. And I was unable to keep my tongue off my shattered teeth, and I just sat there. I cried a few times while I was there. It was a sorry sight, and I waited for what felt like a lifetime. Occasionally the same two trucks would drive up and down, and that just reinforced that I wasn't going to set a single foot on that dirt road. And then slowly, very slowly, the sun got lower in the sky, and I ended up dozing off, and I woke up again, and the sun was setting, and I realized it had to have been close to midnight. I waited as long as I could for the sun to mostly set, and then I crawled back down to the water. It was murky marsh runoff, but that is still to this day the most pure and delicious water I've ever had in my life. I drank until my belly literally couldn't take any more. And then I crouched and I snuck up to the road, and I crawled through the drainage tunnel and out the other side. And I crawled in a way that I was able to keep my head above water, but the tunnel was so short that it forced me to get soaking wet. And this water is all snow melt, so it was just absolutely freezing. But I made it to the other side of the road, and the moonlight was bright enough so that I could see. The river that I had crawled through joined another river that was larger that ran alongside the road. So I followed it downstream between the road and the river. I knew I had maybe 4 hours of darkness, so I tried to move as fast as I could, and I knew that if I kept moving, it would be the only way to keep hypothermia away. But I just physically couldn't run anymore. And so I walked alongside this river for hours, and the whole time I was just mentally preparing myself to dive into the icy water if a vehicle came by. And mercifully, no vehicle ever came by. But my feet hurt so bad at this point that I had to start crawling on my hands and knees. And my stomach started groaning from hunger, but being next to the river meant I could have water anytime I wanted. I knew I was gonna get sick from drinking this unfiltered water, but that was a problem for another time. The sun started to rise, and in the coming light, I could see a cabin in the distance that stood right along the river. So I toughed it out, and I walked on my cut up feet towards the cabin. I knew I had to make it there before the sun came up fully. And I thought about crossing back to the other side where there was trees, because the side that I was on with the river didn't have as much cover. I thought maybe there was a way to call for help in the cabin, but the cabin was clearly empty. There was no vehicles in sight, and it was pretty small. It could have easily been called a shed, but there was an antenna on the roof, and when I got there, the door was unlocked, and both those things were good signs. I stumbled inside and closed the door behind me. And at this point, the sun was up, and light was coming in through the window, and I could see that there was a small bed, a pantry, and a desk, and it looked like people had been there recently, and it must have been somebody's subsistence cabin. And the desk had a VHF mounted radio. I tried to turn the power switch on, but nothing happened. After that, I collapsed on the bed, and I must have dozed off. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke up, the sun was high in the sky. I looked through the pantries, and I found some canned beans with a pop top, and I ate them cold with no spoon, and the pain in my mouth reminded me that I had shattered teeth. And I looked down, and I saw that my feet had just left mud and blood all over the floor. I started looking around the cabin to see if there was anything else I could use. I found a pair of hunting binoculars that had anti-reflective lens covers on the front, and I found a first aid kit. I found a jacket, a canvas jacket, and I found a pair of hunting boots that were much too large for my feet. And I bandaged my feet, and I put the boots on. They were big, but they're better than nothing. And then I started looking again at this VHF radio. Somebody had handwritten something on paper and then taped that to the top of the VHF monitor. It had the word help and then a frequency next to it. And then below that, it had coordinates. I don't know who owned that cabin, but God bless that person, because that experience was the first time I had felt genuine hope since I could even remember. I tried the radio again, but there was still no power. And I looked around and I saw that there were lights, but there was no power in any of them. And so I looked out the window and I saw that there was a small generator outside. So I crept out, constantly looking at the road because I didn't want to get seen. I found half a tank of fuel in the generator and nearly teared up with joy that it had some gasoline in it. And then I went to start the generator and I had to stop myself because I looked around and the only thing in this valley as far as I could see was this cabin. And I remembered that there was a radio that Max showed me in his pickup truck. And if I used this radio and they heard my call, I would be dead before any help could arrive. But if I didn't use the radio, I mean, that cabin was the only thing around. Eventually they would check that cabin and find me anyways. And so I looked back at the river and I made the decision that I would hide on the other side of the river while I waited, just in case. So I grabbed the rest of the canned food, I grabbed the jacket and the binoculars, and I crossed the river. And the water came up to my thighs, but I made sure to keep as much of the gear as dry as possible, especially the boots, which I took off before crossing and held up. Bad as my feet hurt, and as beat up as I was, getting cold again after being warm in the cabin was so much, like, I can't emphasize how bad that sucked. I literally stared at the river for a good 5 minutes before I worked up the courage to get back in the water and get cold again. I found a large bush that was a decent distance from the river and offset from the cabin. And from there, I would be able to see the road from both directions and have a good line of sight on the cabin. I set up a hide site in this bush and got everything ready. And then I crossed back over to the other side of the river and looked at it at a few angles to make sure that it was well concealed. And I had to go back and forth a couple times to get it appropriate, but when I was satisfied, I went back to the cabin and I started the generator. It kicked on immediately and I went back inside and the radio flipped on and the frequency was already set up to the help network that I needed. And so I keyed up the mic and I called for help. No answer came, which was heartbreaking, but I just kept trying. And I was gonna give up, but then I heard a woman's voice come on. She said she was responding from one of the village clinics. I had no idea how far that was, but the range on that type of radio couldn't have been more than 20 miles away. I told her that I had been kidnapped and 4 men were trying to kill me, but I had escaped. I gave her my name and the coordinates that were written on the radio. And she said, sit tight, and she would send people my way. And I gave her the hunters' names, just in case that was the last thing that I could do. And the conversation was getting long, so I thanked her and I ended the transmission. She tried to get me to stay on, but I turned off the radio, and then I went outside and I killed the generator. And immediately after that, I crossed the river, got into my hide spot, and I waited. I waited there for a couple of hours, and then I saw 2 trucks coming up the road. I almost jumped up with joy and ran to the road until the recognition came. It was the hunting club, and I watched them through the binoculars. They ripped up the dirt road and skidded to a park in front of the cabin. And I saw 3 people get out of the vehicle, and I could see Tom and Max clearly furious and just pointing their weapons immediately at the cabin. Fred, who was just red in the face with hate, was screaming something at the cabin. Couldn't make out the words, but I could hear the sound of his voice. And then he turned back to the vehicle and ripped the client out of the passenger seat of his truck. Fred yelled something at him, and then the client pointed his rifle at the cabin also, with just shaking hands. He looked shameful and sad, which was a huge difference from the powerful smile that I had seen him with the day before. And then Fred screamed something again at the cabin. They must have thought that I was inside and they were trying to get me to come out. And then Fred threw his hand in the air and Tom and Max just started firing rounds into the cabin. And I tried not to jump or run with the sounds of the gunfire. And they moved in and kicked down the door and went inside. And then not long after that, I saw Tom and Max come out and they started scanning the distance. They had realized that I wasn't there. And Fred hollered at Tom and Max, and they started to spread out looking for my trail. And Fred grabbed the client by the collar, and the two of them also started searching. They knew that I had to be close, and I wanted to run again, but I knew that hiding was still my best chance. I just had to wait it out until help arrived. And so Max started looking along the road in one direction, and Fred kept dragging the client down the road the other direction. But Tom was studying the ground around the cabin, and he started tracing back and forth between the cabin and the river. And I could see the moment of recognition in his body language, and he looked up and started scanning on my side of the river. He looked over my hiding spot, and I held my breath. I didn't breathe, and he overlooked me and kept searching. But then he crossed the river, and I don't know what he found. Maybe he found some beaten down grass, but whatever he found, he started following in my direction. And he looked up and stared at the bush that I was in. I was screwed. And I started trying to work up a plan in my head. Maybe I could wait until he was close enough and then charge him and try to take his gun away from him. But Tom was a trained police officer and an experienced hunter. There was nothing I could do. I was dead. And then he started getting closer, closer and closer, 70 meters away. And then he was 50 meters away, and then he was just about close enough to see me. And then there came a shout, and he looked back towards the cabin, and Max was waving his arms and pointing towards the road. And Tom turned around and started running back. I think he thought that Max had found me, but Max was pointing at a train of vehicles that was coming our way. And the hunting club, they tried to make it back to their trucks before this caravan of vehicles arrived, but they were too far. They were overextended, and they didn't make it. I watched as the hunting club's trucks got surrounded by vehicles. Dozens of Alaskan natives erupted out of these vehicles. They were armed with pistols and rifles. Tom waved at them, and I could tell he was clearly trying to convince them to stop pointing their weapons at them. But whatever he was saying, it didn't take. Fred was also trying to say something with the client just standing there dumbfounded next to him. After that, Max started screaming and pointing his gun at the natives. And I realized in that moment that he was yelling at whoever appeared to be the leader of the caravan. And I focused the binoculars, and then I saw it was Michael. And the shouting continued, and suddenly the client threw down his rifle and got on his knees and threw his hands in the air. He was pleading, and I don't know what he said, but Fred hit him and hit him hard. So I can only assume that he admitted their crimes out loud. And then Max made an aggressive move, and gunfire erupted. Only a few shots went out, but I saw Max go down. Fred and Tom saw it too, and they threw their guns down and put their hands in the air. And they turned around, and some of the natives came in and picked up their weapons. And that was the moment I felt safe. And I stood up and I yelled and started waving my arms. And I must have surprised them because the natives, a few of them started pointing their weapons at me. But Michael said something, and they refocused their attention back to the hunting club. Even that far away, I could see fury just saturate Tom's body language when he realized how close he was to finding me. And I just started limping towards them. I had tears of joy in my eyes, and I slogged across the river. I didn't care about the cold. I didn't care about getting those oversized boots wet. And I passed by Max's sad, lifeless body on the ground and made my way over to Michael and the natives. And Michael hollered at me, and he was like, "Sam, are you good?" And I gave him the thumbs up. And standing next to him was Melody, and she made eye contact with me, and she gave me a nod and a smile. And Fred, Tom, and the client, they were just on their knees with their hands in the air. The client was whimpering and tearful. Tom was just staring at the ground, shaking his head. But Fred, he was just staring at me. His eyes were locked on me with more intensity than anyone has ever looked at me. The mask was off. The jolly warmth that I had always associated with Fred was gone. The man looking back at me was cold and just filled with this hateful spite. Fred and I locked eyes like that for a moment, and then he just looked at the ground, defeated. Michael looked me up and down, And then he turned back to Melody, and then he looked back at me, and I could see that he was staring at my neck, and he had just this look of disgust on his face. And then I realized he was looking at the tracking collar. And at this point, I had forgotten that it was even there. And he hollered at one of his friends to grab a tool to remove the collar. He went to the vehicle and came back with a pair of aviation shears, which are like scissors that are used to cut sheets of metal, and he cut the band from my neck. It wasn't until the collar came off my neck that I realized how oppressive it had been. I had gotten used to it, but once it was gone, I realized I could finally breathe freely again. And then Michael turned his attention back to what remained of the hunting club, and it was quiet. For a while, the only sound was the noise from the river, and then Michael started speaking, and he said, "So this is what you do then? You hunt people, your own people." And at first I thought he was talking to Fred. Then I saw that he was actually talking to Tom. Tom was still looking at the ground, and Michael commanded Tom to look at him, and Tom looked at him. And Tom had the same hate in his eyes that Fred had when he was looking at me. And they had this conversation without any words being spoken. That's when I saw it. I saw that Tom was native, and that he and Michael had grown up together, and at one point they had even been friends. And Tom said nothing. And then Michael said, "And the police station, you guys burned it down too, didn't you? You killed Joshua and the others. They were your friends, and you burned them alive." And then Michael paused to let that sink in. And then he said, "What are you even doing out here? You should be with the other officers. They're operating out of a basement somewhere and supporting Steve's family. And Steve is still in Seattle, and he may never wake up." I thought back to the police officer that Natalie had told me about that was transported to the burn unit in Seattle. And this must be the same person. And then I remembered Ricky, and I said, "You killed Ricky too, didn't you? You killed him because he was gonna run." And then Tom looked at me, but he still said nothing. And then Michael turned his attention to Fred. "And what about you, Mr. Mayor? How many others? This clearly isn't your first time. People have been going missing in Larkin for years." And when Michael said the word mayor, he added a heavy dose of venom to that. And Michael kept talking. He said, "All the lies you told us, all the pointless search parties you led us on." And I could see that Michael was starting to lose his temper. But to his credit, he stopped himself, and he waited for Fred to say something. But just like Tom, Fred stayed silent. And then after a long pause, he just whispered, "All those people," and shook his head with sadness. And I thought I would be angry at them after everything that happened, but I was just sad. Larkin was a small town. Who knows how long they've been hunting people like this? Not that it would make it any better. They weren't hunting people that were strangers. They were hunting people that they had known. Then Michael turned to me and he said, "We'll get you home and we can talk about this later." And then he called over to Melody and told her to drive me back into town. I asked Michael, "What are you gonna do with the hunters?" And he looked back at me and he said, "This is now a tribal matter and we will take care of it." And then nothing else was said. And the silence was my cue to leave. So I walked over to the vehicle with Melody and I looked back at Fred, and his eyes were just boring into me with hate. And then I heard Melody start the truck. I got in the vehicle and I didn't look back. And then almost immediately I fell asleep. Melody woke me up when we made it back to the house. When I woke up, I was a little groggy, and I started looking at the burns on her chest and on her arms, and I thanked her for everything. And she told me to consider us even. And then I went to leave, and before I went, she grabbed me by the sleeve and she said, "Hey Sam, if anybody asks you, you got lost in the woods. You don't talk about what happened to the police. This is a tribal affair and my people will take care of it." I told her I understood, and then I went inside. Natalie was horrified to see the condition that I was in. I didn't know how to tell her what happened. I mean, I wanted to tell her the truth, but for some reason I just couldn't. So I made up this story about how while I was running, I fell into a ravine and got lost in the woods. She cleaned up my wounds and bandaged me up properly, covered all my mosquito bites in calamine lotion. When she asked about my teeth, I said I hit my face on a rock. She looked at the big boots on my feet and asked how I lost my shoes, and I just shrugged. And I could see her looking at the circular marks around my neck where the collar had been, and she knew I was lying. And that drove a wedge between us that was deeper than any long distance relationship or busy job ever could. And she kept taking care of me, but we never recovered. She even gave me medicine for the parasites that I had ingested from the stream water. I mean, I couldn't go more than 10 feet from the bathroom, and she was still taking care of me. But it was over between us. Even though it didn't work out between me and Natalie, and despite everything that happened to me, words cannot emphasize how grateful I am. If even one thing had been different, I probably wouldn't be here today. Literally, the only thing that has kept me alive is divine intervention. There have just been too many lucky situations. I should be dead 12 times over, but God is the only thing that has kept me alive. I mean, the natives saving me, the cabin with the working radio, the muskox, the client missing a shot, even the binoculars. If the binoculars didn't have those anti-reflective covers on the front, Tom might have seen me hiding in the bush. And what's more, to my absolute horror, I found out later from Janet that while I was crawling around in the moonlight by that stream, Tom had come back to Larkin and was looking for Natalie. But at the time, she was working a busy night shift at the hospital. If she had been on day shift, she would have been all alone, and Tom would have found her like that at night at the house. And who knows what would have happened. I mean, the word gratitude doesn't even scratch the surface. And then a few days after that, Michael asked me to tell my story to the tribal leaders. And it was a completely different experience than the police interrogation after the incident with Joshua and Melody at the cabin. There was no paperwork, there was no sense of intimidation. They asked me to clarify certain aspects of the story, but they never wrote anything down. And then they thanked me for my time, and that was it. Michael gave me my phone and keys that Fred had taken, and I didn't ask him how he had gotten them. And Michael asked me again not to say anything to any authorities, and he sent me on my way. By the time I healed up and finished taking the medicine for the parasites, Natalie's contract was up. It was time for us to leave Larkin. And I remember as I was packing, I came across some gold nuggets, the ones that I had gotten with Fred while gold mining. I couldn't even stand to look at them, and I just threw them in the trash. And I said my goodbyes to Michael and Janet and Melody, and we still talk sometimes, but I have no intention of ever going back to Larkin. And I left. Natalie and I took a flight back to Anchorage, but then after that we went our separate ways. And unfortunately, there's no dentist in Larkin, so I had to make all of these farewells with a broken smile. And as soon as I landed in Anchorage, the first thing I did was make a dentist appointment. And as I waited in the dentist office, the news was on in the waiting room. It was talking about how the search party for 4 missing hunters had concluded and no remains had been found. And among the missing was a local police officer, a canine trainer, the beloved town mayor, and a tech industry billionaire who was known for making large donations to charities. And then images of Michael came on screen, and the newscaster said a local Native Alaskan man was running for mayor and spearheading the charge for more safety regulations and a reconstructed search and rescue response. And then she talked about how a scholarship fund was being set up in the name of the missing hunters. And then the woman next to me was shaking her head and made the comment that Larkin is a wild place and people go missing there every year. I smiled a broken smile, but I said nothing. And I heard the dentist call my name.
So usually I tell stories from my past, months if not years ago. Sometimes I even go far back and do childhood stories. But today's story happened just last week on a trip to Arizona. And remember, I have not been back to Arizona since the last time that I went to the Superstition Mountains, which come to think of it was almost 4 years ago at this point. And even though that trip had its ups and major downs, it didn't change the way that I felt about Arizona. Talk about a beautiful place. The mountains, the nature, the scenery, the culture there. I have a special place in my heart for Arizona, specifically the Phoenix area. I had to go back. It had been too long. I had to go not just for my personal pleasure, but honestly because I need some material for you guys and I need to stop being so boring. I gotta get my butt back out there. I needed to stop sitting in my basement talking about all of the old adventures that I used to go on. And I needed to actually start going on them again. So I told my girl, start packing her bags because she's in for a crazy week. So that's exactly what we did. We booked a flight, a cheap hotel, and we planned to go there for 7 days. And usually I only do weekend trips, but this time I just felt like I needed a significant amount of time out there so we could actually take our time and explore the whole region. And we were so excited because this was going to be our first real adventure together. We had visited New Jersey together and we had a great time, but she hadn't been out in the rugged country with me yet. And to be quite frank, she was very eager to get out there. And I loved the idea of it too. But that was until we hit our first rough patch of the trip. We headed out that morning, we hopped on a plane at O'Hare Airport, and we were set to land at Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix. The flight there was so smooth for the first 3 hours. And we knew that we were closing in on Phoenix and we were going to start our descent pretty soon. So we're just sitting in these seats and we're so excited. We are about to go on our first adventure together. We're about to land. We had just finished up the movie that we chose for the flight, which was the newest Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. And we were just chatting, talking about the snakes that were at the end of the film, if you've seen it. And then we were joking about what we would do if we encountered any rattlesnakes this upcoming week. We were just giggling and everything was peachy. Smooth flight, good time, good snacks, we're about to land. But then the plane started rumbling. It started as a light shake, which is super common, just minor turbulence. That was happening the entire flight, just a little light shake, but this time, it just kept building. And listen, I don't have a major fear of flying, and I've been through some pretty rough turbulence from my perspective. I've done that before. So I just stayed calm and I held my girl's hand, whose name is Jess. I held Jess's hand just to make sure that she felt safe. But the rumbling didn't stop this time. It just built and built and built until it built up into this major drop. It literally felt like the plane dropped hundreds of feet in seconds. And by the time the drop bottomed out, I felt like my stomach was in my throat. And I'm starting to look around and I see everybody else looking around because everyone's looking around like we know that that drop was not normal. Most of us had never felt turbulence like that. Then the rumbling started to build again. So I start squeezing Jess's hand way harder. And I'm just whispering to her that it's going to be okay, just trying to keep her calm. But this time it felt as if the pilot was taking evasive maneuvers and was just tilting the plane side by side. He was just tilting left to right, and it seemed as if he was trying to minimize whatever turbulence that we were experiencing. So now when the major rumbles and drops occurred, we weren't just feeling those drops. We were severely tilted, and we were feeling those drops while we were tilted deep into the left and the right. And obviously, I am not a pilot. For all I know, he was doing a classic technique to minimize turbulence. But from my perspective, as a horrified passenger, it felt like to me that he was doing an emergency maneuver and we were actually in danger. And this major turbulence just went on and on for about 10 minutes straight until finally the pilot spoke over the loudspeaker. And he just said, "Hey guys, I apologize for the ruckus. The descent into Phoenix is always bumpy." He just said, "I'm sorry, I did not see that turbulence coming. We call that clear turbulence, and the rest of the ride is going to be primarily smooth." And listen, I didn't tell you this part of the story because it's super cool and spooky and felt like a near-death experience. Turbulence is super common. We just caught a bad breeze. I'm telling you this because it changed my whole perspective on this trip that we were about to take. When the plane was rumbling and I felt that first drop, I wasn't scared for myself. I was scared for Jess. I was horrified at the idea that I made her come on this trip with me and I couldn't protect her. This plane might lose a wing and it might go down and there's nothing that I can do to protect her. I'm supposed to keep her safe, and for that 10 minutes, I felt like I wasn't doing that. I felt like that I had put her in harm's way by trying to take her to Phoenix. And I hated that feeling. It made me resent myself. I was so mad at myself for putting her in that situation. And luckily, we landed safely. Nothing happened on the flight, just a minor scare, and we did our best to shake off the anxiety of that flight once we landed. But I hadn't shaken off that protective feeling that I had over her. Leading up to this, I had always went on trips and adventures with my boys. We all knew going into these trips with me and my friends, we all knew that we were taking a risk. And obviously, we're there to support each other. If it went south, we would be there for each other. But it's an incredibly different feeling taking that risk with the girl that I love. And I love my friends, do not get me wrong, but there's an unspoken agreement between men on a mission. The agreement is that feelings don't matter in life or death situations. We make the best decision available at the time for survival. And if that means, hey bro, my leg is stuck under this tree and the best bet for both of us to survive is that you leave me here, because if you stay here, you're not going to survive. You need to go get help, and if we both stay, we both die. So you have to leave me here stuck. It's that plain and simple. That is the situation. That is what we're going to do. There's no emotions attached to it. And I realized at that moment that I could not make those kinds of decisions with Jess. And I realized that my emotions wouldn't allow me to protect her the way that I needed to. Because see, when I'm out in the national parks with my boys Sam, Abdullah, all my friends, when we're stirring up trouble, we make tactical decisions. And that kind of decision making is what's kept us safe over the years. It has gotten us out of very sticky situations on multiple occasions. And I knew that I couldn't bring Jess in those types of situations with me, because my feelings for her would be a liability to our safety. But I didn't know how to tell her that. We just landed. I don't want to ruin her trip right here and right now. Like, I still wanted her to have fun and feel like she got an adventure. I wanted her to feel like she went on an adventure with me. And I felt like the best way for me to do that for her was to fill up this trip with as many small touristy things as possible. And all of the outdoorsy stuff that we were going to do was going to be in very controlled environments. So we went to the Litchfield Park Zoo, where you get close to the animals. We went to the botanical gardens, where you're kind of like walking through the desert and seeing all the plants. We went to the aquarium, we got to pet stingrays. Then we went horseback riding at the McDonald Ranch, and we got to actually get on horses and walk them through the desert. Anything that felt outdoorsy to me that didn't actually put Jess into real danger. And honestly, to be fair, the horseback riding was a bit more dangerous than I was expecting. We saw 2 rattlesnakes on trail within the first 15 minutes, but our horses didn't notice them, so we just kept it pushing. That place was awesome. So I felt like I was doing a very good job of protecting her, but still giving her the sense as if she was going on an adventure with me. I felt like I was doing a good job. And it worked for the first 4 days, but once we got to the 5th day, we kind of ran out of touristy things to do. And Jess was getting antsy. She wanted to get out there. We went to this really nice breakfast spot that we kept going to called Protein House, just very healthy. And the whole time we were eating, I was just researching like safe things that we could do to fill up these last 2 days. And I was frantically typing because Jess just kept asking, like, can we go to the Superstition Mountains again? Because she loved that story from the last time that I went there, and she wanted to go back there with me. I was absolutely panicking because I know how dangerous those mountains are. I know the types of things and the types of people that you could cross paths with. And I was going to do everything in my power to get us to go somewhere else without just feeling that I didn't want to create a new story with her. And as much as I was trying to hide my true intentions to keep her safe, she saw right through it. And she finally confronted me about it after my 5th mindlessly boring suggestion. And she just looked at me and just kind of playfully was like, you really that scared to go back? It's okay if you are, just tell me. I didn't really know what to say at first, and it crossed my mind to just go along with what she said and play into the fact that I was scared. But it just wasn't true. I wasn't scared of those mountains. Been there, done that. I was scared of not being able to keep her safe in those mountains. So I finally fessed up. I just said, we don't really have the proper clothes and equipment to do something like that. I just don't think it's responsible for me to take you out there, especially in that specific mountain range. I don't want to take you anywhere that I'm not confident that I could keep you safe. She definitely wasn't expecting me to say that, because this entire trip was born because we were going to do the first crazy thing we've ever done together. And I was completely switching up on her after we arrived. But I could see that she understood where I was coming from, but she was still very eager to negotiate. So she just quickly started twiddling something with her thumbs onto her phone and then turned the screen very sassily towards me and said, what about here? And she's just showing me a Google image picture of a pack of beautiful horses drinking from a river. So naturally I just ask, where's that? So she goes very playfully, it's the Salt River. They say that we could kayak or paddleboard there or tube, and they say we might even see wild horses on the end of the river. She goes, look, there's a shuttle bus that takes us to the drop-off point, and there's a whole business that's attached to it, so it's way safer than just going into a random national park. Plus, it's right by the Superstition Mountains, so we could at least drive by so I could see them. See, I still wasn't fully convinced because I'm not an expert on rivers by any means. But by looking at the pictures, it did seem pretty safe, at least where this business was set up. But still, I was just giving excuses. We were sitting at a restaurant. It was already 11 a.m. So it was a little bit late to do like a nature excursion. Usually you want to get out there at like 8 a.m. and we're in regular people clothes. We would have to go all the way back to the hotel, which was like 25 minutes away in the opposite direction. We'd have to drive all the way back to the hotel just to change clothes, and then we'd have to drive all the way to the river just to get there so we could actually get on the river before this place closes. And that would be like 40 to 50 minutes. I was just coming up with any excuse under the sun to keep her safe. But she finally cut me off, and much less playful this time. And she said, "Hey, I know what I signed up for being with you. I just want to see the wild horses." And she had this look in her face that just completely changed my mind. I could see in her heart that she wanted to connect with me on this level. She knows all of my old stories at this point, way more than you guys know. I've probably told her every single one of them 3 times over. She wanted to make memories with me here. She wanted to make a story with me, and it was selfish of me to take that away from her. She's supposed to be the person that gets access to all of the best sides of me, because she's the person that puts up with all of the worst sides of me on a daily basis. And I was depriving her from that. We came here for an adventure, and I was going to give her one. So I just look her right in the face, and I'm like, "All right, let's go." And she looks at me a little bit confused, and she goes, "Back to the hotel?" And I go, "Nope. There's a Dick's Sporting Goods across the street, and we're going to get everything right now, and we're headed straight to the river." See, I wanted to elevate the experience now because I had wasted 4 days of our trip sheltering her. We were going to buy everything that we needed right then and there, and we were going to be at that river in 25 minutes tops. It's not like we had anything at the hotel that would help us on a river anyway. We had some basic hiking clothes and stuff like that, but we needed like waterproof bags, water shoes, durable swimsuits, hydro flasks for hydration that we could clip onto us, and an iPhone case that is like sealed, so if you drop it in the river, it's fine. Specifically the iPhone case because Jess just wanted to take pictures of the horsies. So I just thought, what could be more exciting for my girl than a little shopping spree before our first real adventure together? And I was right. It heightened the mood. There's something so special about doing something spontaneous like that. From 1 second sitting at breakfast hitting a stack of protein pancakes and a bison burrito to the next second saying, "Screw it, we're buying everything we need right now. We are headed there, and we're not wasting one more second of this trip together. We are going on a mission right now. Get a new outfit, new shoes, all the gear that we think we need, and change in the car on the way so we don't waste another second of our day." I encourage you all to do this, by the way. Just decide to do something amazing one of these days with somebody that you love. I know that I'm saying we went on a shopping spree. Realistically, we spent like $80, and it only cost $80 to make a lifelong memory together. And I'm sure that so many people live in Phoenix and never even go to the Salt River. Just go. Go see the beauty of your city, wherever you are. You won't regret it, even when things go south, which happened fairly quickly for us. The drive to Salt River from Phoenix was gorgeous. It was filled with unbelievable mountain views, and for me, the desert is gorgeous. The desert is so different, but so vibrant in its own way. There's something special about a place with so much scarcity, but so much teeming life. Everything in that desert is incredibly resilient and has adapted to those harsh conditions. It's not a lush, bright green forest with an abundance of food and water. This place is like the salty spittoon. When you get there, the cactuses check you at the door and ask you, "How tough are you?" And unless you have a good example, you're not allowed in. Everything in that desert is dangerous and fighting for survival. There's even a species of cactus that will shoot projectile hooked needles into your skin if you brush too close to it. So whenever I drive through there, I always get this deep sense of respect for the area and the people that choose to live there. And we decided to pop over to the Superstition Mountains before heading to the river, just so Jess could get the sense of how immense that mountain range is. We just pulled up to the entrance and took some photos, but that place is exactly how I remember it. Massive, intimidating, and borderline ominous when you're looking at it. But we didn't go into the mountain range that day. Specifically that day, we had a date with wild horses at the river. And it was already a little bit late to get onto the river for tubing. We knew we were cutting it close, so we just had to head over to the Salt River. When we finally pulled up to the headquarters or the business location of the Salt River, the vibes there were great. There were plenty of people hopping out of their cars as excited as we were. We were a little bit concerned that we might be too late to grab a shuttle bus, but with the amount of people that were just getting out of their cars at that moment, I knew that we were good. So we started excitingly changing into our new clothes and our new water shoes and throwing our stuff in our new waterproof satchel. And once we were finished, we just popped out, threw the sunscreen on, and headed to the front desk. And the front desk guy was great. He could tell that it was our first time there, so he gave us a great breakdown of the rules. And just a brief breakdown of how the day is gonna go. And this is very important, so listen closely. We were at the headquarters. Once he gave us a tube, we were to get onto the shuttle bus. The shuttle bus was going to drive us way upstream, so we could enter the river miles back. And we're gonna float down the river until we end at headquarters, and there's gonna be a shuttle bus at the bottom of this hill, and they're gonna drive us back up to return our tubes. There were 4 major points on the river. The furthest up the river that the shuttle could take you was point 1, and the last stop where you exit is 4. And there was 2 other exit points or entry points if you were to go there yourself, where you could either take a break or exit prematurely if you wanted. 2 and 3. And see, usually on regular days, if we had come earlier, the shuttle would take you all the way to point 1, and you would float down the river for about 3.5 hours before you got to point 4. But since we made the choice to go later in the day, they were only willing to take us to point 2, which would take us about 2.5 hours to get back to 4. Does that make sense? And that was completely okay with us because we didn't want to be on the water as it was getting dark. And the front desk guy made it extremely clear that if we missed exit point 4, that we would have to exit the stream by ourselves and walk back no matter how far we were. We couldn't call them for help. He said that right before you get to exit point 4, you will see a very clear sign that will tell you to start moving over to the left of the river so it's easy for you to exit at point 4 and you don't miss it. He emphasized that if we don't start going to the left to get off at that exit point 4 and we're stuck on the right of this river, we will have a very difficult time getting off because the river picks up rapidly at that point. And if we're not all the way to the left, if not at least halfway to the left, we will almost certainly miss it. And see, this was a warning that I took very seriously. I took that to heart. There was no way that I was walking back through that unforgiving terrain filled with spikes and snakes with water shoes on. Just walking through the desert with my ankles out, ready to get sniped by a rattlesnake hiding under a dehydrated shrub. And I just made mental notes of all of the tips that he gave us to avoid hazardous spots in the river. And honestly, I actually started to get a little bit nervous again. It's not like we were in a boat or on a kayak or on a paddleboard and we had oars to direct ourselves. He just gave us these silly black donut looking tubes that didn't even have handles. It was just a round donut looking thing, damn near an old tire. I had my suspicions of safety hazards there, but everybody else that was there seemed to just be so unbothered with all of these red flags. And they all just seemed like locals who had done this plenty of times, so it did make me feel a little bit better. And in hindsight, I should have attributed the blind confidence that all those people had with the clear pregame that they all took part in. Salt River is clearly a party spot and everybody was properly lubricated before arriving. Our shuttle bus was filled with 3 frat kids that were surprisingly nice and respectful. Honestly, a breath of fresh air for a frat kid. Another group that was a very obvious first double date, and they were just talking about each other's astrology rising signs and seeing how compatible they were. And a Canadian couple with a quiet blonde girlfriend and a very funny talkative Canadian boyfriend. Me and Jess mostly keep to ourselves in general. We aren't opposed to a chat with strangers, but we do usually steer clear of people that are boozing. And that's no disrespect to anybody that's blowing off some steam trying to have a good time. But we're both pretty soft spoken, and usually we'll get trampled in conversations with people that have been drinking and they just start shouting at us and talking our ears off. We just end up standing there just kind of awkwardly smiling as they're just barking at us. So we just kind of kept to ourselves, other than the nice funny Canadian kid striking up a conversation with me from across the shuttle. And he leaned in to talk to me and he goes, "Yo, do they really just let us on this river unsupervised? This is my first time here." I laughed because it was just such a funny, candid question. And he was genuinely confused, as I was too, that they were about to just let an entire group of pretty buzzed up people just hop on some tubes and float down a legitimate river in the middle of nowhere. So I just laughingly say, "Bro, I was thinking the same thing. This is an accident waiting to happen." I got a solid chuckle out of him and he ended up just offering me a Zin. A very kind gesture, but I had just kicked that habit a couple months ago. And as hard as a Zin bomb would hit at that moment, I had to decline. A Zin is a nicotine product, by the way. Don't do them, you'll get addicted. It didn't take us very long to get to the drop off point. We hopped off the shuttle first because we were at the front of the bus, but then we stepped to the side and we just kind of baited our time, waited for everybody else to get off because we wanted them to lead the way because we didn't really know what to do. We were complete newbies here, so we wanted to see what the experienced people did first, so we didn't do anything out of the ordinary. It seemed like everybody was just very simply tying all their tubes together, putting a bucket into an extra tube with like ice and drinks in it, sitting in their tube all at the same time with synchronicity, and just letting the river take them all away. It looked simple enough to me. We didn't have the bucket with ice, we just had our hydro flasks and our waterproof bag. And we didn't even have rope to tie our tubes together like the other people, but we were okay with that. Because one of the warning signs on the way down specifically said to not do that. I'm not sure why the sign said not to, and I'm also not sure why the experienced people acted as if that rule didn't exist and shouldn't have existed. But we didn't have rope anyway. So after we saw enough examples from all of the others, we made our way into the river. First off, I am so happy that we bought water shoes because the base of that river was all slimy rocks. Those things would be impossible to get any traction on with bare feet. The river was only about a foot deep where we started, but the current was incredibly strong. The water was only halfway up my shins, but with the slimy bottom of the river, we were actually both having trouble with our footing. I had the waterproof bag and both the water bottles because I just wanted to make it as easy for Jess as possible. She just had her lanyard that it was attached to her waterproof case for her phone so she could take pictures so we could remember this. So naturally, she was able to maneuver into a floatable position onto her tube before I was. And she started drifting away immediately. We even tried to sit down at the same time so we didn't separate. But within the first 5 seconds, we're 20 feet apart. And I was still trying to balance my body properly on the tube to float properly. It took me 3 major adjustments on this tube to get properly floating. And by the time I got moving, Jess was 50 feet away. And it's not like we were in rapids, so I wasn't freaking out. But I definitely felt some nerves building, like she was far away. Because we'd never been here. For all I know, the river keeps this pace this entire time. And now we're about to spend the next 2.5 hours desperately paddling towards each other to no avail. I'm trying so hard to close the distance with her, paddling with my hands, feeling absolutely useless because I just have my butt in this donut hole, just splashing my hands in the water, getting nowhere. And I could only get like my hand and half my forearms in the water, so I have no paddling power. I'm making no progress. And I'm trying not to shout because everybody here is just chilling on their tubes with beers. And I don't want to shout and embarrass us. But that was only until I saw some water around the bend that started looking a little bit choppy. And the people that are in the tubes that are going over that choppy water up there look like they're picking up speed and getting a little turbulence themselves. Now I'm getting really worried because Jess is gonna reach that portion of the river first. And if she falls into the river at a rapid portion, all of my concerns of this trip and taking her out here to do something like this are going to come true. So I'm just flapping my stupid hands in this water like a useless baby duck when an absolute godsend floats by. That super nice Canadian kid from the shuttle just comes cruising by me and he just says, "Just turn around and backstroke, you get way more power, bud." He was totally right, because trying to paddle forward on a tube when your butt's in the hole is useless, and he was flying with the backstroke. So I swivel and I turn my back towards Jess and I start intensely backstroking in her direction. I'm using all my force. My arms halfway up my biceps are in the water now, so I'm flying. I would do 10 hard, powerful strokes before I turned my head just to make sure I was still in the same direction towards her, and then I'll just get right back to it. Even with this new stroke technique, it was going to be a razor close finish to get to her before she entered these rapids. And the water started getting choppy when we were just in arm's reach from each other. But our hands couldn't quite connect. We were barely tapping fingertips, so I just tried to turn myself on this donut and I stuck my foot out for her. And I just told her to grab onto it because my leg's going to extend significantly further than my arm's going to. So I just wanted her to grab my ankle and pull me towards her. So once she grabbed a hold of my foot and ankle, I hamstring curled her towards me until I could jam my other foot into her tube's donut hole and our legs could intertwine and then we wouldn't separate again. We just got steady when we started to enter this thing that I thought was a rapid from the distance. It definitely was a faster and stronger portion of the river, but it felt like nothing more than just a fun water ride. A little bumpy and splashy, but overall fun. Once we were back together and our tubes were connected, I was so relieved. The thought of watching her float away from me down into rapids was gut-wrenching. So I tried my best to keep calm so I didn't embarrass her or alarm her in that situation. Again, I wanted her to feel like she was on a fun adventure, but I was having such a hard time getting over over this overwhelming protectiveness. And after that small patch of rapids, the river was super calm for a long stretch. It was basically a lazy river, and everything felt super safe for a while. We were just out in nature and we were taking in this beautiful landscape. We were just chatting and giggling. The only slight issue was that everybody else that was near us on the river was starting to go from a little tipsy to straight up drunk. Again, no shade to people that are partying. Absolutely understand. It's just kind of tough to be around when you're not partaking in the festivities. And to be honest, it was kind of funny and bearable until a group of girls couldn't steer clear of the edge of the river, and they just went straight into this dense vegetation that overhangs the banks of the river. They were in absolutely no danger, yet they were screaming at the top of their lungs for minutes, just because desert grass was getting in their hair. And actually, that wasn't even the last straw for us. That was annoying. It was when a marshmallow fight started and I got pelted in the eye with a stray mallow. I was in the middle of a sentence, I just caught a stray to the face. Apparently marshmallow fights are common on the Salt River, but I was done. We both decided that we're going to turn our backs to the downstream and we're both going to start backstroking until we are well far ahead of the partiers. It took us almost 10 minutes of consistent backstroke to get out of earshot and eye shot of the rest of the group. We put a really good amount of effort getting that far ahead of them just to get a little bit of isolation and quiet for ourselves, but it was a horrible mistake. Getting isolation for peace and quiet was not the mistake. Not taking into account that we were actively pushing ourselves downstream with the flow of the river was our mistake. We must have covered twice as much ground as we thought and really picked up a lot of momentum because we must have cut off 40 minutes of our trip. We also didn't take into account that they had dropped us off at a closer drop-off point. So taking off almost 40 minutes of a float left us with only like 1 hour left of float time before we had to exit at exit 4. And that's including the hour that we had already spent on the river. These are all approximates, by the way. We completely lost track of time and distance. And we had spent the whole first half of the float just stressing about staying together. We didn't know how much time had passed. And obviously we were avoiding the partiers. Like, we were very preoccupied. We just didn't have a good gauge of time. And once we were fully isolated, we started having an amazing time. It was a great trip down the river, but we had started our mental clock there. The issue was that we were starting to relax into the adventure when we should have started being vigilant for exit signs. And when I look back at it, I try to think about where we could have made the mistake where we missed the sign to start moving to the left for exit 4. And the only instance that I could think of where we were just completely distracted was the first time we came across a pack of wild horses. They were lining the left side of the river, a really big, beautiful pack, and some were even crossing in front of us. And the river was moving pretty fast at that point, so we only had a minute or two to get a good look at them while we're trying to avoid the ones that are literally in front of us in the stream. And I think that must have been where the sign was. That's the only thing that I could pin down where I was completely distracted and not aware of my surroundings. And it was the only spot where I wasn't being vigilant before the second group of horses. We didn't get close enough to the first group for Jess's liking. She wanted to get a little bit closer, but not too close for safety reasons. She just wanted to get a really good look at them. So when we saw the second group of horses that we saw that day on the right side of the river, I made sure that we got as close as we possibly could, all the way to the right. She just wanted to get some good pictures, so I wanted to get close for her. This was a horrible mistake. It was an honest mistake, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a horrible one. There were so many factors at play that led us into the perfect sequence of events happened to put us into danger. When we were passing the second group of horses, I noticed that to the left, there was a pretty big pull-off point. It was a pretty big rocky beach, and it looked kind of how the front desk guy described as the number 4 pull-off that we should absolutely not miss. But at that point, I still hadn't seen the sign that he said that we absolutely wouldn't miss. He said it was as clear as day. We still hadn't seen that sign that told us to start moving to the left, and we were all the way to the right. Plus, we had not even been out there that long. We hadn't been checking our phone. Obviously, I just said we weren't keeping track of time really well. We didn't realize that us separating ourselves from everybody else and how far we went downstream put us that far ahead. And we were currently zooming by our only exit point. And like I said, we made the decision to go there late, so there was nobody on this beach pulling off their tubes, so it was pretty empty. We're like, all right, nobody else is getting off. We were the last group to get dropped off, and we were just about an hour and a half away from sunset. So here we are, just laughing, cruising by our only exit point, taking pictures of horses with not a care in the world. I didn't even mention anything to Jess about the pull-off point when I noticed it. I just figured that since there was no sign about a quarter mile back, this must not be it. So I let us continue to float downstream for almost 30 minutes. The paddling way ahead of the partiers really messed up our gauge of time, because after about 30 minutes, we were both kind of like looking around, and almost simultaneously we said something along the lines of, "Are you seeing any signs anywhere to like tell us when to start pulling off?" Because in our heads, our brain clocks were going off. It felt like just about 2.5 hours had passed, so we should probably be pulling off soon. But we had passed our exit point 30 minutes earlier, so we just continued to float. But I started to get nervous because the river just started to look different. Most of the time while we were on here, there were like small pull-off points and beaches and like little trails just about every quarter mile, every half mile. But now it was starting to look like a straight canyon. There was no way to get off safely. It didn't seem like there were any exit points. There was straight drop cliffs on one side and spiky foliage and a big hill on the other side. And once my brain clock went off and I was like, it's been about 2.5 hours, I wanted to pull off to the side and I wanted to wait for all of the other partiers to catch up so we could see when they're leaving, just to make sure that like we're all in a big group, we're all gonna exit at the same spot. And at least me and Jess would know that we hadn't gone too far. Even if they were a little bit annoying, even if they were a burden, we'd know that we were safe. But there were no safe pull-off points. There was no spot where we could comfortably get to the edge and get onto the shore. And I was starting to panic, but I didn't want Jess to notice. I wanted her to feel safe. And I couldn't tell if it was me working myself up again or if we were actually in real danger. And whenever I start to feel like that, I get like hyper aware. It feels like my body is injecting adrenaline into my bloodstream, and there's no detail about our surroundings that I'm not taking in and observing. And I'm sitting there on this tube with my butt in this donut hole. My mind is running 1,000 miles an hour and I'm trying to hide it from Jess. And we start passing this massive canyon wall, which is by far the largest wall we've passed yet. And I start to get like weird goosebumps. And again, I don't know if it was me being hyper aware or we really just entered somewhere that we shouldn't have. But something felt different about where we were. This wall was massive and it laid a shadow over the entire area. It was the darkest section of the river that we've went through so far. It was just coming about dusk at this point, but the shadow that this wall provided made it feel like it was nighttime while we were under it. And I just couldn't shake the feelings that I was having. Everything felt wrong with the river at this point. Even the water was starting to look deeper. Most of the time I'd be able to see the bottom. It could have been that it was getting darker, but I just couldn't see the bottom anymore. Like usually we'd be able to see rocks. It just didn't feel like we should be exposed out here. On random tubes in the dark on this river that we're not familiar with were sitting ducks. Like I said, I couldn't panic in this situation, and I didn't want Jess to panic either. I could tell that she was starting to get the sense that something was wrong, and I was about to make the call for both of us that we should probably start heading off to one of the edges of the river to at least hold on to something on one of the edges. If there's a branch hanging over or anything like that, that we could just stay in the same spot to wait for everybody else to catch up to us. That was the best idea that I could come up with at the time. Just get to the side and hold on to something. If we just find something that could keep us in the same place, at least we weren't going further downstream. Because every second we float further, we're extending our potential hike back to headquarters even further. But almost simultaneously, as I'm about to make this call to get off to the edge of the river, I see something in my peripheral vision to my right, and I try my best to turn my head to see what is that movement, but my movement is super limited because I'm stuck in this little donut tube. I just barely get my head and my eyes to my right to see it. And on the right side of the river where this massive wall was, there was some type of opening to a cave or cavern about 40 feet up this wall. It was just smack dab in the middle of this enormous wall, and I don't even know if I would call it a cave. To access it, you would have to rappel down from the top or like use one of those spiked axes and climb up to it. I don't know if caves are considered something that you could walk into, but just a hole in the side of a cliff, I don't know if that's actually a cave. It just looked like a hole in the middle of this wall. The only thing that I could imagine living in there would be maybe like bats or birds because they could fly in and out of it. It was completely inaccessible. Not to mention it was a straight drop from the entrance of the cave to the river below. But I saw some movement coming from inside of it. I swear I did. But as I'm staring into this cave, I could only see blackness for the first couple seconds. But as I keep staring into it, in this black abyss of this oddly placed cave, I see a light silhouette of a figure inside of it. But I mean barely see a silhouette. If I wasn't looking for something inside of it, I wouldn't have seen it. It was so faint that even when I was looking at it, I was questioning if I was actually seeing it. It was as if the figure that was standing in this cave was 2% brighter than the blackness behind it. Just barely, faintly visible. I could tell that it was standing at the edge of the cave and it was looking out because its body was lightly bobbing, as if it was a dog that was panting right after it got done sprinting, but it closed its mouth to become alert, so it was just... It was taking such deep, slow breaths that I could see it expanding and contracting with each breath, but I still couldn't make out any details about it. I couldn't see any eyes shining from inside the darkness or any features about it, but I could just tell that it was looking at us. And it felt like to me that it came to the edge of the cave because we were floating by. And there was no way of gauging how big this thing was because the whole of this cave is like 40 feet up this wall. Like, it's pretty far. I can't tell how big this thing is. And we're floating in the middle of the river, so we're half the width of the river away from the wall. I'm just looking up. It's in the distance and it's high up. I can't tell how big it is. But the opening of the cave, just a rough estimate, looked as if whatever is in there could be at least the size of a large breed dog, if not bigger. And I'm trying my best to keep my eyes on it, but we're floating further downstream by the second, and I know that I need to make the choice to get us to the edge of the river so I could fill Jess in with my concerns as quickly as possible. But there was something about whatever it was that I was looking at. This needed my full attention at that moment, and I just kept staring at this thing until we got far enough away that I felt like I could take my eyes off of it. And as I made the personal decision to take my attention off of it and turn my attention back towards Jess to start talking about the game plan, I swiveled my eyes from left to right, and during that time it started moving again, almost instantaneously from me taking my eyes off of it. I mean, the nanosecond my attention wasn't on it, it started moving again. And in that split second, from my peripheral vision, I saw it exit the cave. It didn't poke its head out, it didn't fly away, it didn't attempt to climb down to the riverbank, it exited the cave vertically. It's as if it grabbed the wall above the cave and started scaling the wall to the top of the cliff. It moved as if it was a shadow making its way up the wall, just effortlessly. And in that millisecond where I started to look away and then immediately swung my head back, it had successfully scaled the cliff and was now standing motionless on top of the cliff, watching over the valley, having a clear point of view where we are and the river that we're floating through. But it's not like I got a better look at what it really was. I just barely saw it while it was moving. I saw the absolute tail end of it moving before it froze into its hiding spot. And I say hiding spot, but I don't mean it was tucked behind a boulder or something. This thing was hiding in plain sight. I saw it roll from the bottom to the top until it was in a position that was indistinguishable from a saguaro cactus. I wouldn't have been able to tell that it wasn't a cactus if I didn't see the tail end of it shaping itself into the cactus. It was almost like one of those wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing tube men, and it started from the bottom to the top until it froze into its position. But I knew for sure that there wasn't a saguaro cactus above that cave before that. But how can I point this out to Jess? The sun was setting and it just looked like a silhouette of a cacti on the top of a cliff. Part of me felt like I might be dehydrated or hallucinating, but part of me knew that I was looking at something very unnatural. And this all happened in a matter of seconds. It's not like I was ignoring Jess for minutes. From her perspective, I could have just been looking back upstream the river to see if anybody else was coming up behind us, before looking back to her and making the call to pull off to the edge of the river. I wasn't wasting loads of time, but it felt like I was, so I had to make a decision right then and there what we were going to do. Am I going to draw attention to whatever that is on the cliff, or am I going to focus on the river? And then the questions start flooding in about Jess's safety, and I start freaking out. Whatever choices I make right now don't just fall on me, they also fall on her. And what's a bigger threat at this moment, the river or the thing that's pretending to be a cactus? And of course, how am I supposed to go about communicating with Jess all the factors that are going on right now in a way that will get her to focus but not panic and become a liability? So I try to keep my voice as calm as I possibly can so I could fill her in about what I'm seeing in a very strategic way. So I just say, babe, do you see that cactus up there on that cliff? I want you to look at it from the corner of your eye, and I want you to tell me what you see when I look towards you. Don't make it obvious. Point in the opposite direction like you're showing me something, but do not take your eye off that cactus. Do you understand me? I could feel that she senses how serious my tone is, and she just follows up with a very simple question, just to make sure that she's following my orders correctly. She simply asks, Do you mean the cactus that's above the opening in that wall with the 4 arms? I very simply say yes, and then she follows up with, I'm ready when you are. So I turn my head completely towards her, and I take my eyes off it for the first time since I laid my eyes on it. And she's doing a great job faking where her attention is. But I hear the fear enter her voice as she's trying to relay to me what she's seeing. And she started off by simply saying, it's moving. What is that? But the fear came flooding in after that, so she started panically saying, it's coming this way, it's coming towards us. So I whip my head back towards it to see how much distance it's closed on us, but I couldn't see it anywhere. I scanned the cliff, the wall, the riverbank, the water. I was just looking everywhere and I couldn't find it. My eyes are scanning every detail of the terrain, but I just can't find it. Jess breaks my panic train of thought by directing me to where she last saw it, because she could clearly tell that I'm struggling to locate it. She just goes, it's on the wall, it's right there. And she's pointing to a section of the wall that's about 20 feet upstream of us. She followed up by saying it's right above that Gatorade bottle floating in the river. And that was the perfect guide for me to track down where it was, because there isn't much floating litter in this river other than like stray marshmallows. So a lonely plastic bottle sticks out like a sore thumb. So I spot where the bottle is bobbing around, and then I scan the wall above it, but still nothing is jumping out to me until finally I see a slight movement again. And it's that same slow breathing again. It's the expanding and the contracting. But it's as if the wall itself is doing it. There's no clear indication on this wall where this thing's body begins and ends. I could just see the main section of its torso slightly expanding and contracting as it's breathing. But it's latched onto this wall, almost completely motionless, perfectly camouflaged into it. I've never seen something be capable of blending into a wall so perfectly. At least something that doesn't live at the bottom of the ocean. Not to mention, this thing closed serious distance on us in the past couple moments. It was effortlessly crawling across this cliff wall, and it's perfectly latched to a completely vertical wall, and Jess just starts repeating, what is that? What is that? What is that? And I could hear the panic starting to seep into her. But I wasn't completely sure if she was just becoming completely overcome with fear, or she was repeating herself to draw me back into our communication, because I wasn't saying anything. I was just staring at this thing. I was just trying to get as much visual information on this thing before making any decisions. And I finally answered her, and I chose to be honest. I didn't have the luxury of sparing her feelings in this situation, and we needed to be on the same page. And mind you, we're still aimlessly floating backwards down this river, and now we have something tracking us and following us, so we have to give it our attention. But in doing so, we aren't guiding our tubes in a responsible way, and there's a huge potential that we go into a rapid section, or careen into the foliage on the end of the river and get stuck like those drunk girls earlier. But anyway, I start replying to Jess without looking back at her, which broke my heart, because I just wanted to look her in the eye and tell her that she was going to be okay. But all I was able to say was, Jess, it doesn't move while we're watching it. I don't think it knows we can see it, otherwise it would move regardless of us looking in this direction. We need to pull off the river as soon as possible to the opposite side, and we need to start hiking back. I know I'm piling onto bad news, and I know this is a lot. I think we passed the pull-off point by accident. I need you to stay calm and we can get out of here. And I'm giving her this pep talk while I'm still sitting useless with my butt in this donut hole tube, feeling completely useless, not to mention completely vulnerable. And we're still steadily drifting away from this thing, but I know that neither of us stopped looking at it in fear of losing its exact position. And as the moments keep passing and passing, we're getting further and further, and we're about to start entering a wind in the river. It's almost like we're turning a corner, like we're taking a turn on the river, and part of me is feeling relieved. That thing is staying where it's at, and it's getting further and further away from us. But then I realize something, and it terrifies me. And the thought must have hit Jess at the exact same moment it hit me, because she blurted out, we should let it move before we turn this corner so we don't lose sight of it. It's better that we know where it is, even if that means that it's closer to us. She was totally right, so we both decide to do the exact same maneuver as before. But this time I point in a random direction, we both turn our heads, but we both keep our corner of our eye on it. And like clockwork, the second our heads turned, its camouflage changed from the perfect shade of a rock that kept itself completely hidden on this wall to what looked like a black shadow, and its body just lifted itself off the wall, reminiscent of a tarantula standing up. It went from completely flush to the wall to protruding a little bit off of it, which seemed to be some type of extremities latching itself to the wall, so it had legs or arms or something along those lines. It was so hard to get a real exact description of what it looked like from the corner of your eye. It just looked like a black cloud, like shadow closing in on you. It's so hard to focus on something from your peripheral. You just see it. It's there, it's moving, it's dark, it has a body and legs, but its exact shape and features are a complete blur. And we're wrapping around the corner of this river and it's closing in on us again. It's fast, and my plan was to let it get right around this wall with us and then turn back to it so it would freeze again. And even though it got closer to us, it would still be in our line of sight for much longer. And as I'm waiting for it to come around the corner, Jess must have taken a glance to where we were heading down the river, because I heard her start frantically paddling. So I shout, "What's behind us?" And she quickly replies, "The river is splitting." And I have no choice but to look back, because clearly she's panicking, it's something serious. And I turn my head and I see that there's an island splitting the already narrow river. It's not a split that's pushing the river into two different directions. The river's still flowing all in one direction. There's just a strip of rocks and foliage right down the middle. It's just protruding right out of the water, right in the middle of the river. So you can't stay floating directly in the middle of the river, otherwise you're about to crash into rocks. You have to choose either right or left, but after about 30 feet, this island ends. And you could go back to floating in the center. It's just a quick little split in the river. And naturally, we chose to frantically paddle to the left to get as far away from this wall as we possibly could, because that thing is definitely still closing in on us, and it's attached to that wall. And at this point, I would much rather risk crashing into the spiky plants and foliage on the opposite side of the river instead of going to the right, and potentially this thing could reach us from the wall. And this area of the river was much more narrow than most of the areas that we had been through so far. It seemed like the last stretch of the middle section of the river before it opened up quite a bit into the lower section. It got really narrow for a small stretch, but if you looked all the way back downstream, it really opened up into the lower section about a half mile to a mile down. So me and Jess are just frantically backstroking out of the way of this island split, and we barely make it to the left. And we got so close to the island that the water had gotten so shallow, I slammed my tailbone into a rock at the base of the river, and it almost capsized me with how hard it made me raise my hips out of the tube hole. But I somehow managed to stay on and continue floating. And this whole time, we're just getting tossed around by the river and running into rocks in the shallow part that are protruding from the bottom. But the only thing that I could feel is the sense that this thing is right behind us, and we're gonna have no idea where it is when we turn around. We completely lost it, and the way it could camouflage, we're not gonna find it. And when we just got steady after a really rocky part, the second we felt safe again, I had to contort my body to fully turn back upstream to try to get my eyes on it again. I cannot stress this enough. We were in small donut tubes that didn't even have handles, we didn't have paddles, and our legs are intertwined to keep us connected to each other so we don't drift away from each other. Turning around in these things was incredibly difficult. We'd have to disconnect our legs, try to rotate our tube without drifting apart, then reconnect in a moderately comfortable way to fully turn around. But we did not have that kind of time. I just lifted my hips and twisted my upper torso and just put my head to the sky to look directly behind us. I'm not sure if you could picture that, but it was not safe or comfortable. But I'm happy that I didn't try to readjust. I just did what I needed to do to get my eyes back upstream, and I saw it. I caught it. But the only reason that I saw it was because it was mid-jump. It had just launched itself from the cliff wall towards the protruding island in the middle of the river that we had just passed. And it must have known that mid-flight that I saw it, because as my eyes were focusing on its obscure black body and limbs, its skin faded into the colors of the island, and the second it landed, it just disappeared into the island. And I lost it once it was on the island because there was a fair amount of foliage on it. It didn't jump to the edge of it where I could see where it landed. It jumped into grass and foliage. It landed in what looked like tall straw grass, but I knew that it was on the island, and that was a win. And Jess turned around just a couple seconds later because she was struggling turning her tube, and I filled her in right away with its whereabouts. And a detail about this thing hit me like a ton of bricks at that exact moment, so I just barked it out to Jess. It doesn't like the water. It jumped from the cliff to the island. It won't go in the water. I think we're safe if we stay on the water. It gave me the most fleeting moment of relief in my life, because almost immediately Jess asked me, Does this river run into Phoenix? Can we just take it all the way into the city, get off in the city where it's safe, and Uber back to the car? That would have been perfect. Oh my god, just wait this thing out, get all the way back to the civilization, Uber back, grab our truck, head back to our hotel, done and dusted. But that wasn't an option. This river runs directly into the Granite Reef Dam well before Phoenix. The Granite Reef Dam splits this salt river into the Arizona Canal for irrigation purposes. And there's no way to just float through it and get all the way into Phoenix. And if we float into the dam, we will most certainly drown. So now we need to make a choice. We either try to get as close to the dam as possible and just try to get attention from somebody working the dam, which is a very unlikely scenario that anybody is there at this time. Or we pull off and we take our chances with whatever that thing is tracking us. And as these thoughts are flying through my mind, I'm still just staring directly at that island that it landed on. And we're just fading further and further away from it. But right as we're getting a little bit too far to really see what would be on that island, I see the tall grass that's on the top of that island start to part down the middle. And I faintly see this thing starting to emerge from behind the grass. It was like a leopard slowly emerging from savanna grass, stalking its prey, and the second its prey turned its head towards it, it crouched lower into the grass. This confirmed to me that this thing was stalking us in a predatory manner. Not that all of the other things didn't draw major suspicions for me. Obviously they did, but the way that it just moved right then confirmed it. It was pursuing us and watching us. It wasn't just scampering around when we weren't looking at it and freezing when we were, because that could easily be a prey tactic. It could be keeping an eye on something that it sees as a predator, us being a predator, and just make sure that that predator doesn't see them, and just keep doing that until the predator has sufficiently left your territory. But that last movement was predatory, and I know that it saw me see it, and I knew that because this time it didn't wait for us to look away. It kept moving this time. It didn't just crouch and stay still. I saw it kind of pacing and trying to make a decision on that island, and I was just on this little stupid tube praying that it didn't enter the water. I was waiting for the moment for it to dive into the water, and if it did, I would tell Jess right away to get off the tube and start swimming as fast as she can with the stream and just slowly try to get to the edge. This way we could potentially get to shore well ahead of it and try our best to get to a road. Nothing at this moment felt like a good decision. If we stay in this water, we will eventually hit the dam and drown. But if we get out of this water, we're looking at the mean terrain of the desert, and we might have to hike for miles before we hit a road. Not to mention we have something chasing us that scales walls effortlessly. Like, it can't catch us in a desert, it probably can. And I could see this thing thinking. It was either losing patience or it was getting frantic, because we were getting further away and it was stuck on the island. The river was pretty narrow at the point where it jumped, and it was latched pretty high up the wall above the island. So when it jumped from that wall, it was very easy for it to get from the wall to the island, but there was not a lot of space for it to build momentum on the island to get to the opposite side of the river. And for just a second, I felt like it had accidentally trapped itself on that island and that we were gonna be okay. We'd have a long hike ahead of us, but we were gonna be fine. But then I saw it attempt to leap, and this thing had bounce. Whatever this thing was, it was an apex predator. It broad jumped about 15 feet with no momentum and cleared about half of the river for the most part. It had little to no momentum. It's not like it built up and ran. It just, like a spring, just jumped from that island to the other side of the river, and it got to the other side. Now there was no way out for us, but it did confirm one thing for me. It 100% did not like the water. Its back end landed a little bit into the water, just into the river. It almost cleared the whole river, but its back legs and like butt area landed in the water, and its knee-jerk reaction was fear, and it was panically scratching its way to get to shore like it couldn't stand the water. I didn't know what I could do with that information other than just know it and just wait until we float down to this river and drown in the dam. But it at least made me feel that as long as we stay in the middle of the river, we have some time to think. It cannot get us here. It won't risk jumping into the river to try to attack us. And I asked Jess, did you just see what I saw? And she just replied that it's scared of the water. And I just reply, yes, exactly. You could see that it's scared of the water. But she just replies right away, how is that going to help us? And I just reply, it gives us time to think. But it really didn't actually give us time to think. This thing didn't care that we were looking at it anymore. It knew that we knew where it was, and it must have known that the dam was coming, and its meal is about to float away into the abyss unless it does something right now. And this thing is hauling ass down the side of the river, from the only side that we would be able to escape from. And this thing is closing in on us fast. and we have our backs to downstream again because we want to look upstream so we could see this thing, and also so we're able to backstroke if we need to try to get away from it on our stupid little tubes. So we couldn't see anything that was happening behind us. All we could see is that this thing was closing in on us impossibly fast, and its skin is changing colors as the backgrounds behind it are changing, as if its skin is on autopilot, just copying whatever the ground looks like under it. And this thing is getting closer to us, 50 feet, then 40 feet, then 30 feet, and the water in the river is picking up, and it's getting more bumpy. And me and Jess start to swivel around just because of the flow of the river. It wasn't voluntary, and I don't want to take my eyes off this thing, but we're involuntarily turning, and I'm trying to keep my eyes on it. But as I'm turning, I see something on the other side of my peripheral vision. And as I'm about to whip my head to see what we're about to run into, Jess yells, "Horse!" And we are careening into a large herd of horses that are crossing the river and drinking from. And a lot of the horses are on the side of the river that this thing is following us on. And the horses start making their horse sounds. And they don't sound happy that we're headed straight towards them. And they start freaking out and neighing and lifting their front legs. As I'm freaking out too, because we're just going towards these very large animals, I could see what's behind them. And I could see that the narrow part of the river that we were on is going to open up very soon. And there was room to pull off on the other side of the river from where this thing is chasing us, because the massive cliff wall that it emerged from had ended, and there was an actual pull-off point to the right instead of the left where the horses and this thing were. That was the good news. The bad news is that this river just opened up massively, and the Granite Reef Dam was right there. So if we didn't get trampled by horses in the next few seconds, there was a high likelihood that we were not going to be capable of pulling off before that dam. The current was too strong, and the river opened up too wide. We literally floated into a wild horse's hind legs, and its hoof whizzed past my ear as it retaliated, but it just barely missed as we passed through the line of them crossing. And I thought that after we passed them, they would start to settle down, but they didn't. The entire herd of horses was going wild, and they were all entering the river at the same time, running away from that thing. And they were just charging past us. They weren't just crossing in a straight line anymore. The whole herd was crossing, and they were running from that thing that was pursuing us. It was clear as day that the horses knew what that thing was, and they feared it. The whole herd started crossing the river simultaneously, and we were just covering our heads, hoping to not get trampled. But that only lasted for about 5 seconds because we're still flowing downstream, and the current is picking up significantly towards the dam. We were exiting this narrow portion of this river, and we were just in this wide part of the river, and the only next option, the only next step of this is us getting sucked into that dam. And at this point, I didn't care about that thing that was chasing us, because we're so far offshore, and this river just got so wide, and there's an entire herd of horses between us and it. Our only worry at this exact moment was the current and the dam. So I whip my head around towards Jess, and I think that I'm gonna have to baby her right now. And I think that I'm gonna need to give her a pep talk before telling her that I think that we're gonna need to swim to shore right now. We're going to have to swim against the current, and we're gonna have to do it right now, and it is going to be exhausting. But she's looking at me cold. She is not scared. She's just waiting for the call, and she's ready to empty the gas tank and listen. And I was a millisecond away from telling her to jump and start swimming until I saw some movement behind her. And a second later, we got a bright flashlight shined onto us. And thank the Lord, it is a pontoon. Somebody must have been out here fishing or something and saw us. We could hear them faintly shouting, and the boat's headed straight towards us. We were going to be okay. And we do our best to backstroke towards the boat to try to assist them in saving us, but this boat was on top of us in seconds. And they just throw us a rope, and we just hold onto it, and they reel us in about 100 feet before the dam. And I could barely see who is on this boat because of all of the effort we used, like swimming against the current and the bright lights in our face. And I'm just kind of disoriented, and I climb the ladder into the pontoon. I finally get my butt out of that stupid tube, and I just make sure Jess is up the ladder first, and I crawl onto this pontoon before I look up and just start to thank our saviors. I look up and I see one man that clearly looks like the captain of this boat, and then 2 others with big smiles on their faces. And I'm just staring at these 2. And then the Canadian boyfriend starts laughing and just says, "The exit's about 5 miles that way, bro." And I just reactively ask, "How did you know we missed it?" And he just says, "We got off right at that exit, right where those horses were, right around exit 4, where we were supposed to get off." And when we looked downstream and saw 2 little dots bobbing in the distance, and we didn't see you guys by the shuttle, we knew that those 2 dots were you 2. So we went up and told the headquarters, and us 3 drove down here to make sure you guys didn't hit the dam. We were waiting almost a half hour for you guys. What took you so long? We were worried something almost got you. And at that moment, I remembered what was following us because of what he just said. So I got myself to my feet and I looked back to where it was. It was almost completely dark at this point, but I just kept scanning the shore at where it last was, and the horses had completely left that area at this point. And it took a second, but I finally tracked it down and I could just see it. I could see it breathing, standing on the shore, just staring at us. And there was no reason to point it out to everybody because they would never be able to spot it and they would never believe us. But I look at Jess and I could see that she sees it too. And we're looking at this thing before the pontoon pulls off to the small harbor that they had near the dam. And once the boat starts moving in the opposite direction, this thing just darts back into the canyon. And I'm freaked out that this thing just pursued us all the way to this point. And then once we were on a boat getting away, it just went, I'm going back home. And I look towards Jess to share this moment of fear, but she's just smiling at me. And this girl goes, can we go to the Superstition Mountains tomorrow? If you guys didn't know, my girlfriend's name is Jess, and Jess and I needed to get away from the house for a little bit a couple months ago, but we didn't want to fly anywhere far. We just wanted to drive somewhere really quick and just get away from our everyday life for a moment. We didn't want to hop on a plane and fly hours away or deal with airports. We just wanted to hop into our car and drive somewhere relatively nearby, so we decided to rent a cabin in Michigan. It would only be about a 5-hour drive from our house to this cabin in Michigan, and it wasn't that bad because we have a Honda Odyssey, and if you didn't know, Honda Odysseys are the best road trip vehicle in my humble opinion. We were even considering taking the middle seats out of our minivan so we could just drive it anywhere, just put a mattress in there and just camp at some random campground. And I wish we did that because this cabin was not what we expected it to be. We weren't trying to break the bank on doing this weekend trip, so we found a little spot on Verbo. So anyway, we booked our stay, we packed our bags, we threw them in the car, and we headed towards our isolated cabin in the woods. At the time, it didn't really bother us that this cabin was miles and miles away from any other houses because we wanted a solid 3 days of peace and quiet. We arrived at the cabin at about 12:45, right around the time that we were aiming for. And before I tell you about the cabin and everything that happened, I need to tell you about the property. So when I explain what happened, it makes sense. So the cabin was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by trees, and it was right by a small lake. The lake was surrounded by huge trees, but then there was a distinct 30-foot trail from the water to the cabin. And the cabin definitely had a very modern, rustic look to it, but the wood on the outside of the cabin looked very new. It was so new that you could actually smell how fresh it was. It looked as if it was built a little over a month ago. And while I was talking to the owner of the cabin, his name was Reese, he mentioned that the inside of the cabin had been fully renovated recently. But by the looks of this thing, it looked like the outside was fully renovated as well. But anyway, the windows on this cabin were enormous. They weren't exactly ceiling to floor, but they were damn close. And they were around the entire house. You could see into this cabin from just about every angle from the woods. And when you're inside the cabin, you could see pretty much 360 all the way around you. The deck on the front of the cabin was pretty small and there was just some basic furniture on there, but then there was this old raggedy rocking chair right next to the front door. Like, I'm talking about one of those old school rocking chairs, and it was just off to the side a little bit, and it was just sitting right in front of one of the large windows. But by the look of this entire cabin, it just looked as if this chair stuck out and shouldn't have been there. It didn't match the aesthetic at all. It looked as if some of the furniture that was supposed to be there was dragged out of the way to the other side of the porch to make room for this raggedy old chair. The curved bottoms of this chair looked as if it was either sitting in or dragged through mud. And we were really in the middle of nowhere. When you look into this tree line and you look around where we are, there is no one in sight. There isn't a house. There's nothing around. But at the time, we were really excited about that. So we just go in and we start settling into the house. And it's everything that we wanted. At this point, it is a dream. It smells like vanilla when we open the front door. It has an open layout. It's rustic. This is very important too. From the front door, from the second you walk in, you can see this entire place. You can see the kitchen, the living room, the bedroom doors. It is a completely open landscape, and then there's a 360 view of windows of the surrounding woods. You could see and hear everything that goes on in this house. One thing that made me like it is that if there was an intruder, they would have to hide in plain sight. Nobody's hiding from you here. You could see and hear everything. So we're in the master bedroom, and like I said, there's windows all around us. But luckily, there were sheer curtains and blackout curtains. So if you didn't want to wake up early, you didn't have to. You could just shut them. them, and you didn't have to stare into the dark abyss of the deep woods as you're trying to fall asleep. So we finish exploring the bedroom and we start looking over the house. Jess is so excited and she's just so sweet and looks at me and says, "I'm so happy we found this place. We needed this weekend. I'm just so happy to be here." This just made me so happy because being able to take her out to a cabin like this and experience some solitude, this just brings me such fulfillment just seeing her walk around happy, giggling, taking in the entire place. But as a man in that situation, in complete isolation with your woman, you still have this underlying sense of protectiveness. You're always on edge a little bit because there's no help anywhere near you. So even though I'm enjoying seeing her so excited and so happy, I'm still a little on edge. So we'd fully settled in. It was only about 2 p.m. and we were ready to start our exploring. We wanted to go see the rest of the property. So we left the house, we walked on that trail down to the pond. We were just taking in how beautiful this place was, and as we were walking back to the cabin, Jess points and she goes, "Yo, they have bikes. We should take those bikes to go see that nearby horse farm that we drove by like 10 minutes before we got here." It was a long drive out here, so I thought might as well get the blood flowing. It'll probably be nice to get some real fresh air and get some wind in my lungs. But before we got onto the bikes, we had to throw on some sunscreen because the summer just started and our skin wasn't used to the beaming sunlight. So we hop on these bikes and we head down the path that we took to this cabin until we get to the main road, and we just strolled down to that farm. And after about 30 minutes or so, we finally pulled up. There was just this little house surrounded by a large plot of land, and there was horses all over the land. Jess naturally starts trying to call one over because she wants to get a better look at it. The horses probably don't get many visitors, so they aren't even thinking about walking up to the fence. But the owner of the property is probably pretty curious about who this random visitor is at the end of her property. But we didn't really take that into account. Jess looked at me a little bit nervous because she wasn't sure if this woman was aggravated that we were lingering around her property. So naturally, I just take control of the situation, and as this woman is walking up, I just greet her. I'm like, "Hey, hello, we're just admiring your beautiful horses." And this little sweet lady was like, "Don't even worry about it. I saw you guys from my window, so I brought you guys some carrots so you could feed the horses." And this older lady was an absolute doll. She introduced herself as Marge. She lived with her husband named Wesley, and they've just lived on this property for years. And she was just sharing a little bit about herself. So naturally, we just introduce ourselves back. We tell her what we do for a living, our names, what we're doing out here. But once the small talk was over, Marge just looked at us and she was like, "How did you guys even get here? I know you guys didn't ride those bikes all the way from Chicago." We just have a little laugh about it. Then Jess explains that we're staying at Reese's cabin just down the road for a little weekend getaway. And when Jess was explaining that, she said it in a very cheery manner, but I saw her expression change. So I look at Marge and I see why. I saw the look, the scowl on Marge's face when we mentioned Reese's cabin. I wasn't sure what changed the tone here. Maybe because she didn't like people renting out spaces near her. Maybe she was against Verbo or Airbnb type people. But I need a little bit of an explanation. So I kind of look at Marge to get a little bit more information out of her. And Marge just goes, "It's a shame what happened to those people. It's a shame what Reese did to those people." And she's dead serious, and we're like, "What are you talking about? Why is she talking about it like a massacre happened there? Like, what did Reese do?" So me and Jess looks at each other like, what is going on? So I just follow up with Marge, and I'm like, "What do you mean? What happened to what people?" But Marge just shook her head and didn't give any more details. She just excused herself and just said that she has to get back to cook some dinner for her husband, and just told us to have a beautiful night. Once Marge is out of earshot, Jess looks at me and goes, "Why do you think she didn't answer your question? Like, what is going on here?" It was such a weird, ominous thing to say, and then to not provide any additional information about what she was talking about is crazy. And I could tell that Jess was stewing over what just happened even when we got back onto our bikes. And as we started pedaling, she gave me that look like, "I'm gonna need you to do something for me." And she goes, "Do you mind texting Reese a few questions when we get back? I kind of want some answers." I just nodded my head just to go along with it, half hoping that she would forget about it. I just didn't want to talk about it that much anymore, because to me, I wasn't so sure that we should make such a big deal out of it and have to text the host and start this drama between this nearby neighbor and these vague accusations she made against Reese. On the way back, we were just chatting about it. We couldn't get off the subject yet, and we were just coming up with different theories and possibilities with what Marge meant by what she said. We kept throwing ideas back and forth, and Jess's were a little bit more ominous because it freaked her out a little bit more than it freaked me out, but I was trying to throw things back that were a little more PG just to calm her down a little bit. But eventually we got back to the cabin, and we just threw our bikes back to where we got them and went inside the cabin. It was about 4 p.m.-ish at this point. We wanted to have a little bit of a snack, but Jess didn't forget that she wanted me to text Reese. So she let me know, "I'm sitting here, I'm watching, why don't you go ahead and shoot that text for me?" I knew I had to do it because she was looking over my shoulder, watching my phone, but I didn't want to. So I take my last crack at de-escalating the situation. I'm just like, "Babe, I don't think she even knew who Reese was. I don't think this is that important. I don't think we have to do this." But she wasn't getting off the subject, and I was just like, "Fine, I'll text text Reese, but I texted him in a very casual way. I said, "Hey Reese, I don't want to bother you and it's nothing serious. Just one quick question for you. Jess and I ran into Marge, who is a neighbor of your property. She mentioned something a little bit weird to us. She said it was such a shame what happened to those people, referring to the people that lived here prior to you renting it to us. This made us feel very weird and uncomfortable for staying here, and I just am hoping that you could give me a little bit of clarity about what she meant by that." I showed it to Jess and she wanted a little bit of justice, so she was just like, "I'm very curious to see what his response is." So after I shot out that text, we just sat down and enjoyed our lunch for a little bit. We were just chatting about what we were going to watch later that evening, and Jess was just like, "I don't want to watch anything spooky, I just want to watch a comedy." We ended up watching the movie on the iPad in bed, and we both just pretty much passed out halfway through, and we were just sound asleep. At least I thought we were sound asleep, because I had a fantastic night's sleep. I felt completely rejuvenated. I was ready for the second day of this trip, and I look over at Jess, and she does not look as rejuvenated as I did. She looked like she didn't get a wink of sleep. She just looked so exhausted. She didn't even look up from her phone, like as if she didn't notice that I woke up. But when I finally got her attention, she looked at me and I was like, "Yo, what is wrong?" And she looked me right in the eyes and she goes, "I heard the knocking again." And I look at her confused for a second, and then I reply, "What knocking? What are you talking about?" And she just starts rubbing her eyes and she sighs a little bit, almost as if she's exhaling her answer, and she just says, "The same knocking that I heard outside of our window in Arizona." And then it clicked to me. Apparently, there was some type of repetitive knocking outside of our window when we took a trip to Arizona. And we actually have the footage. She recorded it that night in Phoenix to show it to me. We'll play it right here for you. I could feel my face showing the expressions of shock, but I'm trying to suppress them because I don't want to rile her up. I don't want to scare her more and lean into what's freaking her out. I didn't know how to reply in that moment other than just saying, "Oh yeah, that's weird." She looks at me through the top of her eyes and she goes, "And I heard the rocking chair rocking." And right away, I try to jump to the conclusion that makes sense to de-escalate the situation. And I just think that was wind. For sure, just a gust of wind. But Jess walks over my assumption and just goes, "I heard it rocking consistently, as if somebody was in it." I start joking about a woodpecker because I told her that the sound that we heard outside of the Phoenix Hotel was most likely a woodpecker. At least that was the only thing that I could compare that sound to. I could tell she was still uneasy about it and didn't really want to joke about it, so I tried to hit her with a little bit more of a reasonable take, and I just started explaining to her that we're in a forest and there's animals around here. This very easily could have been a woodpecker. There could have been a raccoon in the rocking chair. But I knew that what Marge said the night before had spiraled her into these thoughts and kept her up all night. Honestly, I didn't know if anything weird was going on at the time. I slept straight through it. I didn't hear a thing. When I internally thought about it, is it weird that she heard the exact same sound outside of the window here as we did in Phoenix? Yes, it's a little bit weird, but I didn't want to show her that I was worried about it. I just want to make sure she feels okay. So I just changed the subject because I want to start the day on a positive note. I just want to have a nice cup of coffee and go on a nice long walk because I knew that this would be the best way to start our day, and I knew it would get Jess back into a better mood. So that's exactly what we did. We just chose to walk on the path that we took to the cabin because we wanted to stay on distinct paths. We didn't want to wander off trail or get lost or do anything like that. So we walked around the area for about an hour, and then Jess brought something up that I completely forgot about. In a still rather drowsy tone, she just asked, did Reese text you back? I had completely forgotten about that whole Marge situation, but it was a little bit weird that he didn't even shoot me a text back while we were staying at his property. Even if it was just a quick text to acknowledge that he read it, just to give me a little bit of clarity, even if he wanted to dance around the subject. Radio silence was weird. I let her know that he didn't reply, but again, I just tried to de-escalate the situation and just downplay it. So we head back and we're chatting about it a little bit, but I'm still trying to divert the conversation to fun things that we're going to do that day instead of hyper-focusing on Reese and Marge. And the best way for me to do that is to convince Jess to do a little workout with me in the afternoon. So we get to the cabin, we break a little sweat. And after we finish working out, we just go back into the cabin, we just start having a nice little breakfast and just chat. Everything was going pretty good for a little bit. We were just chatting and laughing and having a good time. But then I noticed Jess start messing with her eyes, and she started rubbing her eyes, not in a drowsy way, but in an irritated way. And then I look at her and I'm like, "Hey, are you okay?" And she starts complaining about her eyes a little bit. So I turn her head towards me to inspect them, and they're a little bit red, nothing too crazy, so we just keep eating. But as the minutes go on, I just see her keep itching at her eyes, and they get more and more red, and they actually start to look really bad. And then she confesses to me that they are burning really bad, and she's barely able to open them, but I'm pulling down her eyelids to try to get a good look at the whites of her eyes, and they're almost completely red at this point. It got to the point where the lids were swelling, and she could barely keep her eyes open. I'm actually starting to freak out a little bit, because it looks like a major reaction. I'm thinking, we didn't have any shellfish, she didn't get stung by a bee, what's going on with her eyes? So I'm trying to backtrack, like what did she do for this to happen? And then she says, I might have got sunscreen in my eyes again. And then I think we just worked out, she definitely put sunscreen on her forehead, and it definitely dripped into her eyes again, and apparently this one isn't an all natural one, and it is giving her a major allergic reaction. So I guide her to the shower, and I just tell her to start rinsing out her eyes, just try to peel them open and let water get into them just to see if that would help, but it wasn't helping. So I ask her, what else can we do? And she's like, can you get my Vicine? And I'm like, where is it? And she's like, I think it's in my purse. It's not in her purse. Then she's like, I think it's in the car. So I just run out of the house to go to the car, and I'm searching around the car for about 5 minutes for the Visine before I finally find it and I could head back in. But when I rush back into the room, she says the weirdest thing to me. With her eyes still closed, she just goes, why did you leave? I'm so confused because I'm like, you know exactly why I left. I just went to go get your Visine, and I'm just trying to make sure that you're okay. And then she goes, why weren't you answering me? I'm like, because I was in the car. I wasn't even in the house. How could I answer you from outside? And she was giving me a lot of attitude, and I know she's in pain, so I'm just thinking it's probably that, but I really didn't know what she was talking about. So I say exactly that. Babe, what are you talking about? I was in the car looking for your eye drops. And she replied in a very annoyed tone. She's just like, I know, but I heard you come back. And I'm like, babe, I just came back right now. And then she puts her hands out trying to get my attention about how frustrated she is. She goes, I heard you just come back in 2 minutes ago. I heard you walking around, I was talking to you, and you were completely ignoring me. You weren't answering me. She seems dead serious, so I walk up to her and I grab her hand so she knows I'm right in front of her listening to her, and I just go, Lovey, I was outside the entire time. I don't know what you're talking about. She paused for a second. Her eyes were still barely closed, and she was just trying to squint them open a little bit, and she could see it's me. And then she finally gets some more words out. She says, I saw you. I saw you walking around. I was able to open my eyes for a second before the light started irritating it, and I saw a blurry figure of you. I know you were in here. But I had to close them to rub them again, and when I opened them, you weren't there anymore. I know you're just trying to help, but it doesn't help ignoring me. Clearly in Jess's head, she saw me come back for sure, and I wasn't trying to pile onto the situation, so I just was trying to help her as much as I could. So I try to calm her down, and I just say, let's just get these drops in your eyes, let's get your vision a little bit better, and let's make sure that you're feeling a little bit better. So I help drip the solution into her eyes. I just tell her to keep her eyes closed and let it seep in. But in my head, I'm a little bit curious about what she saw, and I want to go scope out the house a little bit. So I start looking around the house for this blurry figure that's similar to my size, but I don't see anything. I checked everything, the closets, the bathrooms, the bedroom. As I looked around all of the windows, I didn't see anybody anywhere around us. So I just chalked it up to her blurry vision and whatever reaction she's having to the sunscreen in her eyes. After I didn't find anybody in any crevice of the house, I just headed back to the bedroom to check on Jess, and she looked so much better. This Visine did the trick. Obviously, washing her eyes out with water helped to get the sunscreen out initially, but then the Visine definitely soothed her eyes, and she was actually able to open them, and they looked way less red, and I was so relieved to see that. She definitely seemed tired from the sleepless night before, but she was definitely in a better mood because her eyes weren't on fire anymore. But she just asked if we could have a low-key day and just spend some time on the deck, and then just settle in and read and maybe watch some movies tonight, not do anything crazy. I just told her I thought that was a great idea, and I was glad she was feeling better. We thought we were going to stay up and watch a lot of movies after dinner and really have a good cuddle movie night, but realistically, we were exhausted. She barely got any sleep the night before, so we were out pretty quickly. I was happy this day was over because it was a high tension day. A lot went on. I was very worried about her throughout the day, and I was just happy that she was going to get a good night's sleep that night. It's about 11:30 p.m. when we actually fell asleep, but Jess woke up to use the bathroom at about 3 a.m. She just rolled out of bed at 3 a.m. She didn't throw her glasses on. She didn't do anything like that. She just walked to the bathroom so she could just quickly use it and then get back to bed. Even though it's not our bedroom and bathroom, it's a very similar setup. The bathroom's right there. Even though it's an unfamiliar space, she was able to do it without the lights on and without her glasses on. I was fast asleep, so I didn't even hear her get up. I didn't even realize she used the bathroom. But what did wake me up was her gasping super loud. I opened my eyes to see her scrambling, trying to find the light switch frantically. She had her hand on the wall where our light switch would be at home, and she was looking for that, but it was in a different spot at this cabin, so she's not able to turn the light on in her frantic state. When she finally found the light, it just completely illuminated the entire room, and I'm just looking around trying to see what she's freaking out about. But when I'm not seeing anything initially, I just look at her and I'm like, yo, what is wrong? But she didn't answer me right away. She was just looking around the room really slowly, and when she finally felt ready to talk, she just looked at me and she said, I swear I saw a little boy standing right there. And I'm just like, a little boy? What are you talking about? She's like, a little boy. So naturally I'm just like, where? And she points to the corner of the room, right at the foot of the bed near one of the large windows. I look at the corner and I don't see anybody. I don't hear anybody. So I'm just like, babe, this isn't the first time we've thought a chair with clothes on was a person. So why don't we go to sleep and actually get some sleep tonight? But she will not leave the doorway, and she goes, I swear there was a little boy right there. I swear he was there. And I know this is her second sleepless night. I know she's wound up, so I just gesture to her to come over to me because I just want to comfort her a little bit. She explains to me exactly what she saw, and I just try to comfort her by saying, stay here, I'm going to check the entire house. So I get up, I look under every mattress, into every closet, into every room, and there's no little boy around, and I just let her know there's no one here. So once I know the house is completely clear, I turn the lights back off and I lay down next to her, which she didn't really like, but I'm just like, tell me more about what you saw. And the first question I asked her was, when did you see the boy? And she says, I saw him when I was coming back from the bathroom, and he wasn't standing too far away from the bed. He was right there. And I reply, what was he doing? What did he look like? Give me some descriptors. And she says he was just standing there. He wasn't moving or saying anything. He was just standing there with this blank, kind of sad look on his face. He had these very round eyes, and he just had his head tilted down a little bit, looking out the tops of his eyes. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like that. I didn't like the way that made me feel. I didn't like those descriptors. What she was saying freaked me out. But I just kept asking her questions, and I didn't want to show her that I was freaked out. So I just asked, what happened after you saw him? And she says, I started freaking out and I tried to turn the lights on, but I couldn't find the switch. And then when I finally did turn the lights on, I didn't see him anymore. And at this point, I could see her calming down a little bit because she didn't feel like she was alone in the situation. I knew every detail that she saw, so at least we were in it together. And after a couple moments of silence, I could see that she was calming down a little bit and maybe came to the conclusion that she didn't see what she thought she saw. And then she made a little joke about it. She just said, to be fair, didn't have my glasses on, so who knows if I saw a little boy. And we both got a little chuckle out of that. And since I had turned the lights off before we laid down, the tiredness started kicking back in. We both started dozing off. And it's true, she didn't have her glasses on. It was dark. She was already a little bit freaked out of this place in general and of what Marge said and what happened earlier. So maybe she's just seeing some things and maybe there was nothing there. And that was enough for me to fall asleep. And when the alarm went off in the morning, we just hit snooze a couple times because our sleep was interrupted. Plus I wanted Jess to actually get a full night's sleep. This was our last full day at this cabin, so I wanted to make sure that she was fully rested and I was fully rested so we could make the best out of this day. We got up, showered, ate, and then we planned the rest of the day. To be honest, we were looking for isolation, but it gets pretty boring pretty fast, and we were thinking about what we could possibly do today, and we were thinking maybe we ride the bikes back to Marge, but that might be a little bit tainted now and a little bit awkward, so we're like, what else can we do? And as I was trying to think of other activities, since we mentioned Marge, Jess goes, hey, have you heard from Reese yet? Because it reminded her of that situation. I actually hadn't checked my text, but I did see his name in my notifications. So I pop open my messages and I see that he did finally respond to us, but I did not like what I read. And Jess saw my facial expression reacting to what he said, and she's like, go ahead, tell me. Spill the tea. I want to hear it. And I actually had to read it over a few times just to make sure that I read it right. This is what he said. I'm sorry for the delay. Work conference this weekend. Marge and her husband are very simple people and are not all there. I'm sorry you had to interact with her. The people in the surrounding areas are of a particular class. It's something we're actively working on changing. Just don't mingle with them if you could help it. What a rude dude. At first, we thought Reese was the man from all the amenities that he set up here, but this dude was an ass. And I'm looking at Jess and she's absolutely appalled by his message, and her first reaction is to just start chatting shit about Reese. She goes, Marge is such a better guy than him. She takes good care of her horses. Reese is just a pompous ass. She does not like this guy. And I totally agreed. Nothing about what Reese said was even remotely true about Marge, and the way he addressed my concerns about it was just disgusting. And even though we didn't like this new information about who we were renting this place from, I still had to remind Jess, we're here to have a good time. Let's not taint our trip based on this pompous dude. It was about 4 in the afternoon on our last day at this point, and we decided we're gonna go on a nice long walk around the area. Jess and I actually managed to have a good time on this walk, even though what was happening with Reese and Marge and the sleepless nights at this cabin, but we realized that we had just been chatting and talking too long, and we might have gone too far away from the cabin. So we decided to turn back around before we got completely lost, or we were like a full hour away from where we should be. And we must have been gone for way longer than I thought, because as we started to turn around, the sun was already starting to set, and it felt like we were going to be walking in the pitch black very soon if we didn't speed up. So we started power walking to make it back. And after about 40 minutes of very efficient power walking, we finally saw the cabin right before the sunset. We knew we only had about 5 minutes left of this walk, so we were going to make it. But as we were walking up to the cabin, we noticed that in the lawn in the backyard, there were actually these large rocks lined up next to each other. They weren't boulders, but they weren't little skipping rocks either. That like somebody would have to move these and line them up. There were 3 of them perfectly aligned with flowers all around them, as if somebody plucked a bouquet and left them. I didn't really notice the flowers initially, but Jess brought it to my attention. She's like, wow, those are some nice flowers. They actually look fresh. And we paused for a second. I looked around, and my gut instinct was to just reply, it looks like somebody put them here. They are nice. And Jess just stared at me when I said it. I didn't really think about how hard those words were going to hit when they came out of my mouth, but then I realized by her reaction that me saying it looks like somebody put them here is a little nerve-wracking on top of an already nerve-wracking weekend for her. So I just make her come inside with me, and I just try to change the subject, but I could tell that there is no scenario where I could make her feel safe here. So luckily, this was our last night. We were leaving first thing in the morning. We were out here, and we were never coming back. So once we were in the cabin, we just went right to the kitchen to get a glass of water, because we'd been power walking for like an hour. I was looking out at these big wide windows, and I noticed we had a little bit of sunlight left, so I suggested that we should spend some time on the front porch, maybe walk by the lake, just to enjoy this last night, just to try to set the tone a little bit more positive. And Jess agreed. She just said, let me just go get my chapstick from my purse. So she went to the bedroom where her purse was, and I just whipped my phone out to scroll a little bit as I'm waiting for her, because I know it's not just the chapstick. She's gonna throw a little mascara. She's gonna make sure she looks right. This is gonna be about a 3 to 4 minute ordeal, not a quick chapstick thing. So I know I have some time to scroll. As I tried to start scrolling, I realized that the Wi-Fi was down. It was probably spotty out here in general. So I just did a quick scroll through my photo album to review the photos that I had taken of that weekend. So I'm just standing there, just scrolling through my phone, drinking my glass of water, and then I see Jess from the corner of my eye storming into the room. So I whip my head towards her because I don't know why she's stomping towards me, and I'm just like, yo, what's going on? And she looks at me dead serious. Somebody moved stuff around in our room. I feel my eyebrows scrunched together, and the only thing I could come up with is, what? And then just repeats herself in the same serious tone, but she says it slower this time. Someone moved things around in our room. And she immediately grabs my wrist and just starts pulling me towards the bedroom to show me. Once I'm in there, I'm just looking around. In my head, I don't really keep tabs on where I put things down. I just kind of take stuff out of my bag and toss it. So I'm not seeing anything out of place. But Jess always remembers everything, so I'm hearing her out. So I just ask her what's out of place. And then she goes, my purse was in that chair by the window, and now it's on the bed. Your backpack was on the floor, and it was next to the nightstand, and it was zipped. But now it's by the closet, and it's unzipped. And listen, guys, I felt lost in this situation. I really don't pay attention to where I place things. But now that all of this stuff has happened, I can't sit here and pretend that it wasn't getting to me. First we had Marge, then we had a blurry figure walking around the house while Jess's eyes were burning, then we had a kid at the end of the bed. I couldn't tell you that these things weren't adding up to me and not freaking me out. Part of me started to feel as if there was something going on in this house that didn't want us here. I just started to get this overwhelming feeling that we weren't welcome here. But as I'm coming to this crazy conclusion, I have to shove it out of my head. I can't think like that. I have somebody here that I need to protect, and I need to assess this situation tactically, and if something is happening here, we need to leave. I didn't really know what to say in that situation. I didn't know what step to take next. I needed a moment to think. So I'm just looking at these items that she's saying were misplaced. And then she excuses herself from the room to go get her glass of water. I didn't love the idea of splitting up in the house, but it was so close. It would take me 5 steps to get to her. So I just allowed her to go get her beverage as I was just trying to assess all of the information that I had. So I start looking through my bag, and I'm trying to remember if I left this bag in a different area. I'm trying to remember if I had zipped it. And to be honest, I really didn't remember. I'm going through it for a couple seconds, maybe 15, maybe 20, and then I hear Jess call out for me from the other room, and I just spring up. And before I even get to the doorway, I just hear her say, "He's back," followed up by a terrified scream. So at this point, I'm at a full sprint, and I just see Jess standing in the middle of the house, just looking at the front door, which is wide open. And I'm looking at her. I don't know if I have to run towards somebody or run to her, but she just goes, "Look out the window." So I just run up to her so I could see out of the window that she's looking out of. And then I see the kid. But it's not just a kid. There's a woman with old straggly clothes and long black hair holding the kid, like bear hugging him, sprinting into the woods, and I could just see his little face popped over her left shoulder, looking at me with big round eyes through the top of his lids, looking as sad as ever, just like Jess explained him. And just like that, they just both disappear into the forest. I only saw this woman for about 3 strides in her sprint. And then just like that, poof, she's gone, just part of the forest. So I slam the front door closed and I lock it before running over to Jess, just trying to console her. And she's explaining to me that she just saw him standing in the doorway, and I tried to talk to him and he wouldn't answer me. He was just standing there looking at me silently, and then right as I'm about to walk over to him to see if he needs any help, 2 arms just reach over and just grab him aggressively, and I just see her through the window sprinting towards the forest. The only thing that I could think about doing in this situation is we grab a couple knives and we go barricade ourselves in the bedroom until morning. It was dark, we had no cell service, there's no way that we're leaving this house. I only want 1 point of entry, and I want to have weapons ready for whoever comes through that door. And I made sure I didn't get a big butcher knife. I got a nice steak knife about 7 inches long that I could use in a very seriously violent manner to protect my woman if I need to. And once we're barricaded in the room and I slide one of the dressers in front of the door, Jess looks at me and says, should we leave right now? And I go, absolutely not. It is dark, we can't do that. We need to camp out here 1 more night. I promise it's going to be okay. And she's like, should we call the police then? And I don't even know how to answer her because of all of the thoughts that are going through my head. She wants to get out of here. She doesn't want to be here anymore. But I'm dealing with the thought that there was a man in this house when I was getting her Visine. When she saw that boy again and she saw that woman, she just felt like her fears were validated. But for me, I thought I allowed a man to walk into the cabin where my woman was alone, not able to see, and it was very, very real. So in her head, she's dealing with this whole situation being real, but I'm dealing with the fact that I didn't protect her properly and I was downplaying everything this entire time. But as I'm thinking, she repeats herself, asks the same question, and I'm just like, babe, we don't have any service. We can't call anyone. And I just reassure her, we stay right here and I'm going to keep you safe. And Jess just nods her head. She agrees with what I'm saying. She's willing to comply what I'm asking her to do. And we just stay quiet and we just listen for any little noise around the house. And it was very quiet for a moment, but then I started hearing a series of sticks and twigs breaking right outside of the house. And I knew somebody was out there. So I slowly creep up to the window, which we had the blackout curtains in front of, so we couldn't see directly out of them. Plus I wanted them closed because I didn't want people to be able to see in, just in case they wanted to come back in. I wanted to have the drop on them. So I just peel back the blackout window just to look in the direction where I'm hearing that sound. And there's nothing outside of the window initially, so I slowly close it. And then Jess asked me, did we lock the front door? And neither of us are going out there. We're not splitting up. There's no scenario where that's happening. So I just tell her, don't worry about the front door. This door is locked and we're going to be safe in here. Nobody's getting through that door and nobody's getting through me to you. And I could tell that helped her a little bit, and then she wanted to come peek out of the windows to see if she spotted anything, just so we could keep an eye on whoever's around this cabin. So she goes over to the window to the left and I go back to the one that I was at to the right. But when she slips her curtain back, she immediately goes, I see him, so I rush over to look as well. And I see this little kid just standing at the edge of this tree line, looking like an absolute freak. I don't mean to call him a freak, but the way he looked standing at the edge of this forest was so haunting. He was barely visible. He was only visible by the moonlight, and he just had this horrible deadpan face. He had no emotion. He looked as if he was longing to be in this house. So this entire weekend, I had been putting off all of the things that Jess was noticing. But now, since I knew it was real, it was time to talk about what was happening. We had to stay here. We were waiting till the sun came up, so it was time to talk. I was trying to come to terms with the fact that this might not be a natural occurrence. That kid, the way he looked at the edge of those woods, looked unnatural to me. Maybe it was the lighting, maybe it was the expression on his face, but something about him was off. And I only got a split-second glimpse of the woman that was carrying him. I didn't see her face. I didn't see any details about her. She didn't talk. She didn't justify why this little boy was in front of the house. She didn't explain herself. So I have no reason to believe that this was a normal thing. And not to mention, when Jess said that she saw somebody in the house that she thought was me, that was the size of a man but was blurry, me, she just said it was a blurry figure. So I'm just going over all of these possibilities, and I'm battling with the thoughts of, is this a real situation where I'm gonna have to fight off real people to protect my girl? Or is this a supernatural situation where we are just unwelcome here? And then Jess brings it up to me. She connects some dots and she says, we saw a little boy, a woman, and a man. And there were 3 stones out there that looked like makeshift graves that were decorated with flowers. And that sent us over the edge, and we were just in a full anxiety-ridden state for the rest of the night. So throughout the night, I had Jess just pack up all of our stuff as I sat there in the most aggressive state that I've ever been in, ready to protect everything that was mine. It was completely dark around us. At a certain point, I just opened all of the blinds because I wanted a 360 view of anybody around us. I didn't care if they saw us. I just wanted to see them so they knew that if they came and approached us, they were going to have to deal with something serious. We didn't see anything else for the rest of the night, and it got to the point where I was so blinded by anger, just being on edge, ready to protect at any moment, that Jess had to remind me and almost shake me out of that state to show me that the sun was coming up. I didn't even realize I was just in a primal protective mode. So I knew it was time to leave. We already had all of our stuff packed. All we had to do was get to our car. But we hadn't been into the main house since we had locked that door and barricaded it. And we were only able to see out of the back windows, so we don't know if they circled the house. They could be in the front of the house for all we know. They could be in the house. So I slide the dresser away, open that door, and I'm in a duck walk with my weapon, just turning every corner, ready to assault anybody that is possibly in this cabin with us. But there's nobody there, and the house is clear. And I get to the front door and it's still locked. Nobody came in. All the windows were closed. And when I look out of the front window, our car's there. It's intact. It looks like all of the wheels are fine. So I have Jess come up behind me. I unlock the door. I make sure that I have all of the bags that I could carry, and I make sure that she unlocks the car from where we are and has the trunk already open. So we're able to run to the car. I throw everything into the back, and we just hop in and we get out of there. Once we were in the car, we locked the doors. I got us out of that small dirt path back onto the main road. The entire time we're looking in all of our rear view mirrors, make sure that nobody's following us. We're both still in this frantic state, trying to get any glimpse of anybody that could be a threat. I drove as fast as I could, as fast as I responsibly could, to make sure we didn't crash, because imagine that situation. But we just get through this dirt road, we're on the main road, and we're driving for about 5 minutes. Once we were on that road, I hand my phone to Jess and I just go, yo, text Reese, let him know we're leaving early, let him know what happened. And this dude never replied. No response is crazy. But we didn't know that at the time, so we were just about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes into this drive away from the cabin, headed home. The car ride was silent for a couple minutes, and I could tell that Jess needed a couple moments just to come to terms with what just happened, and I was still struggling with if that was a real situation or if that was some type of spiritual situation. And I look at Jess and she is staring at something, and she goes, look at that. So I start to slow down a little bit and I turn my head to see what she's talking about, and then I saw it, and I just see a small trailer off into the distance, and then in front of that trailer I see a little boy, and this little kid is just in the little field out front of this trailer picking flowers, and behind him is a man just sanding some wood outside of his trailer. And then Jess points out the third person that's there, and she says, look, it's the woman, and she's sitting in the rocking chair. And at that moment, everything made sense to me. We weren't seeing spirits. This wasn't a supernatural situation. We weren't unwelcome in this cabin by some entity. These were real people, and they were at the cabin. Once we realized that those were the people that were in the cabin we were staying at and were harassing us all weekend, I put the pedal to the metal, because who knows if they're gonna hop in their car and start chasing us? Who knows who these people are? So I'm just trying to drive as fast as I can. I just want to get back to my house with my security, with my weapons, and I just want to feel safe for the first time in 3 days. But once we were about 45 minutes away and we really felt as if nobody's following us, those people are way back there, whatever that situation was, it's over, we start to talk about ways that we could figure out why that happened. So I tell Jess to start Googling Reese, try to figure out what is going on, because we connected the dots between Marge and Reese in that place, because Marge mentioned it was a shame what he did to those people, and we're assuming that that little family must be the people. So Jess starts digging through articles, looking up his company, looking him up, his LinkedIn, his company page, and then she typed in his full name, his company, and then Reddit. And everybody that knows this, anybody that does deep dives, you type Reddit in at the end of a Google search, you get the truth. And there was just series of threads from people absolutely bad-mouthing Reese's company and his dirty business tactics, and the way that apparently his large company that he's associated with purchases mortgages from the bank to take single home families to rent them out as Verbos or Airbnb B's, and he just does dirty practices. And we just kept reading and reading. This dude was a bad dude. Finally, we found one about this particular family. He had done this to them. They had owned that property for generations. They were a simple family that liked to live in isolation like that, and they were so tight-knit. And apparently that particular family, when their grandparents passed away, the wife had a miscarriage, and those were the 3 makeshift graves on the property. And they were so attached to this property after getting it stolen from them, from this horrible man in this horrible company, that they couldn't help themselves but to come back to the property to pay homage to their lost loved ones that they buried on their property. And the parents did their best to stop their son from going to this property, but he longed for his old house, and that's why he was so sad. So this story follows a husband, a wife, and 2 kids that would go camping very consistently with each other. They would frequent the Michigan national parks, and they would always like to spend weekends together in nature. The husband just liked taking his sons out into these isolated areas just to give them the experience that he had growing up. Him and his father would always go camping, and he was very used to the outdoors. And he felt pretty comfortable taking his family to isolated areas because he was confident that he could take care of them and protect them and show them the ropes. He would never go to super isolated areas because his kids weren't old enough, but this time they were going to an area that was more isolated than any place they've ever been before. He took them to Isle National Park, which is located in Michigan, but it's like a little island off the coast of Michigan, so it's not connected to the mainland. This is a beautiful national park, and the island has a lot of bears and mooses, so it's definitely a little bit of a higher risk area, but he just wanted to show them this place because he thought it was so beautiful, and they had the whole weekend to enjoy their trip together. This island actually happens to be a carless island, so you just take the boat, and once you get off, you have to hike to your campsite and set up camp, and it just adds to that isolated camping feel because there's no vehicles on the island. And because there was no vehicles, he wasn't planning on taking his kids too far out. It's not a massive island, but it's definitely not small. He only wanted to hike about 2 miles into the wilderness, so it would be an easy hike in and out. So they get on this boat, they get to the island, but as he's getting off, he notices the captain's looking at him a little bit weird. So he just stands there and kind of waits to see what the captain is going to say. And the captain just gives him like this little, almost warning, but it was like an obvious warning. It was of course somebody would say that, but why did you feel the need to say that? Because obviously that is my top priority. And the captain just said, be weary of the children. And the husband's like, yeah, of course I'm going to be weary of my children. We go camping all the time. My first priority is my family's safety. We're not going out that far. I have a plan. And he didn't know why the captain felt like it was necessary to tell him that, but he's just like, okay, I guess he's looking out for the kids. Maybe he doesn't like the idea of young kids like this going out on camping trips, whatever. He just kind of brushed it off, kind of felt like it was an attack on his parenting, but he's like, all right, dude, like, yeah, I'll see you in a few days. So they hike that 2 miles out to their campsite, and they spend the entire day setting up their campsite and just enjoying the scenery. Like I said, this is a pretty isolated, remote area, so they didn't see anybody while they were out there. It's not a super common campsite, and I guess this time of year there just wasn't a lot of traffic there, so he didn't see any other parents or any other kids there, but that's kind of what he wanted. He wanted that isolation feel. So for him, it was kind of a plus. He wasn't really worried about it. So the day goes on, they're having a good time, they're enjoying their campsite, they're just spending quality time together. When night comes around, they have dinner and they're settling into their campsite. They're ready to hit the hay pretty soon. The husband and the wife are just enjoying the fire, and his kids are in their tent giggling, and he's letting his kids wind down. He's not forcing them to go to sleep quite yet. He just has them in the tent so they'll start kind of getting ready for bedtime. Eventually, the husband and the wife want quiet alone time, and they want to enjoy the scenery to themselves, and they tell their kids, let's start being quiet. Let's actually hit the hay, guys. And the kids oblige. They stop giggling, they stop talking, and the sun's going down, so they're pretty confident that their kids fell asleep at this point. So the husband and the wife are having talks. They're just talking about their home life, how they met each other, getting that spark back in their relationship. And it's been about an hour since the kids made any noise, so they're confident they fell asleep. But then they start to hear children giggle. They start to hear their kids giggling and talking again. And he gets a little bit annoyed because he's like, you guys are going to ruin tomorrow. You guys aren't going to be well rested for tomorrow. You're going to ruin your trip if you mess up your sleep schedule on the first night. So he gets frustrated. He kind of goes into dad mode. But then he gets this weird feeling because he thinks he's hearing it wrong. His kids are in the tent to his right, but he's hearing the giggling from his left. But then he gets extra upset because it's well past midnight at this point, and he thinks his kids snuck out of their tent and are running around the campsite, and he's getting ready to scold them. But he checks on his kids, And they're laying in their bed and the giggling stops and he's like, oh, that was a little bit weird. Maybe other campers came to the campsite at this point and they were just running around. Hopefully those parents get their kids in the tent pretty soon and they could sleep soundly. It fades for about 10 minutes and the husband and the wife just called it a night and they go lay down. But then just like 30-40 minutes later, he starts hearing the giggling and he's like, what is that? He's half mad because it just woke him up, but he's like, it's coming from the left again. It's definitely not my kids. They're in their tent. They're sound asleep when I check. But he's not positive, so he goes into dad mode. He gets aggressive again because he thinks he's gonna have to scold his kids or have to tell somebody else's kids to get off his campsite because they're gonna wake up his kid. So he aggressively unzips the tent and he sees 3 children crouched down, digging a hole about 10 feet away from his tent in the middle of his campsite. And initially he thinks he's seeing double. He thinks he's too drowsy, so he like rubs his eyes a little bit because he's seeing 3 kids instead of the 2 that he brought. But then he realizes, oh no, it's 3 kids. There's 3 kids here. So he just starts barking at him because he thinks some other parents are being really irresponsible letting their kids run around this late. But right as he starts talking, all 3 of the kids just swing their heads at him and just start staring at him, and they're still giggling. They have this really lively giggle. He thought that 2 of them had to be his kids, and maybe one other kid from the other camp had coerced them to come out of the tent and play with them. But he realized very quickly, these are not my children. Whose children are these? He was being pretty aggressive and he only got a glimpse of them for a second because after they looked at him and stared at him for a second, they just got up and started running towards the tree line. Something about that felt very off to him because even though it was dark, there was a little glow from the fire, and when he got a look at their face, they didn't have childlike features. They almost had mature features. They were child-sized. They looked like they were 5 to 7 years old, but their faces were matured and a little bit odd. But their voices and their giggles were very childlike. But he only got a brief look at them, just for like 2 to 3 seconds before they took off. He felt a little bit uneasy about this, but they weren't violent or mischievous. They were just kind of giggling, looked like they were messing around. They were just digging a hole. Maybe they were doing a prank, but he did feel a little uneasy about it. But what is he gonna do? Chase these kids back into the forest? He just laid back down and tried to go back to sleep. But after about another 45 minutes, he just started dozing off and he hears the giggling picking up again, and he's like, no way these kids are back. No way somebody's parents are being this irresponsible and this obnoxious to let their kids keep coming into my camp. So at this point, he's not just aggressive, he's borderline angry. He whips the tent open again and he starts crawling out because he wants to maybe get a hold of these kids, question them about where they're coming from. But as he's crawling out of the tent, he sees the kids look at him again. And right when he looks up, right when he picks his head up from crawling, all 3 of them throw a handful of dirt in his face and in his eyes. They had handfuls of dirt because they were digging in that same hole again. And by the time he gets the dirt out of his eyes, all he sees is the last few seconds of them running back into the forest, and he just hears them laughing as they're sprinting. But this time he didn't get another good look at their faces. He saw the way that they were running. He said it was so odd because they weren't running like children. His 2 sons were 7 and 9 years old and they were still clumsy like baby deer. And these kids that he saw were half the size of them. They must have been 4 or 5 years old, but they were running in a very athletic, mature manner. They weren't clumsy whatsoever. They had a good form while they were sprinting. He was so aggressive this time that his wife woke up too, and she comes out of the tent and she's like, what's going on? He's like, these kids keep coming into our camp. They just threw dirt in my face. We should stay up for a few hours so they don't come back, so they don't wake up the kids, so they don't ruin tomorrow for us. And they're talking and bickering about these other irresponsible parents, how obnoxious it is that they're just letting their kids run around. And while they're sitting by their campfire, they still hear these giggles kind of circling their camp, and they're just so annoyed with it at this point. Even though the husband has this little eerie feeling, like he didn't like the way these kids look, there was odd features about them, the way they were running was a little bit weird, but whatever, maybe they're just more athletically adept than his children, because they were just children, who cares? He's not gonna freak out his wife by giving her these other details when it was just kids digging a hole in their camp. They weren't stealing anything, but they thought, we should stay up for an hour so they don't come back. We'll just wait them out so they don't feel comfortable coming back to our camp. Or if they come back, we could politely ask them to stop coming back, or where their parents are so we could talk to them so their parents will scold them. And eventually the giggling dies down and they're like, okay, it's been a little bit over an hour. I think it's time for us to go to sleep. So they get back in their tents, and this time they put in earplugs because they don't really care if the kids come back and dig a hole. The wife's just like, let's get some sleep so we could have a good day tomorrow. Let's not let these irresponsible parents ruin our trip, you know? So they throw earplugs in and they have a good night's sleep. Morning comes around and the father's the first one up right when the sun's coming up, and he gets up to leave the tent because he wants to brew a cup of coffee for his wife and maybe start on breakfast for his kids. Just make the trip memorable, you know? Be a sweet husband. He unzips his tent expecting to feel that camping sunlight, like that sunlight that only comes out at dawn at a campsite, and he just wants to feel that sunlight on his face. But when he opens his tent, he's only hit by shade, and he's like, what is shading the sunlight? I want that I want that nice nature sunlight. And there's just a little glare of sunlight coming around a silhouette that's about 10 feet in front of his campsite. And as he's picking his head up, he sees the base of it first, and something sticking out of a mound of dirt directly where those children were digging. And it just looks like a pole. But as he's scanning and he's going higher and higher, he notices that this thing is like a full wooden post jammed into that hole, and the top of it is pointed into a spike, and it's just this weird protruding tall wooden spike about 6 feet high. And as his eyes adapt to the sunlight and he actually gets a really good look at what is actually casting this shade on his face, he could see that it is a full-grown deer impaled on this spike right in the middle like it's a skewered chicken, and it's just completely blocking out the sun. And it all hits him at once. He's like, they came back to this campsite, they finished digging this hole, they were able to get this full wooden spike into the ground, and then they impaled full deer on it. So he's thinking these weird parents, this weird family is all in on this because children couldn't do this. This is a large wooden spike with a full-grown deer impaled on this spike. This couldn't have been done by children. So he's freaking out at this point. He doesn't want to wake anybody up, and he's just inspecting this impaled animal with this large spike on his campsite, and he notices a small piece of paper right on the base of it. Before he picks it up, his mind is just spinning. He's thinking, were the parents aware that their kids were messing with us? Are they hunters? Did they think that this was like a kind gesture, like almost an apology, like, hey, I know our kids kept you up all night, here's some meat. He doesn't even know what to think of this. But then he picks up the piece of paper, and on this paper, it was written in crayon, as if the children wrote it in crayon. And the note just read, "Sorry for waking you." So then he thinks even further. He's like, was this a gift? Like, did the parents do this and make the kids write it to apologize to us about harassing us all night? And the father is just standing next to this lifeless deer impaled on this post, and he's just inspecting this note. But then he realizes something odd about it. This piece of paper is incredibly familiar to him, and he gets a sharp sense of dread as he turns it over. And he sees on the other side of this note, it's a full journal entry, and it's in his handwriting. And he realizes at this moment, this is a page ripped from my journal that I wrote yesterday after we arrived. And it gets even worse because he knows that his journal is in his backpack inside of his tent where he was sleeping. So whoever did this unzipped his tent while he had his ears plugged, reached into his backpack, took his journal out, and ripped out a piece of paper before leaving. He's absolutely freaking out at this point. So he immediately starts shaking this pole to pull it down because he doesn't want his kids or his wife to see this. So he's just shaking it, and it's in there so deep. They must have dug like 3 feet to get this spike to actually stand upright. But he's just shaking at it for like 10 minutes until he finally gets it to tip over. And then this full-grown man who's used to hiking, who's used to campsites, is having a really hard time dragging this 200+ pound animal off of his campsite into the tree line just to protect his children from seeing it. Once he has it into the tree line, he hears faint giggles in the distance, and he just starts getting more and more freaked out, and he hustles back to his camp, and he just wakes up his wife, and he's like, we need to go right now. I will explain it to you in the car. We need to start packing immediately. So they break down their campsite, they put out their fire, they walk the 2 miles back to where the ferry dropped them off initially, and he's hearing faint giggles the entire way. But he didn't tell his wife about the animal. His kids didn't even know this happened, so they're not even thinking anything of these giggles. They just think there's other people in the area having a good time, but he knows the severity of those giggles that he's hearing, and he's just trying to get his family to pick up the pace, and they finally got to where the ferry dropped them off, and the same captain is there manning this boat, and he's just looking at the captain, and the captain's looking at him really, really weird, and he starts thinking of that line that the captain told him, "Be weary of the children," and that line starts hitting heavier and heavier. But he doesn't know how to confront this guy. It's almost like this guy had this secret that he was just trying to warn him. But the captain did warn him, so he had a little bit of respect for him, and he had this moment of connection with him, like, you know what I just experienced. But he didn't feel like he had to say anything, so they load up their stuff onto the boat, and they just take the first ferry in the morning back home. So just like how I mentioned earlier, I lived in upstate New York when I was a kid. And at least once a month, my entire family would get together and just do a whole gathering, and all of the cousins would be at this house and have this big, massive sleepover. We would do it at my cousin Mikey's house. And his house had a really nice kitchen for all of the adults to hang out in, and bedrooms upstairs for all of them to sleep in, and then all of the cousins would sleep in the den. So after dinner and all the festivities, all the parents went upstairs to sleep, and all the kids stayed downstairs for a movie night. Mind you, we were in upstate New York. We are in the middle of nowhere in the woods. There's barely any houses around us. It's literally, you look outside and it is straight up woods, 360 degrees. And all the cousins, even though we were young, we decided to watch a little scary movie. I was on the younger end, but some of my older cousins decided to watch Halloween, the one with Michael Myers. It was a little bit too scary for me, so I wasn't really paying attention, mostly hiding behind pillows and trying to talk to my other younger cousins. We were trying to avoid the movie so much that eventually we started to go mess around in the kitchen. So half of my cousins, mostly the older ones, are in the living room, but me and a couple of my younger cousins are now hanging out in the kitchen. So right at this one moment where all of the older cousins experienced a jump scare from the movie and started yelling and screaming and making a lot of noise, me and the younger cousins in the kitchen heard the doorknob twist a little. And we all got kind of freaked out because we heard them yelling, but then we definitely heard something at the door. We immediately freaked out and ran into the room. The older cousins thought that we were running in because they were all screaming and we were trying to see the part that made them all scream. But right as we get into the room, terrified, we hear our doorbell ring and all of us freak out. We all look towards the door because it is nighttime. All the parents are asleep. Why would the doorbell ring? We weren't expecting anybody else. Our entire family is here. So the older cousins pop up and we all start tiptoeing towards the kitchen to look at the door, but there's nobody behind the door. We start looking through the windows. We don't see anything. And then our oldest cousin opens that door and we see two footprints right in the snow, two very distinct clear footprints. And then we see them kind of like run away into the woods. So the initial fear kind of turns into a little bit of excitement because we think somebody ding dong ditched us. And you know, as little kids, especially in upstate New York, it's a tight-knit area. And there's definitely other kids in the area. They're not right next door, but if you go a little bit into the woods, there's other houses after a little small 5-minute hike. So we immediately think this is a ding dong ditch competition now. We're about to get them back. And some of the older cousins are old enough that it's okay for us to leave the house. Usually not at night, but we thought it would be fun. All the cousins are together. It would be a core memory. Let's go follow these tracks and let's go ding dong ditch them back. And believe me, I understand how bad of an idea that is when all of the parents are already asleep and we're in the middle of the woods. But at the time, most of my cousins and myself were used to living in the woods. So we thought, let's track this person down. Let's ding dong ditch them. Let's mess with them the same way they messed with us. So we all get our boots on, our jackets, everything. And we feel like we're on this little mission. We're all into it. We're pumped. We're a little bit freaked out because we were just watching a scary movie, but we're pumped to go get these people back. So we follow these tracks into the woods, but it's not towards the main road where most of the houses usually are. It's out of the kitchen door, which kind of leads to the backyard. But there's definitely houses and stuff back there. It's just a little bit further. So we follow these tracks all the way into the woods, 10-minute walk. But mind you, there's literally like 12 of us. So we're not really that freaked out. And with the excitement of our entire family together, all the cousins together, we had a level of bravery that we usually don't have in those woods. Plus we had the numbers and we only saw one footprint that might have been two if they stumbled or something like that, but it was definitely one person. So we thought, we got like 12 people. We're not nervous. Usually there's like driveways and clearings around houses, but when we follow these tracks, we pull up to this house that isn't in a clearing and there isn't a way to drive up to it. It's just a house in the middle of the woods. We explored these woods often, but we had never seen this house, but usually we didn't go towards the back. We usually went towards the main street to other people's houses. So we weren't overly concerned. If anything, we were excited because we found the source of the house that just ding dong ditched us. And we decided to take it up a notch. Most people ding dong ditch, but one of my cousins thought it would be a good idea to ding dong chicken, which basically means one person goes up and ding dong ditches and everybody sits on the front lawn and the last person to leave wins. So it's basically like ding dong stay. I don't know if you guys ever played that. So we all pull up to this house and we all sit down in the yard and my oldest cousin goes up to ring the doorbell. And mind you, this entire house, all of the lights are completely off. It's a pretty big house. It's like a 3-story bunch of windows. If all the lights were on, you could see directly into every part of this house. So we're excited to see all these lights turn on and see the person confused and then be extra confused when he sees 12 kids sitting on his lawn. We were pumped to get him back. But right as my oldest cousin is getting up to the doorbell, all of the lights in the entire house turn on all at once. And all of us are a little starstruck and we're just looking at this house with all of these lights on. But the weirdest part was there was somebody standing every single window of the house. And not a different person, not an entire another group of cousins. It looked like the exact same figure copy and pasted into every single window. And we're all just standing there. And he sees it because there's somebody standing right behind the door as well. So he doesn't ring it just yet, and then all of the lights turn off. And we're just frozen there because it got really bright for a second, then got really dark again. And my cousin didn't even bother ringing the doorbell. He actually started to back up close to the stairs of the porch. And we don't really know what to do at this point, and then all the lights turn right back on. It was almost like they had a power switch to the entire house, like they just turned the generator on and off. But this time, there wasn't a figure in every single window. there was only a figure in the attic window at the top floor. And we all see it, and the other cousins tell the oldest cousin to jump off the porch and go look at what we're looking at. And we just see this one figure standing exactly how it was standing in all the other windows, but just at the top one. But the entire point of the game was to not run, so we're all just standing there, and this guy definitely sees all of us. But this time the lights don't turn back off. We just see this guy staring at us while we're staring at him. And after a couple moments of just having a stare off with this guy, we see the figure drop down a little bit like it's ready to move, and then it starts sprinting away from the window. And we watch this figure sprint from window to window as it's going down the entire house, like it went down the stairs, through a room, down another set of stairs, through the kitchen, through the living room. We see this thing sprinting towards the front door. Ding Dong Chicken was over. We immediately get up and we start sprinting before this thing could get to the front door, just towards the direction of the house. We're trying our best to stay together. There's a big group of us. The older cousins are trying to keep track of the little cousins, and we're just at an all-out sprint to the house until we all get there and lock the door behind us. When we left the house, we thought we were getting these people back. We thought we were going to prank them back and we were going to take it up a notch and we were going to win. But when we got back to the house, this was worse than the ding dong ditching of us. This was worse than the Halloween movie. We have no idea what just happened. They totally won. But now we're back in the house. So we're not as scared. Everything's locked and we're like, we're good on the night. We are not going back outside. Let's go to sleep. We're not going to wake up our parents to tell them what happened. We'll just tell them in the morning. And hopefully if they come back and ding dong ditch us again, our parents will wake up and they'll handle it. We want no part of this. So we all fall asleep in the den and we wake up to the smell of coffee and all of my aunts and uncles making breakfast in the kitchen. But we're all looking around like, who's going to tell them? And we all look towards the oldest cousin that was going to ding dong ditch the house. And he brings it up and he starts to tell this story about what happened the night before. And all the parents are genuinely concerned. First off, they're mad. Why would we leave the house after all of the adults went to sleep? But we explained, we thought it was other kids. We thought other people were trying to ding dong ditch us. We thought it was fun. We were caught up in the moment. But my uncles were not having it. They were like, take me back to this house. We don't like the sound of that. Show me what house you're talking about. Nobody really knows where it was because we just followed the tracks. We didn't really think about where this house was. So we decide all of us should go, especially because it was creepy. So we should go in the biggest group possible. So we all boot up and code up and we leave the house and we try to bring my uncles to this house. But we end up being out there for like 2 hours and we're searching for this house and we just can't find it. But this was a big house and it wasn't that far from my cousin's house. So it was just this bizarre scenario of walking around for a few hours trying to find this house that this event happened at, that all of us remember, but we just can't find this house. To the point where my uncles are like, that was funny, way to work us up. These kids all made this up together. They're pranking us at this point. They just wanted to go out on a hike with us and freak us out. So they just immediately dismissed the whole scenario and they're like, we're going back to the house. Let's go back to our fun family festivities. But we know that that house was there. The next night, we decide to absolutely not watch any horror movies. We don't want to work ourselves up again. And we're definitely not splitting up. We're staying in the big group of 12. We do not want to split up in the house. And that following night, the doorbell rang again. But this time, nobody moved. We wanted nothing to do with it. But we know what we saw the night before. And we know the doorbell rang again tonight. And when we talked to our parents the next day, they were like, we did not hear the doorbell. It definitely would have woken us up. Stop messing with us. Stop talking about it. We don't want to hear about your fake prank. And throughout my entire childhood, we would always get together at this house for family events, and all of the cousins remember this event. And my cousin that lived there goes through the woods all the time. They never found this house. To this day, nobody ever saw that house again. Nobody ever rang the doorbell again or anything like that. But it was like this house disappeared. And make of that what you will, but we all remember it. A group of kids, we remember this event happening, but we can't even bring it up to our family anymore because they think that we made it up and we're running this joke from when we were kids. They genuinely do not believe it happened, but we know it happened and we never saw that house again. When I was in my early 20s, me and my two friends would always go on camping trips together on the weekend. If we had a long 3-day weekend, we would try to drive to this one campsite that we really liked. It was about 45 minutes from the house, and we would just pack up the gear and spend the weekend at this nice campsite that had a lake and activities, and it was usually pretty packed. It wasn't isolated camp, but we enjoyed just going out there and getting away from everything, putting our phones away, and just enjoying each other's company, and then we would get back Monday and go back to our everyday lives. So a 3-day weekend was coming up, so I text my two buddies. We have this nice little group chat chat just called Camping Buds. And we just have a little back and forth. I say, you guys trying to hit the campsite this weekend? They're like, absolutely, we'll meet you there. We're already going to be pretty close to there for work, and we'll just meet you at the campsite at this date and this time. And I'm like, perfect. I just heart their message, and I'm like, all right, I'll meet them there. I'm going to pack myself this time, and I'll just meet them there. All good. So the day finally comes, and I pack up all my stuff. I have a nice drive. I'm listening to a podcast on the way, and I pull up to the campsite, and I start pulling my stuff out. I don't see their cars there, but I'm assuming maybe they rented one, maybe they're here on work, whatever. They just got here. So I take all my stuff out, and I walk up to the campsite, and I see my two buddies there that I always spend the weekends with, and they greet me very kindly. We start setting up everything. We're playing spike ball all day. We're just having a good time. It is business as usual. We're just enjoying the nature. We're enjoying each other's company, and it's just like every other time we spent there. But there was something a little bit weird about that day. Me and my friends always joke with each other and troll each other, and sometimes it's two people trolling one person. If two of the friends built an inside joke together and they were messing with the other friend, that was very common. There would be little banter between my two other friends that wasn't including me whatsoever, and usually that doesn't bother me. I don't mind being the butt of the joke. I'm willing to be the butt of the joke for the joke to be funny, but I just want them to let me in on it at some point. But it seemed like they weren't letting me in on it at all, and I didn't really understand the joke every single time they were saying. And the joke came out in a bunch of different ways, but I'll just give you a little rundown of the vibe. We would just be doing something. If it was something by the lake, if we were playing spike ball, if we were building the campfire, they would just say something along the lines of, what if we just left right now? And they would both start laughing, and it was definitely some type of joke that they maybe saw a meme about that they just weren't filling me in on, and they would laugh and I wouldn't know what they were talking about. And I'm like, I don't understand why it would be that funny if you guys just left right now. We're on a weekend trip. It made me feel a little bit isolated, but usually they would let me in on the joke a little bit later. As the sun started going down and we were eating dinner and sitting around the campfire, I was getting really sick of the joke, to the point where I was like, honestly a little bit salty about it. And I just kind of like pressed them and I'm like, can you guys just let me know what you guys are talking about so I could maybe laugh too? I'm starting to not really have a good time. I feel like you guys are enjoying this joke on my behalf and I don't feel a part of it. Usually we have a really good time here. What's going on here? And mind you, it wasn't happening all day. It was just in little spurts here and there. But when I brought it up to them, they were just kind of looking around and avoiding eye contact. But I just sat there in silence waiting for the reply for like 5 seconds, and then they both just shot their eyes up at me right at the same time. And in unison, my two friends that I've known for years just say, wouldn't it be funny if we left right now? And I'm like, no, it would not be funny. In my head. I'm saying that in my head to myself, like, no, that wouldn't be funny. It's dark out here. There's nobody else around. It would not be funny whatsoever if you left me in the woods by myself. That wouldn't be cool. That's not a good friend thing to do. But instead of laughing about it this time, they just stay serious and they just stand up and they start repeating it. Wouldn't it be funny if we left right now? Wouldn't it be funny? I think it would be funny if we left. And I'm just sitting there like, this isn't funny. I don't like this. I'm not enjoying my time. But they proceed to start walking away. They don't even grab any of their stuff. They just start walking into the woods. And I'm waiting for any second for them to start cackling and run back and tell me what they've been joking about. What is the origin of this joke? But they just continue walking until I see them disappear into the woods. And it's nighttime. This isn't even remotely safe. This isn't remotely fun. I'm not having a good time at this point. And I'm just sitting at this campfire for like 10 minutes. And they're not coming back. I get genuinely upset and I just start packing up my stuff. I'm like, you guys think it would be funny if you left? I'm gonna leave. I don't want to be here with you. This was like a relationship ending thing for me. Or at least I needed a legitimate apology from my two friends for just leaving me at this campsite. So I pack up my stuff, I throw it in my car. I feel completely isolated. I feel like the butt of the joke and I just drive home in the middle of the night. And I'm thinking about it over for a few days. I feel betrayed by my friends. I'm wondering if they feel bad about it because I actually left. And then I'm like questioning myself because I'm like, was it cool for me to leave? Was I being oversensitive? Was it a funny joke? Like what was going on here? So I finally call them. Well, I call one of them and I'm like, hey man, I didn't really appreciate what you guys did to me this weekend. I'm actually, my feelings are kind of hurt about this. And my friend on the line goes, hey dude, like what are you talking about? And I'm like, bro, you guys left me alone at the campsite this weekend. What do you mean? What am I talking about? And he goes, Doug, are you trolling me? Are you messing with me right now? And I'm like, no, why would you do that to me? I'm like, I'm really trying to figure out why my friends would treat me that way. And he goes, dude, I told you I was going to be at my niece's birthday party this weekend. Like, go reread this. I think you're confused. Go reread these text messages. And he just hangs up. So I immediately call my other friend because he's usually a little bit more sensitive. I don't know if the first friend is continuing the joke. I had a bad taste in my mouth from him just hanging up on me and continuing to troll me like that. I'm like, maybe our friendship's over. Maybe he didn't even like me in the first place. So I call my other friend and I'm like, hey dude, I just called friend 1 and he's continuing this joke and it's really bugging me and I don't know why you guys would do this to me. And he says a very similar thing. Dude, I was working this entire weekend. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know what I did. I thought I was pretty clear that I couldn't make it this weekend. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You told me you were going to meet me there. We were there and you guys walked off. And he goes, bro, I'm at work. I have a 5-minute break. I need to eat my lunch. Let's just talk later. And he seemed a little bit apologetic, but I'm even more angry. So I go back to our text thread and I'm about to send them a paragraph that I didn't appreciate this whatsoever. And I start to look at my text messages and they don't look like the text messages I got before I left. The ones that I read was like, yes, I will be there at this time. Excited for it. The other one was like, yep, I'm free this weekend. Can't wait to have a boys trip. I'll be there at 5 p.m. But this time I'm reading over these text messages and the first friend's text message is, sorry man, I have my niece's birthday this weekend. I'll see you next time. And then my other friend said, I have worked this whole weekend. I'll catch you guys next time. And I start internally freaking out because I'm like, I read these text messages as if my friends were meeting me at this campsite. And when I got there, they were there. I spent an entire day with my friends. There was just a little bit of a weird vibe. And I start to think I'm going crazy because I spent the day with them and they stood up and they walked into the woods. But these text messages aren't even slightly reflecting the text messages that I thought I read. And then I'm thinking, did I dream that? Did I not go there this weekend? So I go back to my trunk and I check my stuff and all my camping stuff's in there. I check my GPS. I definitely drove there, but they're completely denying it. And these text messages reflect that. And I'm looking at it and I'm trying to see, like, did they edit these text messages? Is this like this whole bit? But then they both just send a long text saying like, hey Doug, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you called me so angry. I'm not sure what's going on. Are you okay? And then I started to feel a little insecure about it. I was like, all right, I have to drop this. I don't know what's going on with me. But to this day, I have no idea who I spent that weekend with. I have no idea who those people were that looked like my friends that walked into the forest that night. And my friendship actually ended with them because I felt so messed up about it. And I still to this day don't know if they were trolling me, and I don't know what happened that weekend. That was one of my favorites. I hope you enjoyed it.